Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park for the winter warm-up, round number 1 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. The engines have come to life for the 206 Cadets and their main event, 16 minutes plus 2 laps. My name's Andrew Clements here in the booth with Kart Chaser, bringing you all the action from New Orleans, Louisiana. Alongside me, Aaron Hackmeister Ang, and we're joined in the booth as well by 206 Jr. pole sitter Reagan Seville. Reagan, how are you doing, bud?
Doing pretty good.
So, Reagan, you talked to me here a little bit throughout the weekend, but for the most part, you've kind of been on your own. We haven't caught up too much. Obviously, the weekend's been smooth on the 206 side.
It's been pretty smooth. Competition's been rising as everyone's catching up, but still a really fun environment.
Right. Obviously, you've had experience on both sides of the spectrum here. You're running double duty this weekend, right? Or just the 206?
I'm running double duty.
Yeah, so how is the other group going in KA?
It was doing pretty good, and then got a little cocky and wrecked on the turn 3.
Oh, well, it took out quite a few kids over there at the start of that last heat race. So that still puts you probably about mid-grid, you'd guess, here for the final, maybe just outside the top 10?
I would say around 16th.
Yeah, so a little ways to go. But nonetheless here, Reagan's going to be joining us in the booth for the action. Aaron and I will break you down for the starting lineup for your Ferris Mowers 206 Cadet main event. 10 main events coming your way here, beginning with these youngsters as they make their way out of the second to last corner. We got one driver off, entering the second to last turn that we'll try and pick up in a moment, but we need to go through our front runners. I think we're going to go green here this time, so unfortunate for one, but Jackson Young and Keelan Harvick make up row 1. Lucas Palacio, Derek Wargo, row 2.
Robert Arana and Braden Westfall in row 3. Paxton Dyson, Chris Tracy, row 4.
They'll make their way down the front stretch here to turn number 1, looking for the green flag, and we'll get it. And great start for Jackson Young. Keelan Harvick's going to lose at least 1 spot, if not 2, and they all try to fight their way into line down the back straightaway. We saw a lot of pack racing here in this class. As we got one bouncing through the grass way back behind the leaders. But they're battling for the lead there. Palacio going to go to the inside and bring Harvick with him on Young. Young might lose the 3rd spot as well, fighting hard for it into the chicane, and we got another couple spun in turns 4 and 5, so losing a few off the start. Obviously, the nerves are high. You know, talk to us kind of walking through a little bit, Reagan. Those starts in the 206 classes, you guys are all over each other. It's not like the speed picks up a lot as we see Harvick go to the inside of Palacio, but, you know, you're in a 3-wide pack pretty much all the way to turn 5, right?
Oh yeah, it's almost full throttle, so it's mostly just keeping it on the wheel and not getting off.
Yeah, it was unfortunate here for a couple drivers that did end up getting off, but a good start for the top 3. Harvick, Palacio, and Young. Young, your pole sitter, dropped back to 3rd here on the opening lap, and we'll get the update as they come across. But 16 minutes, the timetable here. Now, this is something new for us and new for all of our viewers, is running timed races plus 2 laps, Reagan. Have you kind of gamed the system, at least through the heats, to know roughly how many laps, and are you counting on your Micron, or are you waiting for that 2 to go signal?
I'm mainly just waiting for the 2 to go, just focusing more on the race.
Is there any specific difference in your mind that when you see that 2 to go signal of how you want to drive?
Just be cautious. I think last lap, second's probably the best place to be, but if you're in first, it is definitely winnable.
Yeah, it's definitely winnable. We've seen a few guys be able to defend pretty nicely here. Keelan Harvick leads the way over Palacio and Young through the infield chicane. Aaron, little gap beginning to form for the top 3. Not big, though. Derek Wargo, of course, we saw him have the bad luck there in the second heat today. Drove back up through the grid to the top 10. He's still in the top 5 in the hunt, and he's just on the edge of the toe right now.
Yeah, Keelan Harvick looks really strong in these early laps. Lucas looks like he might be struggling a little bit more on cold tires. He was handling the car really well and able to keep with Harvick. Obviously, like we're saying, with the draft, he's still staying within that drafting range once they get into the backstretch. I figure, 2, 3, 4 laps later, we'll see Palacio really start to come in and maybe be able to challenge Harvick for a lead or push him away and make this 2-3 car battle instead of, because right now it looks like Derek Wargo is able to keep up and actually making time on all 3 of them.
Yeah, he's making up a little bit here. We'll watch them come out of the final corner. Wargo clips the curb, so little bobble there, but a big pack. Reagan, you've just only recently here in the last little bit moved up to junior. You spent a lot of time running 206 Cadet and back home and here all over the U.S. in the cadet racing. The pack racing is really what it's all about. Have you, we've seen some drivers, they seem to prefer to lead. Some kids seem to be okay pushing. When it's a pack this big, where do you want to be, and did you ever have a preference if you had the choice?
I would choose both. I mean, both are good spots and definitely winnable.
Yeah, it's definitely winnable from anywhere you can. Now, the big thing here, of course, you never know when that pack breaks up. And you know this as well, Reagan. Sometimes you're running 5th, running 6th in the lead group of 8, and then someone makes an awkward pass for 3rd or 4th, and then the pack splits, and you got to go hard at work to catch him again. That's where these drivers are at right now, Aaron. As you mentioned, Wargo was gaining. He's there. He's brought more company. Paxton Dyson looking pretty good here early as the 4 drivers on your screen make their way into the infield chicane and towards the final few hairpins. Dyson's a couple kart lengths back, and there's still a few stragglers there all the way back to 7th with Tyrone Kemper Jr., hometown kid, P7, trying to dig towards the top 4.
Yeah, it really looked like they were packed up at the start of the lap here. I don't know if somebody made a pass and kind of broke them up a little bit, but it looks like at least Paxton Dyson is making up time. They've made up probably about half a second on the leaders on those last couple laps. And Derek Wargo going purple right now, so he's really strong right in this middle section of the race right now we're at. And Keelan Harvick, Lucas Palacio, 12.0. Wargo ran a 1:11.6, so he's definitely got speed. He does have the draft to be fair, but he's looking really strong, and he's managed to bridge that gap that he had at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, I mean, even with pushing here, you get a big toe in the slipstream. I think there's nothing more frustrating as a driver, right, Reagan, when you think you're doing everything right, you're hitting your marks, you are clobbering the guy in front of his bumper, and still you guys aren't pulling away. You know, and there, Jackson Young shuffled to the wayside with a little mistake in turn number 9. Aaron, good call.
Yeah, so Jackson Young, obviously, I don't know if he got into the back of Palacio, maybe got the front end a little bit too hard and hit the back end of Palacio too hard, got the rear end loose, but he obviously lost that spot to Wargo, and that has actually helped, I think it's Dyson catch up even more to the pack, so he's on the back now, and Robert Arana's making time as well. It looks like he might just barely be in the drafting range by the time they get to the backstretch.
Yeah, Tyrone Kemper Jr. about a 7/10 back from Arana, so if they battle a little bit more, Tyrone could get into it. It's a big gap back from Tyrone Jr., but back to what I was saying as well, Reagan, you know, you're in Palacio's spot, you're pushing, you're doing everything you can to stay glued to Harvick's bumper, and still sometimes guys are all over you, you know, and it's almost frustrating as well because you feel like you're doing everything right, and it should be pulling away, and it's not.
Yeah, I mean, in that position to just keep on pushing, I mean, if it's a pass, it just makes it worse.
Exactly here. If they do, and they've worked together well, I mean, it seems like it was almost a bit of a game plan for Lucas Palacio and Keelan Harvick, a couple North Carolina kids, to be hooked up and working together out here in New Orleans as they get ready for the SCUSA Pro Tour opener next weekend. Now, Derek Wargo, he's rolling a lot of speed through the back sector of the racetrack, that back left corner with the right chicane, and then into the stadium section. Really strong, I would say, early. And again, like you said, Aaron, it's always tough to gauge. Are they really quick, or is it just a good toe? In this case, it looks like he's got a lot of good roll speed here when we get to the infield.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe when he caught up to them, he wouldn't be able to we would see him drop back a little bit through the infield. He was just having the draft, but he's been on Palacio's bumper the entire time. They're really starting to break away just a little bit from Young and Dyson in there, but they're still within striking distance, so we'll have to see. Young and Dyson really look like they are stronger at different parts of the track, so it'll be interesting for them to see if they can catch up with how much they kind of spread apart and come back together.
Well, here they come. Meatball flag coming across the line, and I think, unfortunately, that was for Tyrone Kemper Jr. as he goes down to turn number 1. And I'm not sure what the issue is for him. If that was, it looked like it was for Tyrone, but it might have been for Robert Arana at the start-finish line with the meatball flag coming out that time, so we'll lose one of our top 10 contenders as the top 5 have really become the pack. Robert Arana gets close, then kind of fades backwards, and they aren't passing a lot up front. 9.5 minutes to go, closing in on the halfway mark here in the opening main event for Ferris Mowers 206 Cadet, a 5-car train. Keelan Harvick and the Hunt Brothers Pizza Parallel leads into turn number, I believe, 13.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on all the turn numbers here. What do you think, Reagan? What are you thinking if you're in Robert Arana's spot right here? You're kind of out in the middle of no man's land. You probably got the pace to stick with them if you were in the draft, but with a 5-car train like that, it's really hard. You don't have that top-end speed as they do. What's your game plan if you're in his spot?
Just keep on pushing because, I mean, you obviously have no one behind you. It's a 1.5 miles, but, I mean, just keep on pushing. Eventually they're going to start passing, and before you know it, you're already there.
Yeah, do as much work as you can to probably stay within striking distance. If they do start moving, you make one pass, that's going to cost you half a second or so. You only need 2 of those, and you're right back up on the rear bumper of 5th place.
Well, let's see them come down the backstretch once again here with 8.5 minutes to go. 6 laps complete, so it looks like we'll probably have about a 14-lap feature for the 206 Cadets, more or less. Here comes some pushing down the inside, and a 2-for-1 move there. Derek Wargo with help from Jackson Young, Freight Train, Keelan Harvick, and Lucas Palacio. We've got a new leader for the first time since lap number 1, and it's Derek Wargo in the number 2 machine. taking them out of the chicane and towards the stadium hairpin.
Yeah, we've been talking about how strong Wargo really looked. He's got the purple lap time right now, and he really showed being able to get both passes done before they even really get to turn 4. I think he was clear by the time they got to the braking zone in there. So he's looking really good. If Young plays this right, he might be able to drop the 2 of them and leave that to a 3-car battle for 3rd and a 2-car battle for 1st.
They need to be absolutely perfect for that to happen there. Keelan Harvick only a kart length away, still well within the drafting window, so he should be fine. And it's just, again, a tight pack, a little bit of shuffling. And again, they saw how well Palacio and Harvick worked together in the heat race. They're trying to do what they can to split it up, and Palacio now realizing maybe it's not the best move for him to be the pusher on Harvick. He goes by him for 3rd in the final corner. 7.5 minutes to go here. The clock ticking down, and we're doubling the length literally from 8 minutes to 16 minutes here for the heats to the main events. You know, obviously you've got to be careful with where you're setting your tire pressure. We talked with a few other drivers today here, Reagan, as well, about the differences on the track throughout the weekend, throughout today, as we see Harvick battling back and forth with Paxton Dyson, ends up crossing him over and spreads out. But this, track, a lot of guys are saying it doesn't seem like it gets too greasy. What's been your take so far on the development of the track this weekend? Do you think it'll change a lot from where you were in your heats to here the main events?
Personally, I don't think it's going to change too much. It might get a little bit warmer as the day goes on. It's just double the laps, but that's really about it.
Yeah, not a whole lot here. A pretty consistent racetrack from what we've heard across the board, and it's, obviously a multi-million-dollar facility, no expense spared when it came to building NOLA Motorsports Park. Some top-tier pavement that they've had that's held up over quite a bit of beating, quite a bit of tires on the surface. That's gotten a little bit rougher and coarse for wear for sure over the years, but it's been around for over 10 years now here at NOLA Motorsports Park as we work through the 2022 spring part of the season with 6 minutes to go. Derek Wargo, Jackson Young, Lucas Palacio, that time by Palacio with the pass, gets the fast time honor of the race. Young continuing to push here on Wargo. In fact, it looks like Keelan Harvick, with the battle with Dyson, has now also struggled to hang on to the top 3. I mean, they were fighting through 4 and 5 last lap, and now they're way further back than where they even were then.
Yeah, looking at last lap, Harvick had the draft, and Paxton Dyson was still able to pull out and pull a pass on him, and then you just got crossed up over between 4 and 5. It seems like Harvick is maybe missing something on the top end there because he really couldn't pull a draft, and I think that's why Palacio went by him, is because Palacio was not able to get the same run going down the straightaway. Even in the draft, it looked like Harvick was dropping him or losing him just a little bit.
So now we've got a 3-car party up at the front. Derek Wargo, Jackson Young, Lucas Palacio, 1, 2, 3. Harvick fading back to 4th. Kind of on his own. Paxton Dyson back in the 5th spot. Same place, about a 2nd to 2.5 away from anyone else on the racetrack. Robert Arana's faded back. He's 4.5 back from the lead. Across the line, just about 11 minutes complete, about 5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps here in the first main event of the weekend.
Yeah, like we said, these races are really long. We're running essentially the same length as 2 full heat races. Reagan, what are you guys doing to change the kart setup? Are you guys just dropping tire pressures in anticipation for twice as long of the event, or are you making any other changes?
Mainly just tire pressures because, I feel like everyone's been good. I think everyone's realized that this is the setup, so I think it's just drop tires.
Have you guys had any issues with the karts tightening up at all in the heat races? Are you worried about that for the final at all?
It was getting really grippy at the end of the heat, so we were really worried about that, but luckily we were able to pull it off.
So maybe a little bit of adjustment to keep the kart freer longer, and then, drop the tire pressures, and hopefully that holds on for the 16-lap main event.
Oh, yeah, everyone needs to drop tires, I bet, because, yeah.
Yeah, you're doubling the length here, so you're wanting to peak at the end of where the heat race would have been. Again, twice the amount of laps for the features as Wargo leads them here with 4 minutes plus 2 laps to go. Should give us 5 or 6 more circuits around NOLA Motorsports Park. Now, Keelan Harvick has kind of dug deep a little bit the last lap or so, and I think he's at least cut the gap back down. So after cleaning the tires back off and kind of hitting the reset button, Paxton Dyson, unfortunately, has lost ground. Harvick across the line hits his personal best. He did lose a 1/10.5. Needs some more passing up at the front, but if they do, he could get back into the mix. Only 1.3 seconds back right now with just a couple laps to go here. 3 minutes, 40 seconds left as the clock ticks down. 1, 2, 3. Derek Wargo along with Jackson Young and Lucas Palacio.
Reagan, what do you think the end of this race is going to look like? Obviously, we have a 3-car pack right now, and Harvick is maintaining about equal, but where do you think it's going to end up with 2 to go? Are they going to start battling too much, or do you think they're going to be able to maintain their patience and just keep it 3?
I think they're going to maintain their patience. I don't think Keelan's going to quite catch up enough to make any passes, but I'm pretty surprised that they've split up from Keelan and Dyson I was really surprised.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that too, actually. I figured they'd be able to keep up right away. One thing I did notice is that Lucas Palacio looks like he's not quite able to get down the straightaway as well as the other two. He keeps up with them through the infield, and as they come out of that chicane, he just loses about a kart length, but he makes it right back up right away. Maybe different changes in gear ratios or where the driver is stronger. As we see Palacio go for a really late move going into the last turn, and he's got the move on Jackson Young there. Move Lucas Palacio up into the second spot, but they're losing about now. They got a 2.5 gap back to first. They'll make it up going down the straightaway, but I don't know if Jackson Young necessarily appreciated that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either there, but nonetheless, Derek Wargo leads. Palacio, then Young, and here comes Palacio down the inside. He wants to get to the lead sooner rather than later. Jackson Young going to push Derek Wargo around the outside, keeps him in the lead. So, again, we talked about teammates. They aren't necessarily teammates to my knowledge. Am I mistaken in that? Are Derek Wargo and Jackson Young teammates, Reagan?
They are teammates.
Oh, they are. So they are teammates here. So two teammates working together against the likes of Lucas Palacio. He tried to go on the inside on his own down the backstretch, and they pushed around him. So now he's going for it in the stadium hairpin. That'll cost them a little bit of time, not a ton. They could easily get back up to Wargo, but teammates and Derek Wargo and Jackson Young working together beautifully. The good news for Palacio, all that passing he's doing, is bringing his drafting partner, Keelan Harvick, back closer to the mix. Might give him a good shot if it's a 2-on-2 battle versus a 2-on-1.
Oh, yeah, I think Palacio's doing the right moves, trying to get Keelan back in there. I don't know if that's what he's thinking, but that's what's happening.
Yeah, he's definitely on the way here. Harvick almost able to taste the draft off of Jackson Young. This time by here, 1.5 minutes plus 2 laps. And Derek Wargo leads them out of turns 1, 2, and 3 down the backstretch. Palacio, he's in an interesting spot now. He's on the bumper of Wargo. If he pushes him and gets further away, they might be able to break away from Jackson Young, as he's about 4 or 5 car lengths back headed to turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, it looks like only might need one more pass for Harvick to catch the draft there. I can't quite tell if he's reaching it quite yet, but he only needs one pass between the three of them. Yeah, Palacio and Wargo have definitely started to drop Jackson Young. He might be able to keep in there or catch up to the infield. I wouldn't be surprised if Palacio wants to get to the front pretty quickly here, though.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. He took a look over his shoulder, managed the gap, decided to push with Wargo down the backstretch. Now through the switchbacks here, coming through the stadium section over towards the right-left chicane. They'll get the 3 to go signal this time by. We will not have enough time for another lap in before the 2 to go is forced and the timer runs out. 30 seconds left on the clock as Jackson Young tries to close in. He's going to have to worry soon about Keelan Harvick, who's in his tow, is getting to the rear bumper of the 270, and that'll make it a 4-driver group if they can somehow get back to the front, because they're still only 0.8 back with 3 to go. Still a lot of time. Harvick down the back. Does he go? Does he push him for 3rd and 4th as the leaders head down to turns 4 and 5? No change up front. Palacio still pushes. Does Harvick go for 3rd? He does not. He'll push Jackson Young for now, trying to help get him and maybe leapfrog, use him, push him up to the front, then pass him once he's there. That would, you'd think, would be a little bit of a smarter strategy for sure, Aaron.
Yeah, now Reagan, we have 2.5 laps left to go basically, and they got to make up about 0.8 of a second. How much is the draft worth at this track as a pusher or as the front car? How is this draft worth in the 206?
Really, I have no idea, but I would say around half a second or so.
So you think with half a lap, they might have enough time to get back up there?
If they start battling, oh yeah, for sure.
All right, well, we'll see if Keelan Harvick decides to pass and says, all right, well, I guess I'm going to have to sell for 3rd if he really works to get back up onto those front 2. Because I'm imagining the front 2 of Wargo and Palacio are going to start battling before Harvick and Young do, because they're going to want to make it back up to those front 2 spots.
Yeah, that's a good observation, Aaron, here as the 2 to go signal flies. So double sticks in the air. 2 laps remaining here in 206 Cadets main event presented by Ferris Mowers. The first of 10 coming your way this afternoon for the Texas Sprint Racing Series at NOLA Motorsports Park. Harvick hooked up with Jackson Young, pushing him down the back straightaway. The leaders still yet to change position as well, just out of frame. They're 1 second back exactly as of last time by the stripe, but Palacio's being patient. He's waiting here, not making his bid for the lead yet either. So as the battle for 3rd goes by, or soon to be battle, because that may be all that she wrote, with 2 drivers pushing, again, like you mentioned, Aaron, and Reagan, it could be half a second, but that's if the leader was by himself. He's getting help as well here coming out of the stadium sector, Aaron.
Yeah, I think Keelan Keelan is doing everything he can to give him a shot at getting to the win. He's running a smart race. He's doing everything he can, but sometimes it's just not going to work out. Cars don't fall your way, and it's really a lot of this race is going to be dependent on how much Wargo and Palacio want to battle. I believe are we coming to last lap this lap?
Yeah, we'll be coming to the white flag this time by. Out of the final corner, Wargo and Palacio. The gap back to Young and Harvick. I think they were a little quicker. They were the exact same, still at 1 second, so identical lap times. What does Derek Wargo do down the backstretch? Does he leave the door open? He won't. He covers off the bottom side. Palacio goes to the bumper. He's going to push him at least down the back straightaway, try to follow, and then move out into the corner. And they'll stay single file. Young and Harvick still trying to close. Look at the move by Palacio in 6. He gets by new leader Lucas Palacio to turn 9.
That has definitely brought Jackson Young and Keelan Harvick back into it. They're only about 3 karts back now by the looks of it. And you know that Wargo's going to go for a move on Palacio sooner rather than later now, I think. Palacio's going in low to defend going into the stadium hairpin. And there's Harvick making a move on Young right there. So put Harvick in 3rd place now.
Yeah, Jackson Young got caught out by that. You even got an exclamation out of you, Reagan. He got dropped into the tires. Meanwhile, Palacio backing up Wargo as much as he can, defending, covering off the inside. Does it. 1 corner to go. Lucas Palacio. Here comes Harvick. He's got an outside shot at it. He's going to leave the door open. Wargo does to cross him over. Harvick takes advantage, and Lucas Palacio wins the opening main event of the Texas Sprint Series.
Yeah, Harvick did just about everything he could there. Obviously, the timing didn't quite work out for him to get first, but he did a really good job standing 4th, being patient, making the move as late as he could to make up time on 2nd place. Made the move for 3rd as late as he could, and then he was able to get out and get past Wargo while he was opening up. And I'm assuming Wargo's trying to cross over Palacio at the end there, but that's the risk that you run if you try to open up wide like that. You got to drive it close enough. He can just send it up the inside and take that spot away from you before you can do anything.
And he was pretty far back, Reagan. I mean, that's the one cool part of the last corner. It's a heavy braking zone, and you open up for it from the inside, so it's so wide you can stuff a guy from pretty far back.
Oh yeah, and especially, I mean, Keelan really helped Palacio there. I mean, you can't just if he follows Palacio, Palacio's going to win, and if he goes wide, Keelan's just going to pass him. So.
Yeah, he was kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here. Well, Reagan, we're going to let you go, bud. Thanks for coming up and hanging out with us here in the booth for 206 Cadet.
Thank you.
All right, that was Reagan Seville. He's got 2 races coming up. Ka100 Jr, of course, at the very end. 206 Jr, about midway through the lineup here. So we'll see him on the racetrack here shortly. In the meantime, X30 Pro and X30 Jr coming your way. 1 main event in, 9 to come. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this commercial break. Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete and all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. So welcome back here to New Orleans as we are live from the Texas Sprint Racing Series winter warm-up. X30 Sr getting set to go onto the racetrack there. Close shot of Hannah Greenemeier. She rolls off on the outside of the front row as Paulie Massimino swept the heat races. So he gets to start off from the point. Jason Leung to the inside of row 2, making his return to the seat to warm back up for next weekend's SCUSA Pro Tour. And Dante Yu, who battled up front in heat 1 and kind of got a mixed bag start for heat number 2, rolls off 4th.
Frankie Mossman and Cameron Weinberg are in row 3. These are two rookies that have been really strong this weekend. We'll see if they can keep up and maybe fight for a win in this final. Ryan Vincent and Ryan Norberg in row 4. Ryan Norberg, obviously, with that engine issue in the second heat. He's got a little bit of work cut out for him, but you think he can get there?
Well, he's got double the length here to try. Nate Cicero and Marion Kremers will round out the top 10. Two drivers here who have been looking for a little more pace kind of all week long. They've been around 9th, 8th, and 10th throughout a lot of their heat races. Delton Haynes runs 11th, or will roll off 11th. Missed out on heat number 1, got out for heat 2, had a good start, then kind of faded backwards to the 8th position. Laurent Legault will start to the outside of row number 6.
Zachary Mabry and Brett Rivetta are going to be in row 7, and then we get the juniors. Caleb Gaffera and Helio Meza are going to start in the front row of the junior category.
Max Taylor and Ernesto Rivera will make up row 2 for the X30 Juniors. Then it'll be Cooper Shipman and Braden Domingue.
Cameron Reed and Brandon Carr in row 11. Gavin Witt will be the last of the juniors rolling out there. And Mr. RPG himself, Mike Rawlison, running at X30 Masters this weekend.
Yeah, so Raleigh lines up 24th here. He's been having fun playing with the juniors a little bit, just kind of making moves where he can. And as they make their way towards the final corner, we get set for the fastest class we've got this weekend here, the X30 Seniors and X30 Juniors, the 125cc 30 horsepower power plants. Make their way towards the final corner. And the seniors begin to form up on the front straightaway. They're trying to at least stay away from the marbles where they can, stay closer to the racing line as long as they can, as late as they can before they form up and go to the dirtier parts of the racetrack. Keep those tires clean for the first lap because they're probably cold and low on pressure. As we mentioned, just 16 minutes in total after the 8-minute heats. And here we go, we're green, down to turn 1. Good start for Massimino. He'll bring Leung with him to 2nd. Greenemeier looked like she was able to slot into 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe, yes. And Jason Leung already going for the lead, down to turn 4. He'll take it away as Massimino gets hung on the outside.
Yeah, two RPG carts working together really well there. It looks like, yeah, Paulie did get dropped down to 3rd with Greenemeier in 2nd now. Is that right?
And Ryan Vincent, what a killer start for the Nash Motorsports EOS car driver. Up into 4th, Dante Yu into 5th. 6th, Nate Cicero. 7th, Cameron Weinberg as they rocket towards the stadium hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, it looks like Paulie's got 2v2v1 right now. He's the only Ryan Perry kart in this group. This might be a bit of a fight for him as the RPG carts look like they're pulling a 2-3 kart gap off the first half a lap here.
Very good start here for Hannah Greenemeier and Jason Leung. Massimino kind of has the field backed up a little bit behind him. Does Ryan Vincent pull the trigger? He doesn't. He won't go down the inside. Stays behind and into the final corner. We'll put 1 lap in the books. Vincent was looking that time, but Massimino blocked it. He anticipated the run, went narrow into the last turn. Here he comes to 1, trying to block. Vincent gets the door shut. Massimino hangs on to 3rd. Here comes Dante Yu on his teammate. He can't wait too much longer. He'll have to go as well. And there he goes. Dante Yu down the inside for 4th. He'll take the spot away. And Greenemeier as well. Changing the lead. We got 2 in the barrier. Cameron Weinberg is out, and 1 more as well.
Is that Vincent?
No, I'm not sure. Vincent was going on. There might have been, yeah, Ryan Vincent. Ryan Vincent and Cameron Weinberg out in turns 4 and 5.
Oh, man. Well, quick end to them, unfortunately. Looks like Weinberg's going to get his kart back going, and that has brought most of the group back together. It looks like Hannah's got a bit of a gap there, and Paulie and, is that Cicero in 3rd now? No.
So Jason Leung still 3rd, right behind Massimino. But like you said, nice gap for Hannah Greenemeier. So she's got 4 car lengths to boot at the end of lap number 2. And already some carnage here in the X30 Pro class. Caleb Gaffera got away with the early lead, and X30 Jr. starting to pull away a little bit from that group as he tries to hang on to the coattails of the seniors. Quickest on the racetrack, though, the number 303, Ryan Norberg, who crossed the line at 8th that time by.
Making a move right now on, who's right ahead of him? Marion Kremers. Marion Kremers running up in the 7th spot. Just got passed by Ryan Norberg, so that drops him down to 8th. We got a nice 8-kart group there fighting for the lead now. They've caught up to Greenemeier down the back straight there.
Yeah, so Hannah Greenemeier leads Massimino, who's hunted her down Jason Leung, great exit. He got a rocket ship run coming out of turn number 9 that time. He'll wait on it, though. Stays behind Massimino through the stadium corner. And we'll wait to see how long Paulie Massimino wants to ride in second. He quickly reeled Greenemeyer's gap back down, but then she's a little bit quicker, it looks like, coming out of the stadium sector. Here comes Massimino to the bumper. That was a big run there. I think Greenemeyer must have made a mistake coming through the chicane.
Yeah, Paulie looks a lot stronger now. I was thinking that first lap or two, he might have gone really low on tire pressures. This kart looked like it was a bit unstable. As soon as those tires came in, though, he's looking incredibly fast now. He's all over Greenemeyer, and like we saw, gave her a good shove going into second to last turn there.
While we were focusing up front, Ryan Norberg picked another one off. He got Frankie Mossman that lap, so Norberg up to 6th. As they go down the backstretch, change in the lead. New leader, Paulie Massimino, back to the point with help from Jason Leung. Greenemeyer back to 3rd. Then it's Dante Yu, followed by Nate Cicero and Norberg here, who has latched onto the end of the train.
Oh, Paulie's starting to pull a gap, at least coming out of that chicane there. He looks really strong now. Leung starting to close that as they get out of there. And see if Ryan Norberg wants to wait with Cicero or not. Pull a trigger on Cicero. Cicero's going to pull a trigger on Dante Yu. One of the two of them has to make a move, as there goes Ryan Norberg into the 5th place spot now.
Yeah, Norberg up into the top 5, and just like we've talked about, through the chicane, I've always said that you can tell how technical the racetrack is when drivers are taking different lines through the section. And a great tell of that is the back left chicane as Dante Yu takes over 3rd. Paulie Massimino a little more aggressive and a little more narrow. He takes the shorter line through it, but he sacrifices the exit. Jason Leung seems to give up time going in to turn number 9, coming out of turn number 8, but he gets a good launch down into the stadium hairpin.
Man, Paulie's looking really strong now, though. I said he was pulling a gap. He's probably got 5 karts going down the straightaway. Dante Yu making that pass on Hannah Greenemeyer means that Jason Leung really didn't get a push or anything that lap, so he was just relying on the draft of Paulie, and that really didn't pull him in too much. Dante Yu now all over the back of Jason Leung. See if he makes another move right now. I think he knows Norberg's running through the field, and he wants to get up there and out of the way, throw another karts towards Ryan before Ryan makes it to him.
Yeah, here Hannah Greenemeyer took a look over her shoulder. Norberg being patient right there in the 5th spot. When does he go by? Not going to be into the right-hander. He could easily get her probably into the last corner, but it's all about when you want to make the pass, because we saw with the likes of Cameron Weinberg in one of the heat races, if you make it at an awkward and less opportune section where they could get you right back and you lose more spots than you end up gaining, you end up obviously worse off. Here's Yu to the inside for 2nd. Dante Yu gets by, and right there as well, Norberg trying to get by on Greenemeyer. Quick time for Marian Kremers here at the end of the train. He's caught Nate Cicero and Frankie Mossman for 6th and 7th. But Dante Yu to P2 as Paulie Massimino continues to lead in that 4-car grouping. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, with Massimino's lead 0.8 of a second right now out front over Dante Yu.
Yeah, he's really pulled out a big gap. They've been fighting a lot. Dante Yu's really worked his way through the field. I think he was probably 5th place about 2 laps ago. Marian Kremers finally finding some pace. He's been struggling a little bit, hovering around the 10th place spot. Now he's going down purple lap times. 6 minutes into the session, so we'll see if he can start carving his way through the field too, just like Ryan did.
So Norberg's kind of stalled a little bit. He's just taking his time this lap here behind Greenemeyer, and he's not really bearing down all over her. I mean, she was leading for a little bit and then got shuffled back. Jason Leung just ahead as well, about a kart length away, so all 3 taking their time into the final corner. There's another pass back behind them. That's Nate Cicero on Frankie Mossman. He takes over the 6th position in the final corner. Mossman back on him. So will Marian Kremers. And so Mossman back to 6th, Kremers to 7th, and Cicero drops to 8th in this little 3-car fight. Yeah,
Dante Yu's already pulling away from the 3 RPG cuts right there as we see Ryan Norberg making a move on Hannah Greenemeyer for the 4th spot. Dante and Paulie are about matching each other on lap time with a 102.6, only a 1/4 of a second separating them. So it looks like he might be sitting pretty okay for a while. Ryan, with passing Greenemeyer, might be able to catch up to Leung and maybe head a charge back to get back into the top 2 positions there.
Yeah, they've spaced out now, and this is the point of the race where we'll really get to see who's got some good stuff and who kind of set their karts up right to peak at the perfect time. We've only got 7 minutes completed out of the 16-minute plus 2-lap main event, so we're closing into the halfway marker, but a little ways from it. At this point, the battles have kind of shaken themselves out from the early laps, and it's really, do you have the pace to contend for the win as they fight again for 6th. Hey, a great battle here. Mossman and Kremers again, turn 1. This time, Kremers back on Mossman and Cicero getting into it. So that'll push Mossman back down to 8th. And Nate Cicero moves into the middle of him. Marian Kremer's up the road. Dalton Haynes trying to close up to the boat. Trio of them. He can't get by Mossman that time, but at least he's right there. Meanwhile, Norberg has gone by Jason Leung, and he takes over the third position.
Yeah, Norberg's looking good. He's already starting to pull away a little bit, too. Marian is looking more comfortable in this car than we've seen him all weekend. He looks really strong. It looks like they're finally getting the setup dialed in for what they're going to want to at least start out on for the Pro Tour next week.
Yeah, his best lap time, only a 1/10 of a second off the best of the leaders, so a lot closer than where he's been all weekend. He's just kind of been stuck in this battle back with Cicero and Mossman. He's at least finally gotten clear of the both of them with a little bit of clear racetrack. Unfortunately, there's still a little gap up to the top 5 that he's going to have to try and really close the gap on earlier rather than later, because I don't see them battling until very late, if that. They're all pretty spread out. Greenemeyer on Leung, have a second up to half second to second up to Norberg, about a similar gap to Dante Yu, and a similar gap to Massimino. Norberg's best lap that time came at 3/10 better than the race leader and a 1/10 better than Dante Yu at least, so he's finally starting to get going.
Yeah, Paulie looks like he might be slowing down just a little bit. See if he can pick up that pace again. Dante Yu looks like he'll probably close in on the next couple laps, and Norberg's going to be right there with him if they start battling. We're mostly focusing on this battle, four-way battle for the 6th place position. Looks like Cicero's caught back up to Kremer's now, and he's brought Mossman and Dalton Haynes with him as well. So that's going to be a hard-fought battle for just outside the top 5. And if they all behave themselves, they might be able to catch up to Leung and make it to the top 5.
Yeah, so Marian Kremers, Nate Cicero, Frankie Mossman, Dalton Haynes here in the second group as they work their way out of the second-to-last hairpin, this time by 6.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps. They've at least kind of subsided their battling, I think, because they've realized they're catching Jason Leung. So at least they were. Last time by, they lost a 1/10. The lap before, they had gained a bit. Massimino also must have made a little mistake in the previous lap because he went back down to the same level pace that his best pace was at. He's been even to Norberg and to Dante Yu here. Even gaps at about 6 to 7 tenths. As there's more shuffling. Cicero on by on Kremers, and Kremers gets the boot from Frankie Mossman, who knocks him out of the way. Haynes going to get by as well, and Kremers gets put down to 9th.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect that with Haynes and Kremers going too wide through that chicane, but they made it work. Two drivers that are pretty confident in each other's ability to control the cart and not run into each other, so that was pretty impressive to see. Looks like Cicero feels more confident now. He wants to get going. He's pulled a bit away from Mossman, and yeah, he's got a little bit of a gap. Can't tell if he's really making up time on Leung this lap or not. Well, I guess we'll see when they cross the start-finish line again. Looks like the front 3 are also starting to close in just a little bit at a time. But everything's really spaced out now. They've got about a half-second gap to most of the drivers.
Yeah, the other thing to keep in mind here with Ryan Norberg having his mechanical failure early in heat number 2, he's got a few less laps on the tires than Dante Yu and Paulie Massimino. So that puts him in a good advantageous position when it comes to this main event here today in the closing stages where everyone finally gets to the last bit of life on their Avinco Reds. Ryan Norberg will have maybe a little bit more. Same heat cycle, but again, only a couple laps on him. It's a long racetrack, so a lap here is quite a bit. As this midfield group comes through, Cicero, Mossman, Haynes, Kremers, they seem to have sorted their differences for the moment. While up front, we're down to just a couple tenths of a second here for the top 3. Massimino, Dante Yu, Ryan Norberg, and Norberg already is within about a kart length away from Dante.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to want to wait and then see if they can both catch Paul, or if he just wants to get Dante Yu right now and just run down Paulie on his own, but he's certainly looking like he's picking up time. Like we said, he just went purple, 102.4 versus 102.6 for Dante Yu and a 102.8 for Paulie, so Brian is looking stronger than either of the 2 karts ahead of him for the moment.
Yeah, Dante Yu has been focused hard on trying to catch Paulie Massimino. I don't know if he's managed or taken any looks back behind to see what the gap looks like back to Norberg, but it's definitely shrinking. Big toe that time for Norberg down the back straightaway. He'll close up to Yu, and it's down to just 3 car lengths from Paulie Massimino. Norberg not going to be able to get by yet. He's coming up on some good passing opportunities here. Great run out of turn number 9. I think we might see something here in the stadium hairpin. Maybe looking, not going to go here. Norberg will take his time, find a better passing zone, maybe one that'll cost him a little less time to Massimino, because they are going to run relatively low on laps. Probably only 5 or 6 more here with 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it does look like they're definitely catching in on Paulie, though. Last lap, Ryan picked up a 10th on Paulie, but Dante lost a 10th, so they're running about equal overall. Looks like the gap keeps shrinking, though. I don't know if those tires are really going to help, or really helping Norberg. It looks like they are.
Either that or, of course, everybody's been trying different setup adjustments here throughout the weekend to find speed. And that's what what's cool to see about it here is you got 3 different teams represented inside the top 3. Ryan Perry Motorsport out front, Nash Motorsports in second, Rollison Performance Group in third. Norberg helping Dante Yu for a little bit, pushing him through turn number 4 and 5, trying to see if maybe they work together and they can close to Massimino, who takes a much wider entry into turn number 6, and then just a very different line than I think some of these guys are able to take. You can see Massimino pull coming out of 9 there on Yu. And Norberg being patient, not going by yet. I just don't know how long he may want to be. There it is. Yeah, Norberg back by or on by for second. Another spot gained. 6 spots gained in total for Ryan Norberg. Now he's got 1 left here with 2.5 minutes and 2 laps to go.
Yeah, he just undid a lot of work that they had, though, making up that time. We'll see if Ryan feels confident enough in his car. He must feel confident enough in his car that he can make up that time that he just lost making that pass. They were almost only 2 lengths away, and now they've got about 4 or 5 separating them.
Meanwhile, behind it, it's spread out majorly. Hannah Greenemeyer by herself in 4th. Jason Leung by himself in 5th. Nate Cicero, Frankie Mossman together. They've pulled away from Marian Kremers by about 1.5 seconds. Then a 0.5 second back to Dalton Haynes in the 9th spot. Laurent Legault back in 10th. Caleb Gaffara's lead in X30 Jr. Still pretty massive at the moment over Elio Meza, about 4 seconds. Meza and Taylor running together nose to tail in 2nd and 3rd as we watch 2nd and 3rd in the senior pro class. Norberg and Dante Yu at the line last time by, the gap just under 6/10. What will it look like this time? Because it'll be 4 laps to go, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 3. They're going to come right on the button to try and get in that last extra lap here with 16 minutes plus 2.
Yeah, it certainly looks like Ryan has picked up a little bit of time on Paulie. He's probably cut about a kart length out of it, but Paulie is hitting something now. He's got something figured out where he's getting a bit more time out of it. He might just have enough of a gap to maintain for these last 3 laps. We'll have to see. They matched their lap times on the last lap. 102.83 for Paulie and a 102.81 for Ryan. Not really making up a ton of time on him, but Dante Yu's pushing him down the back straight, hoping to give him a little bit of a boost there.
Yeah, Dante trying to help him a little bit, close back up to Massimino, who has a great exit out of turns 1 and 2. Just a few special, really crucial parts of the racetrack Massimino looks really good in, and it's, of course, leading into some of the easier passing zones. The likes of the stadium hairpin with his great run out of the chicane here, and, of course, the really good run down the long back straightaway kind of makes it tougher for them to fall into the slipstream. And you'll see less, of course, of a slipstream effect in the faster classes than you will down in the Ka206 and micro and mini divisions.
Yeah, it's not going to be quite as pronounced, but at a track like this, I think it's still going to have a bit of an effect. You certainly see it when they're making passes going into turn 4. And this time it looks like Ryan's made up a good bit of time on him. I think he's cut it down to about 3 kart lengths this time around. And he's starting to drop Dante Yu as well. So I think Ryan's found a little extra something last lap that giving him a fighting chance at this first place position with probably 3 to go right now, I'm assuming.
Yeah, 3 laps remaining here. They'll get the 2 to go next time. Massimino with a quick look over the shoulder. He knows Norberg is coming. Big run down the backstretch for the 303. Dante Yu will close in as well. Massimino slowed down a lot last time by. Did Norberg catch him by surprise, or will he just wait and get a more opportune time to get by him? 3 driver break here in X30 Sr. Coming to the 2 to go signal here this time by Massimino, Norberg, and Dante Yu. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's interesting to see where they all seem better than them. Paulie still seems really strong coming through the chicane section, but Ryan all the way on his bumper as they get out of the stadium corners. So Ryan really strong over there. That's probably where I think he's going to pull a move, because Paulie gets a better run coming out of the chicane going into the second to last turn. He pulls about a cart or 2 carts on the exits there.
Out of the final corner here, Massimino opens that gap back up. 2 to go, looks back, sees that Norberg's still there, but a couple kart lengths away. He doesn't have to block just yet. May have to block on the backstretch if you can help give him a little bit of a shove. So watch the gap. 4 car lengths, down to 3, down to 2. Not enough to get there, maybe down to a kart and a half as Norberg sends it deep into turn number 4.
Yeah, he's getting there. And really, you see him tighten up a whole lot as they go through that right-hander right before this left chicane. But Ryan's right there to see if he can roll a little bit better of an exit this time. Going down into there, it looks like they were about equal on pace.
Yeah, Norberg trying to get close. He knows now the clock is ticking. White flag will fly this time by. One more time around here in New Orleans. Massimino's got Norberg on his tail through the chicane. He'll probably have to defend now. Takes a look back. He knows he's coming. Norberg wanted it. Couldn't do it that time. That'll bring Dante Yu to the mix here. Into the final corner. Massimino to the bottom side. Norberg has to follow him. Yu trying to cross over Norberg. He'll have a little momentum on his side. Not enough. White flag to 1, and Massimino blocks the inside lane.
Yeah, I was wondering what Dante Yu is going to be able to do here, because when you got two guys fighting like that, he might be able to just slip by both of them real quickly if they defend too hard going into the, let's say, turn 4 right here. Norberg going to the outside.
Whoa, trying to go wide. He hits the marbles. Dante Yu gets by. Norberg, I think Dante was going to give him the shot, but Norberg overshot the corner there when he got on the dirty part of the racetrack. So Dante Yu gets to second as Massimino continues to defend.
Dante got a good run coming out of that chicane. He might throw something in on the stadium hairpin if he can. Paulie, I'm assuming, going to come in deep. Yeah, Dante can't do anything there. We've seen a couple passes right here. No, Paulie keeps it just a little bit further to the right, keeps Dante out of it. Ryan about a cart length back right now. We're going to see how they do coming into these last two turns.
Final time on in. Paulie Massimino to the bottom side. Dante Yu goes high. Norberg, late move to the inside of Yu. Kind of trips him up a little bit. Massimino, final corner. Yu can't get there. Puts the bumper to him. It will not be enough. Paulie Massimino wins round 1 of the TSRS.
Great job by Paulie Massimino. He swept up all the entire weekend, didn't he? Did he get qualifying?
Yeah. He didn't. Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, he qualified on the pole, I believe.
Clean sweep for Paulie Massimino in this series. Great job by him. Great job by all 3 drivers. That was a great race between the 3 of them.
Caleb Gaffera across the line here in X30 Jr. wins that division. Battle for second goes to the favor of Elio Meza over Max Taylor. But Massimino wins out an X30 Sr. Dante Yu got actually a lot closer at the line than where he thought he would. He was down to just 300ths at the checker. Norberg ends third with the fastest lap time. Hannah Greenemeyer 4th, Jason Leung 5th, Nate Cicero 6th, Frankie Mossman 7th, Dalton Haynes 8th, Marion Kremers 9th, and Laurent Legault rounds the top 10 for the X30 Seniors. For Junior, it goes Gaffera, Meza, Taylor, Shipman, Ernesto Rivera rounding your top 5. But arguably, I mean, just as cool as it is to win out on the last lap battle, I think Norberg's probably got the most excitement going into next week here with a lap time 2/10 better than everybody else as the fastest lap on a long race session. I mean, that's more so what they're looking for here this week is raw pace and a good setup for the long run rather than the overall checkered flag when it comes to that X30 Senior class and the X30 Junior division as well.
Yeah, knowing that you have 2/10 on the field at the last session going into next week, you're going to have a bit of confidence going there. You know that you've got something figured out. I'd be maybe not relaxed, but I'd be feeling pretty good about my chances going in. Not that Ryan shouldn't, because Ryan has been fast just about everywhere we've gone for the last 5 years.
Well, we'll see if we can get the 3 of them up for an interview. We talked to a lot of them already this week, Massimino and Dante Yu. We haven't talked to Norberg up at the booth yet, but maybe to catch up with them here at the end of the weekend, see how they're feeling going into next week. So we'll invite them up when we get a moment. For Ka100 Master, though, they're onto the racetrack already. Miguel Meyer had swept the heat races here from the outside starting position. So now he gets to start on the inside lane over Morgan LeBaron in second. Dex Nakeen, who has been super quick in all their sessions, rolls off third to the inside of Vincent Clement.
James Lundberg in 5th and Robbie Mott in 6th. DJ Ortiz and Shane Burkett are on the 4th row.
And a big note here for Robbie Mott. He had to start last in both of his heat races, drove through the field, rolls off on row 3 versus row number 9. That's a big improvement. Could be a driver to watch here to go forward in this main event. Moving to the edge of the top 10, Neil Faulkner and Matt Barent start 9th and 10th. And Doug Foxworth and Casey Brown will make up row number 6.
We've got John Town and Kyle Walther in row 7, and Anthony Harwin and Ryan Lynch on row 8.
Tam Nguyen and Darren Dean will close out the field in row number 9. And the 18 driver, Kart Racing Solutions Ka100 Master Class, group number 3 of 10 on the order, makes its way out of the final turn here this time. 16 minutes on the clock. Miguel Meyer, Morgan LeBaron. LeBaron outside of the tram line. And they're going to wave that start off.
Yeah, it looks like we have one straggler coming around the back of the track anyways. As we were firing up, I don't know if we got that on camera or on the screen, but somebody was having trouble firing their motor up. So I don't know if he did that on purpose to get the start waved off or what happened there, but we are going to go give him one more time, go around there. But the timer has started. We have already started the session, so they will be losing this one pace lap to the overall lap count of the race.
Yeah, so that will, again, hurt these guys because they're obviously going a whole lot slower. They treat it like a full course caution by starting the timer. It makes it easier on the event promoter, of course, to manage the timetable and for everyone on the Texas Sprint Racing Series team to stay on schedule. Obviously, everyone's got travel booked around it. We've got travel booked around it as well, and it's convenient that they're able to stay right on time with the way that the format works. Unfortunately, it does obviously penalize the class if someone else is acting out of line and forces you to go around for another pace lap. But it's still a relatively long session for these guys. They're only going to lose maybe a lap or probably two, depending on which way the timer comes down to. But Miguel Meyer, Morgan LeBaron will get another shot to get this one started as they come towards the second to last corner.
Yeah, it's still going to be a really long race, even if you're losing. Looks like they'll be losing about 2 minutes. So it's still a 14-lap race, or a 14-minute race, which is plenty of time. The only thing I might think of is if you got your tire pressure set pretty low, your car might come in a little bit later than you want it to, losing these 2 laps at the end here.
Yeah, so we'll see as the race essentially is shortened here by a minute and a half. Meyer and LeBaron onto the front stretch this time. Does LeBaron go out to the tram lines? He's focused on Meyer. There he goes out to the tram lines now. That'll form them up. Here we go. You can hear the engines revving up, and we are underway down to turn number 1. LeBaron around the outside, just as Meyer did in the heat races. Gets through to the lead, and Meyer drops to second. Morgan LeBaron with 3 kart lengths up down the back straightaway for the first time.
Yeah, you got a great run coming out of the corner, having that outside lane. He's able to roll more speed, make Meyer back out of it on the inside, which is already going to compromise his line. So he's got, 2-3 kart length gap going in there. We'll see if Meyer, over the course of this race, I'm sure he'll be able to reel it in, but with the entire field stacked up behind him, they might be trying to fight more than letting him just get away.
Well, here they come out of the chicane. Miguel Meyer over, I believe, Vincent Clement in the 203. Dex Nakeen behind aboard the red speed. Indeed. So here they go through the switchbacks out of the stadium sector. This time by will put 1 full lap in the books at full speed. 2 laps in total completed and 2.5 minutes chopped off the block for the Kart Racing Solutions Ka100 Master class. 1 long train here early, and it's all following the 215 of Morgan LeBaron, who stole the lead off the start but goes wide in the final turn. Miguel Meyer closes in now, and that'll pack him up into 1.
Yeah, he really, I don't know if it was a mistake, if he just got a little bit wider or what, but he really came out wide on the exit, gave Meyer a great run going in. He's getting a big run just going down this back straight here. He's already pulling out. He's going to make that move. He'll probably be clear by the time they get to the braking zone.
No, he'll look good. We got 1 driver off over here. I'm not sure if that's the 299. Might be the 295 of Casey
95,
Brown.
or 99, sorry.
Oh, the 299 of Neil Faulkner. Neil Faulkner got beached on the curb over there in turn number 3. No, not Neil, Matt Barrett. Matt Barrett there, yes, sorry. Matt Barrett and the Burrell Art got beached over in turn number 3. With 12.5 minutes counting down, that'll be 1 driver who's got a long way to go. As you can see, your field is already headed through the stadium sector and out of it, so probably about half the track back. Unfortunately for Matt Barrett, he was running just inside the top 10 as of last time by the start-finish line. Here they come into the second to last hairpin, and it is still Meyer over Robbie Mott up to second. What a fiery start here for Robbie Mott as they've shuffled Morgan LeBaron back to 3rd.
Yeah, he's really showing those heat races. He knows how to drive and get through a field. He's managed to get a couple, at least top 10 finishes, I think, in the heats. He's had the pace to be there, and now with a mid-pack start, he's already in second place working with Miguel Meyer. They got about a 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 kart gap over Morgan LeBaron going into, or from Robbie Mott going to turn 4.
Right, and when you talk about pace to be there, James Lundberg has that as well. He's down at 6th. That was our original top qualifier. Got taken out at the start of heat number 2 earlier this morning. He's still close, just behind Vincent Clement and ahead of Mr. Kart Racing Solutions himself, DJ Ortiz, who runs in the 7th position. But Robbie Mott onto the tail of Miguel Meyer, the 2 fastest drivers consistently through the race sessions here this week. 1st and 2nd at the moment with a short gap to Morgan LeBaron there in 3rd and Dex Nakeen in the 4th spot.
Yeah, LeBaron and Nakeen actually pulled up at the end of the straightaway going into turn 4, and then as they came out of the chicane going into the stadium section, it looked like Meyer and Mott just got a killer run going out of there, and they've pulled that gap out to about 5 kart lengths now. So we'll see if that keeps happening, where they just close up and then pull away again.
Well, here they come out of the final corner, 5 minutes down, 11 minutes to go, 16 minutes plus 2 laps for Ka100 Master, and Miguel Meyer takes them into 1 here with, again, still everyone seems closer in the main event than where they've been for a lot of this weekend. Aaron, honestly, I mean, we saw Meyer at one point put a big gap on the field in heat number 1, and as the weekend's gone on, they've got closer and closer, and now we've got a pretty long pack of drivers, if you want to count it, all the way back to 8th or 9th, and really just kind of slowly trickles on down. It's not like there's a big gap from anyone in the field outside the top 10.
Yeah, it really looks like, well, Robbie Mott getting up there and not starting in last certainly helps out a lot because he's had a lot of pace. But yeah, about the 4th place to 7th place cards in the heat races yesterday and today, they really started to drop off pretty quickly, and all of a sudden they're right there. It looks like they got something figured out. I don't know if it was working on the kart, driving, anything that they did. They've really got something figured out where they're able to keep up and keep themselves with the shot at the win if anything happens.
Well, they'll definitely have a shot at it here today from the looks of things. We're still not yet halfway, but we're a little ways into it. Meyer's going to come and put 5 laps down this time by over Mott, and then LeBaron, and then Dex Nakeen. James Lundberg has worked his way up into the 5th spot, so he's a little bit closer now as Vincent Clement drops down to 6th. Lundberg going purple, actually. Quickest by 7/10 over the leader and about 6/10 over everybody else. So very quick lap time there by James Lundberg as we see Dex Nakeen pushing Morgan LeBaron up to Robbie Mott, who fell back a little ways from Miguel Meyer here in the last half a lap. The gap maybe 3 car lengths or so, if you want to call it, through the chicane.
Yeah, just about 3. I don't know if Mott made a mistake or what, but they caught up pretty quickly. They got to be careful, though, because James Lundberg is coming, and he's coming fast, man. It's 6/10, 7/10 over everybody else. He's going to start covering his way through the field here sooner rather than later, I have to imagine.
Yeah, he's not far at all from the back of that group. You have to imagine he'd get to Dex Nakeen and be able to find a way past pretty soon. 6 laps to be completed when they get back to the stripe this time. Miguel Meyer, we talked about it earlier this morning. Great comeback story. He had a gnarly wreck back at Pompano Beach to kick off the Florida Winter Tour. Got flipped over, broke a few bones, got a few bruises, spent the night in the hospital, had to sit out, get out of the seat for a moment. Now he's back in top form just less than 2 months later, and all the more impressive to not just be out on the racetrack, but to be leading here in a relatively competitive group for Ka100 Master in the Texas Sprint Series.
Yeah, and he's still got a bit of a gap there. They haven't really managed to pull it off. They obviously close up when they go through the chicane and everything like that, but once they get back to that back straightaway, you still see about a 4 or 5 car gap. They've only really been able to match their pace. The only exception to that, James Lundberg, who still went slower by 2/10, but got 2/10 over everybody else in that front 4. It looks like he's going for a move. Yeah, he's going for a move as they get into the stadium section there.
That was an awkward way that pass went down, but Dex Nakeen ultimately ends up losing out to Lundberg for the 4th position, so move James up another spot. Gets him closer to fellow Burrell, Morgan LeBaron in 3rd. Robbie Mott still 2nd. All spaced out a little more this time, 3 or 4 car lengths apiece. Vincent Clement kind of just lagging back there in the 6th position. DJ Ortiz right with him. They lost about a half second to the leader last time by in the lead group altogether.
Yeah, it's going to start tightening up, I imagine, as Lundberg gets in there, because every time he makes a pass, it's going to space him out a little bit, and he'll have to work his way up to make up the time that he loses making that pass. Like you said, it was a really awkward pass over there. I think cost him a little bit more than he would have wanted to, but he's already caught up to Lundberg. He's already caught up to LeBaron. He's right on his rear bumper. See if he makes a move or pushes him there. No, he's pulling out. He's going for the move in 4.
Yeah, James Lundberg knows time is of the essence, but unfortunately Morgan LeBaron got a nice toe off the back of Robbie Mott. So Morgan LeBaron holds on to 3rd for now. Lundberg still challenging, and you can see Miguel Meyer eking out a bit of a gap on the field as Mott tries to hang on to him and close back in. It was 5.5 tenths last time by. Might be closer to 6 or 7 this time by the stripe. Through the stadium sector, out of the hairpins, and over to the right-left chicane. 5-driver breakaway, and the leader possibly breaking away a little bit on his own as well here in Kart Racing Solutions Ka Master. We're coming to see 6 minutes to go roughly this time by the stripe, so we're past the halfway mark and getting towards the second half.
Yeah, it looks like you said, about 6 minutes to go, but James Lundberg is going to have has a lot of pace. So if he makes those passes now, if he gets them done quick, he might still have the speed to catch up before the end of the race. With 2 to go, he could be there if he can keep up the pace that he's got right now. The only concern is if he's running so hard, setting these fast lap times, is he going to wear out his tires by the time that he gets up to Meyer? We've seen a couple times drivers push really hard, get some fast laps in, make up, a couple tenths a lap on people, and then by the time they get there, they don't have any tire life left to actually fight with them.
Well, you can hear the wind here through our microphones as we are just getting pounded at the racetrack right now. It's a headwind for the drivers coming down the front stretch, but a tailwind down the back straightaway, which is good news for the likes of Miguel Meyer and company, at least to Miguel Meyer fans back home, because with him by himself punching his own hole. Had the wind gone the other way and the wind be going into your face on that long straightaway, it makes the draft that much more crucial and that much harder for someone to pull away by themselves. When the wind's behind you, kind of works a little bit in the opposite effect, makes it a little bit less draft dependent. So for Miguel Meyer, he's been able to kind of build that gap, and whether or not the wind's helping slightly or not remains to be seen. Although that all being said, Robbie Mott's kind of found another gear. He is closing this time by, should be his personal best or close to it. He picks off a half-tenth off Meyer.
I was going to say, it looks like Robbie Mott's got a second breath right here. He's starting to close in that gap on Meyer by about a tenth of a second a lap. And, you know, he only needs 1 or 2 tenths. Like you said, the tailwind isn't really going to help him going down the straightaway, but it should still make the draft should still give Robbie Mott somewhat of an advantage there, as we saw James Lundberg try to go for a pass again and just didn't quite work out.
Well, as they come through the chicane here, Lundberg kind of stalling out in that 4th spot because he can't seem to find a way around Morgan LeBaron. Last time by, Lundberg, following in his tire tracks, lost a 1/10 and a half to the race leader, Miguel Meyer, and lost about 3 tenths to Robbie Mott, or 2.5 tenths to Robbie Mott. So he's got to find something. He's got to find a way around LeBaron and hope that the pace can be there to challenge for the win. Otherwise, it'll just be these two guys, the OTK machines. Miguel Meyer and the Cruise Racing Development OTK, and the privateer Robbie Mott running right behind him in second as LeBaron hangs it out coming to the second to last corner. Lundberg looks again, this time finally complete. James Lundberg into 3rd.
Yeah, it probably took him a couple more laps than he wanted to, but with looks like 4 minutes to go, he's still got some time there, especially if these two start battling. Now that he's in clean air and freed up a bit, if Robbie Mott can close in by another 1 or 2 carts and make a pass on Meyer, that'll bring James Lundberg right back into the mix.
The ultimate question here is how long can Robbie Mott wait, or will he wait? He's a cart length back. I think if he gets a good run this lap, he could start to get close enough to throw a dive bomb when he wants to on Miguel Meyer. We're watching the timer tick down on the screen. 3.5 minutes to go, plus 2 laps in this one. So just 5 laps to go, roughly, maybe 6, as they go through the stadium sector towards the right-left chicane again. This time they'll get under 3 minutes to go when they get back to the start-finish line. Group 3 of 10. We've got a lot of racing still coming your way here. Group number 4, the Micros, currently on the grid. Some of the younger drivers on the TSRS class structure, ages 7 to 10 years old. They'll be headed out onto the racetrack. Then we get the Group 5 40-plus driver, Ka100 Sr class to go green. All that coming your way here shortly again as Meyer leads them by a cart length through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, Lundberg looked like he lost a bit of time there. He's 1.5 seconds back from Meyer. He was 4 tenths slower than Meyer that last lap, so Meyer figuring out something out, getting a little second breath himself.
Yeah, so Meyer hitting his stride this late is bad news for Robbie Mott and the rest of the field. And he maybe was lagging a little bit early, and now he's starting to feel where the kart's at its best, tires at its best, and he at his best. And if that's the case, again, that's bad news for them. But it doesn't look like it's phased Mott in the slightest. This lap, he looks closer than where he's been in the previous few times through the stadium hairpins and through the right-left chicane. I mean, he's close enough. He could get him here in the last couple corners if he wanted to. 2 minutes to go. Does he go? Coming into the corner, not this time.
Yeah, he looks like he closed into about half a cart length now. They're obviously going to space out a little bit as they speed up, but he looks a lot stronger than he has for the rest of the race. Probably the closest he's been to getting Miguel Meyer. Best shot he's got right now as of yet to make a pass. It just kind of depends on where they are, though. There's some places it looks like Meyer's a lot better coming down the front straight and going down into turn 4. So that limits 2 of the easiest passing opportunities on this track.
Yeah, 2 car lengths apart down the backstretch. It seems like Robbie Mott's not gaining a ton in the draft from Miguel Meyer. He's getting a lot more when he's able to hit the infield sections perfectly. Through the chicane in the back corner. Big gap back to Lundberg, who's pulled away from Morgan LeBaron and Dex Nakeen. They're going to battle for 4th at the best, it looks like, because it's a 2.5 seconds up the road to find Lundberg, and Lundberg is still 2 seconds back from the top 2. LeBaron and Nakeen. Then DJ Ortiz, he just set his personal best last time by in 6th. Vincent Clement 7th. Doug Foxworth 8th. Shane Burkett 9th. Neil Faulkner currently runs in 10th.
Yeah, it looks like Meyer, looks like he's about matching the pace of Robbie Mott now. They're running about equal. real unfortunate for Lundberg. Like you said, he just had that one issue, started a little bit further back in this race. He's got the pace to be up there, but he really just can't get out of this no man's land zone. And with Mott and Meyer working like they are, just kind of staying in line right now, they know that they want to make it a two-car battle, so it looks like Lundberg's kind of stuck until the last couple laps, depending on how badly they fight and defend for this win.
Here they go with the gap doubled now down the back straightaway with 3 laps to go. Miguel Meyer, Robbie Mott, a 2.5 second lead. They both are hitting lap times within 1/10 to 2/10 of their best that they hit earlier on in the session. So they're going as hard as they can, as hard as their equipment will let them. Dex Nakeen ahead of Morgan LeBaron, who was able to get by, headed to turn number 4. So move Dex Nakeen 1 spot higher inside the top 5 with a 2-second gap back to DJ Ortiz, probably around 1.5 now back to DJ with the pass being made, but they've still got a healthy margin if they pass again to not have to worry about losing out on anything worse than 5th.
Yeah, looking at the lap times right now, Meyer and Mott have just been trading. One driver going 1/10 faster than the other just about every lap. James Lundberg looks like he ran out of breath a little bit. He's 107.7s for the last couple laps and a 107.9. We'll see if he can really just hold on to what he's got right now. Doesn't look like he's going to lose any time as they get double sticks for 2 laps left in this race. Yeah, 108.0 for Lundberg that time. He doesn't really have a lot of pace left at the end of this race. As good of a run as he had in the start, it looks like he just kind of, maybe tires dropped off him and he can't do much anymore.
Well, with just a lap and a half to go, can Miguel Meyer hold on? Robbie Mott still behind him, looking for a way past. Not going to get it into the chicanes. Up and over the curbing here. He'll have a few opportunities this lap if he wants to try it, but he just can't get out of turn 9 as well as Meyer does. That gap you could see in the corner opens up a kart length when he gets through there. And then the stadium hairpins. He'll close back in under braking, gets relatively close into the right-hander. Kart length away on the exit. Over the curbs, through the right-left chicane, and towards the final few corners. Still about a kart length and a half. I don't think you could pass from that far back anywhere besides maybe the last corner like we saw in 206 Cadet with Keelan Harvick, but even then, at this point, that's risky. He needs a good final lap. Mott sends it deep. Tries to lean on the draft a little bit as he gets closer to Meyer. 1 to go.
Yeah, they've had some good equal fighting here. They're both pretty equally matched, so it's going to be hard for either one of them to really do anything. Meyer has the benefit of being in front right now, and Mott, once again, he's not pulling a huge draft going down the back straight. That tailwind is really helping out Miguel Meyer with negating the draft effects here.
Through turns 4 and 5, Meyer again back to Mott. That's all we've got on your screen because that's all the battling we really do have at the moment inside the top 10. The next closest, Vincent Clement and Doug Foxworth, back in 7th and 8th are around each other. Everybody else is on their own, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. As well as 9th and 10th, all kind of by themselves. Mott defending through a little. Here's, oh man. Robbie Mott trying to get on the inside of Meyer that time. He
Didn't lose a ton of time on it at least, so he can still has a shot at one more move in these last 2 turns.
Yeah, you're right. He still is there. They lost an equal amount. Meyer opens up. It'll come down to the final corner on the racetrack. Robbie Mott to the outside. Meyer to the inside. Meyer gets a little shove, a little love tap. Mott moves him up the racetrack. They're going to drag race down to the line. And at the line, Meyer by 14 thousandths of a second. Robbie Mott took a page out of the NASCAR playbook and a little bump and run, Bristol style in the final turn. And he just couldn't keep the momentum up to beat him across the line. Meyer hangs on. Mott second. Lundberg, Nakeen, and LeBaron in 5th.
One thing I do like to see, though, these guys, we didn't get it on the broadcast. They pulled up and they gave each other a little fist bump. They liked seeing that out there, all saying, hey, good job out there. It was fun. Good to see from these guys. Hard racing, but still respectful of each other.
Yeah, hard, respectful racing between Robbie Mott and Miguel Meyer. A good final lap battle in Kart Racing Solutions Ka100 Master. That wraps them up for the day here. 3 classes knocked out already, but don't worry, we've got a lot of racing coming your way. The micros are up next, 7 to 10 years old, group number 4 of 10 here this afternoon for the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We'll be here right after the break.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Avondale Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Avondale Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to OdenThalRacing.com.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at GroupAapparel.com. Avondale Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Avondale Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. To see our products online, go to OdenThalRacing.com.
Welcome back to New Orleans, Louisiana. My name's Xander Clemens alongside Aaron Hackmeister, and you are watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Texas Sprint Racing Series main events for the opening round of its 5-round championship here from NOLA Motorsports Park. We just completed a good battle to the end, a bump and run wild photo finish in Ka100 Master, Aaron, and now we've got the Micro Swift class presented by Houston Freightliner and Western Star. Let's take them to the starting lineup.
Yeah, on the first row, we got Royce Vega on pole and Aston White outside pole. Paxton Dyson and Sawyer Chambers rounding out row 2.
Row 3 will find the number 66 Parallel of Alexander Procuna. To his outside, the number 48 Tony Kart of Matthew Cagle. Row 4 will be Antonio Pizzonia Jr. and Alex Chandler.
Nicholas Orzabo and Tanner Barsh round out the top 10, and Colton Scheinenberg and Asher Ludwig in row 6.
Row 7 Liam Nachawati and Patricio Medina, and row 8 Bristol Bornman and Pasha Ali.
Row 9, Byron Bornman and Kate Kaspar. Row 10, Oscar Gus Wunderl and Drew Waltz.
And your final row here, Amelia Gus Wunderl and Emerson Lane. They're all set, ready, on the power very early. It will get the green, and we're racing down to turn number 1. And oh man, Aston Wyatt got turned sideways in the front of the field, and it kind of stepped. Oh my goodness! We have a pile up in turn number 1, about 6 carts deep.
We got 2 of them stacked on top of the same cart right there. Oh wow.
That is a massive crash here in turn number 1. And yeah, full course yellow, so double yellows coming out to allow the officials to
Oh, red flag, red flag.
Red's out.
We're going to see. It looks like they're all okay, yeah. One of them's a bit frustrated. That's a 28 of
Ashford Ludwig here,
Ashford
he started
Ludwig.
10th, and I think he's more so frustrated because his nose cone has been completely knocked off the fairing.
Yeah.
And probably a broken tie rod, so he's going to get backed up out of the racetrack. And the red flag will fly for the first time this weekend. From what we can tell, there's more so just making sure that they were going to be safe by the time they got by. Oh,
Yeah,
we got
a couple
more.
stopped back there.
A few stopped on the back straightaway.
They might just be stopped because they see the red flag.
Yeah,
they don't want to keep going. They might not have a problem.
Yeah, I think we're stopped here for the red flag, kind of stopped all around. That's par for the course. These kids are told to stop as soon as they see the red flag, so they've stopped the cars. And
is this kid hurt on the ground?
I'm not sure. We'll check everything out, but I think there's more so disappointment over anything. From what we could tell, all the kids involved in that corner were driving away, and we're at least okay. But they're going to go check out everybody here. The TSRS official is going to take a look at everything, and of course, the clock started, but now we're under red, so we'll see how that works with the timed races and what the ultimate decisions end up being. But the Microswift class kind of paused here before we could really get going. A big turn one pile up here to start this one.
That driver does look okay, though. They are standing up. I think they just sat down to maybe catch a breather real quick after what happened over there.
Yeah, and again, Justin Dietrich here, the assistant race director for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, quickly checking on the driver over there on the backstretch, so that'll be all good. Just standing over by them, and they're going to await further instruction from the head race director, John Over, of what they want to do here and how they want to proceed with what we got. Because, again, at this point, the red flag out would mean a full race restart. Depending on how the rules are interpreted and how they determine whether or not the race did get to turn number one or not, will determine how everyone kind of lines up and what they do. But they're getting everyone kind of all sorted now. The next step, once that they've confirmed that all the drivers involved are okay and the medical attention's not needed, they'll bring the field all around, stop in one specific location, go off of timing and scoring based on how it should proceed, realign the grid, and get them back underway. So again, red flag out here, only one we've seen so far this weekend for the beautiful weather that's greeted us for the Texas Sprint Racing Series here at NOLA Motorsports Park. Coming in the Microswift main event presented by Houston Freightliner and Western Star. All drivers, from what we can tell, and all that we're being told, are okay. I think a lot of them, if not all of them, would want to continue. It's just a matter if the carts will allow them to. So we'll wait for further announcements on that. We're going to take a commercial break during it and come back when we get some more information. So stick with us here. More action to come, and hopefully some more green flag racing from the Texas Sprint Series at NOLA.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back to TSRS NOLA Motorsports Park for the winter warm-up. And unfortunately, we had a red flag there. I believe we're going to go with a full race restart. They got everybody warmed up or lined up, ready to go for the warm-up lap. We're going to form up. I believe we lost a couple drivers here. There was one that got pulled off and one that got taken off on the trailer, but that's all right. We're going to have to keep going. Looks like it was only about a 10-minute delay, thankfully. Not too bad. As drivers coming around towards the stadium section right now, I believe. We'll have to just wait and see just a little bit. There they are. They're coming around now. Just got to wait and see. They're coming around to the second to last turn right now. Here they are. On the front row, it looks like we still have Aston Wyatt and Antonio Pizzon-Yanedo. Asher Ludwig, Royce Vega on row 2, Paxton Dyson, Sawyer Chambers on row 3. No, looks like it is a little bit shaken up from there, but
Alexander Procunia on the inside there in row number 3. I think Paxton Dyson up into second, or up into third on the inside. They're going to give him the green here, a little bit scattered on the start. Good start for the inside, and we got one spun way wide. It's the number 48 machine of Matthew Cagle. Matthew Cagle gets set for a ride into the grass on the restart, and Royce Vega leads them down the back straightaway.
Yeah, it seemed to spread out pretty quickly out here on this one. Royce Vega followed by Paxton Dyson in second, it looks like. Got a good 5. Pass for.
Procunia gets turned. Alex Procunia and into the wall. Out of third in turn 6. He's trying to wait to the corner marshal, back him up, get him back going. Alex Procunia just went into the corner. And I'm not sure who it was that was trying to get by him on the inside. But the 66 falls to the tail end of the group now.
Yeah, well, that gives out a lot of space for the first 2 karts there. Royce Vega, Paxton Dyson pulling about a 10-kart gap over the third-place karts. And Iron Rock Tony Kart can't quite make out what the number is here. And then he's got about another 10-kart gap back to 4th place there. So it's spread out pretty quickly. We'll see how the race ends up playing out, because this has been a really racy class all day today and all day yesterday.
Yeah, although that said there, Royce Vega put on a clinic in heat number 2. He pulled away and walked away. Paxton Dyson, or Tanner Barch, sorry, different Alonso kart. Not Paxton Dyson. Dyson, I believe, just in...
Paxton Dyson hasn't come around yet. We're not sure if
he might have been one of the drivers involved in the incident in turn number 1. So it's Tanner Barch in the 51. That's up to second. Colton Scheigenberg, I think, was the driver trying to... No, he's in the Iron Rock Tony kart. There was someone else that was involved in the Alex Procunia incident. But Colton Scheigenberg up 8 spots. Pasha Ali up 12 positions, and we got more off in turn 5. 2 drivers off. Ali is off out of the top 5. Out of 4th. Pasha Ali into the grass. And one more. One of the Bennick entries, it looks like.
Man, Pasha Ali was up 12 spots from his starting position. He started 16th, made it up to 4th by the time we got that restart going around there. So that's real unfortunate for him. He was doing so strong in that race, too.
So the whole field shaken and thrown through a blender as Royce Vega and Tanner Barch lead them, and Barch closing up to the Bennick driver early on. Now the clock got reset, so we're just, again, a full restart with the drivers involved, I believe, going to the rear.
Our timing system's a little bit mixed up. We'll see it come back around right now.
Oh, no, that is Paxton Dyson.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we're all over the place here. They'll get that corrected in just a moment. But Paxton Dyson, we were right. We thought for a moment it might have been Tanner Barch, but we're pretty sure it was Paxton Dyson indeed. Dyson in second, Vega out in the lead, but the timing monitor just a little bit thrown for a loop here with all the craziness that's gone down here to start this one.
Yeah, Dyson going purple with a 110.6. He was 4/10 clear of Royce Vega. Yeah, Royce Vega on 111.0. So this will be pretty close between the two of them. We'll see if they manage to keep this gap or not over the course of the race.
Alex Chandler, I believe, the driver in third. Then Barch in fourth. Colton Scheigenberg in fifth. Drew Waltz in sixth. So what they've got right now is just one lap burned for Royce Vega and Paxton Dyson on the timing. Once they get that corrected, they'll pop up into the top of the order. They're shown down in 19th and 20th. They're actually your leaders. Here is Drew Waltz's group right there. That was for a moment as the top three break away. Then there's Drew Waltz. Then there's this big battle here with Waltz in front of Sawyer Chambers, who I think was the driver that was trying to pass Procunia. Sawyer Chambers in the blacked out white helmet machine, number 25. Crossed the line in seventh last time by. Heated battle here between the likes of Nico Arbezo, Cade Kaspar, and more.
Yeah, we got a great 5-way battle right here, 4 or 5-way battle for. Looks like it's about 5th place on track. Yeah, about 5th place. They're going around there, running down to turn number 4. We'll have to see who that is. Somebody thought about making a move going into turn 4, backed out of that one. I think that was Colton Scheigenberg. Now we're coming around here. Oh, man, they're almost too wide going through the chicane. And we'll have to see who, if anybody, gets a good run coming out going into this hairpin. Looks like Scheigenberg again trying to get up on the... Hey, it's really hard to tell. It's an Arcade Motorsport Tony kart by the looks of it. Arcade Motorsport Cadet kart. There we go. Now we've got the timing back on. Royce Vega, Paxton Dyson first and second. Alex Chandler in third. Drew Waltz fourth. He's up 16 spots. He started in the 20th position. Drew Waltz up into fourth. Tanner Barsh in fifth. Sawyer Chambers sixth. Colton Scheigenberg in seventh. Orbezo in eighth. Medina in ninth. And Kaspar is going to round out the top 10. Other big movers, Emerson Lane up 11 spots from 22nd. And that'll be good. That'll be it. But Royce Vega pulling out 0.3 of a second over Paxton Dyson that lap. He ran a 1:10.1 versus a 1:10.4. Royce Vega starting to pull away from the field.
Nice pass there down in turn 1. I think that was Tanner Barsh getting by on Nico Orbezo. That's for the 6th position. So move Tanner Barsh back up a position as they've all kind of cycled out. Emerson Lane up 11 spots as well, up to 11th from 22nd. But like you mentioned, biggest mover, Drew Waltz, 16 spots gained to 4th. Unfortunately, he's still a ways back from the rest of the group. They've already got 5 seconds, the top two, Royce Vega and Paxton Dyson. That's where we're focused back on the outside edge of the top 10 here, battling 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, headed into the stadium hairpin.
Yeah, these guys are really going at it, putting on a good race for us. And it looks like, yeah, it's about 5 karts wide and all of them pretty equally matched in different parts of the track. Looks like we have, who's in that, the red speed right there? Looks like he's going pretty strong. Which driver's that?
Trying to identify here. We've got a lot of new names and new faces here. Look at that, was Colton Scheigenberg on the red speed in 8th. So he's currently just in the middle of that group, just ahead of the Arcade Motorsports entry of Patricio Medina. And a little bit wide. Oh, yeah.
Scheigenberg's looking really strong out here.
He'll get by Tanner Barsh right there. So Barsh falls back to 8. Scheigenberg up another position. 4 gained from the original starting spot as they've all shaken out. And we're already coming towards the halfway marker here in the Micro Swift main event.
Scheigenberg going way down to the inside of the track on turn 4. It looks like he does not have a lot of top-end speed. He's just got passed around the outside going into turn 4 by Tanner Barsh again. I think it's the second time that happened. I think he did that in the first lap as well. It looks like he's really strong for the infield. Must have had, looks like the side pod's got a little dent in it. Must have had contact in the red flag incident, and he just does not have the straight line speed that the other drivers do right now.
Well, a lot of kids, again, all kind of came together. There were obviously the few that got stuck on top of each other in just a weird collision, but there was just everyone making contact into turn number 1. A rough start for the micros that ultimately probably damaged more karts than what we can tell here from the wide shots on screen. 9 minutes to go, though, here. Already 7 minutes down in the 16 minutes plus 2 laps main event for the Microswift class, presented by Western Star and Houston Freightliner. Royce Vega pulling away by 1.5 seconds now out in front over Paxton Dyson. Alex Chandler still safely in third, although Drew Waltz is gaining on him. Waltz right now third fastest on the racetrack, P4. So that will be a battle in about a lap or so for the final podium spot. Waltz, that'd be a very impressive feat to go all the way from way back on the grid, avoid the carnage at turn number 1. And as you can see on your screen, he's closing on the Iron Rock Tony kart of Alex Chandler here through the infield chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. He's making up a ton of time. Last lap, he was about half a second quicker than Alex Chandler, and he's closing up even more. He got a great run coming out of the chicane going into the stadium section. We'll see if he decides to make a move right now. I can't imagine why he wouldn't. There he goes, up the inside. He's got it. He's got third place secured. Moved Drew Waltz into P3 right on the podium now.
Safely onto the podium. Now, he's not faster than the top 2, so that may be about as high as he climbs, but you never want to say never here with still so much time left. 8 minutes plus 2 laps in the main event still to come as they work their way through the back 2 hairpins. Waltz pulling by about 2 car lengths already over Chandler, and we'll imagine that gap may just continue to lengthen as this race goes on. So this is the fight for third. Drew Waltz, as you mentioned, just getting by in the stadium hairpin. Sawyer Chambers back there in the 5th spot, kind of by his lonesome, 2 seconds behind him. Finds Nico Orbezo, and then this group right here still fighting. Great battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Oh!
Oh, did they get together over there through 1 and 2?
They just got a little bit of wheel contact and went side by side, and that put Tanner Barsh up over the curb on that left-hand side there, coming out of the back straightaway.
So we'll pick them up. 4-car group there with Barsh leading Scheigenberg, Medina, and Lane. Last time they got by across the stripe, but it's still all shaken up once again.
Yeah, we're seeing here, this is the battle for 10th and 11th. The battle for the top 10, I think Emerson Lane and Kate Kasper going together. And there's Scheigenberg in the red speed right ahead of here. This is what I was talking about. You could just see on the right-hand side that side pod got a dent, and it looks like he got pretty hard. And I was noticing a couple times he'd get down there, he'd have good pass, he'd be leading going down the back straight, and he would go defensive, and they'd still get all the way around the outside of him and clear him by the time they got into turn 4 there. Going into the second to last turn, though, Tanner Barsh is sticking right with him through here. He's not going to make a move quite yet, coming down the front straight.
And look at the gap already by Nico Orbezo, so he's long gone from that group now. Scheigenberg about 2.3 seconds back, then Barsh in the 51, then Medina, then Lane. That's your top 10. Checking through the rest of the field for any other movers overall. Alex Procuna trying to dig back up the order. He's up to 14th already in the 66 machine, so he's digging back forward.
There's a pass again by Tanner Barsh on Colton Scheigenberg. He's got that big run, lots of top end going into turn 4. Scheigenberg really can't do anything about it, so he's just got to keep fighting and maybe make his pass to the infield every lap, and just knows he has to sit there and take it on the chin every time he gets onto the front straight.
Yeah, good fight altogether for them. 5.5 minutes to go here in the Micro Slip final. A little bit of side-by-side action coming out of the stadium hairpin, not too much. Barsh leads that group. That's fighting for 7th, just inside the top 10, while your leader, Royce Vega, continues to pull away. Drew Waltz and Alex Chandler, that time, both of them actually got pretty quick here as they come across the start-finish line. Chandler hanging on to Waltz, and the lap before they were really quick. Now they're really quick. Picked off half a second off of Royce Vega's lead, so they're getting maybe a little bit closer. At that rate, it'd be kind of borderline if they could get up to the rear bumper of Paxton Dyson for second, but maybe. Dyson was still decently quick that time as well, though.
Yeah, Dyson's doing pretty quick. Vega seems to have lost a little bit of time, whether it's just tire management or what's going on there. He's only running a 111.0, and then the 3 behind him are in the 110s. 110.7 for Dyson, a 10.5 for Waltz, and a 10.3 for Chandler. But they have a lot of time to make up. They have to make up over 7.5 seconds, and we've only got about 5 minutes left in this race for them to be able to do that.
Yeah, not a lot of time left for it. 4.5 plus 2 laps for them around as Waltz takes the pair through the back hairpins over towards this quick bump over the curbing, the right, then the left, then the last 2 corners on the racetrack.
Yeah, Waltz really stretching out his lead now. Looks like, I think Chandler probably benefited from being able to follow Waltz and get some of his line, get some of the draft there, which is where we saw, the draft is where we saw Waltz put down that blistering lap time earlier in the race. And Chandler able to keep with him, not really able to stick with him enough to throw a pass or anything on him, but he's doing a really good job of maintaining his pace as much as he can. As we get a look at
another 4/10 or 3/10 knocked off the lead by Drew Waltz here.
Oh,
He
yeah.
picked off another 3 off of Paxton Dyson as well, so he's still got 6 seconds to make up to Paxton Dyson to get a little bit higher on the podium. But fastest driver on the racetrack right now, setting his personal best that time, was Drew Waltz. And that gaggle down the backstretch, still digging at it as well. They were fighting all the way into turn number 4 while Waltz and Chandler go by. Here's that grouping again, all together. Still battling back and forth. Side by side, Scheigenberg gets shuffled to the wayside. Or no, that's the 12. Or that is the 12 of Patricio Medina, getting to 9th, back to 10th, back up to 9th, battling with Emerson Lane, I believe. Lane himself up 13 spots into 9th, so from outside the top 20.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really impressive drives this one. They've just been going back and forth on it. Lane, like you said, up 13. Scheigenberg has been just trying to get his way back and I think trying to pull a bit of a gap. He hasn't had much luck with that yet. They've spread out a bit more than we were expecting before, but
here's your update on the leaders.
Yeah.
Royce Vega last time by gave up 0.3 of a second to Paxton Dyson, who's making a last-ditch effort to try and pick up the top spot. There's your update on Drew Waltz and Alex Chandler. They lost 1/10 of a second back to the lead in that group as Dyson ripped a 110.2, and he's almost to the drafting window. So Royce Vega has led almost every lap of this event, has led every lap since the restart. And for a moment, it looked like he'd walk away like we saw in the heat. But Paxton Dyson finding a little bit of late race pace. And the Alonso kart driver just almost into frame as we watch Vega come through the chicane here. He's just counting the laps down. Look at Dyson already, closing it even more. 3/10 last time by. How much can he lollop off this time?
Yeah, he was about a second behind exactly last time by, and it looks like he's even closer than that. He's probably picked off another 3/10 or so. I think he needs probably 2-3 to get into that drafting window. The tailwind from the Ka100 Masters race is definitely gone, though. It's more so coming at us head on, so it's not really benefiting or hurting anybody in terms of the back straight anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely going straight directly across the racetrack, so it won't really change too much. And the micros obviously get a big benefit of the draft. Here's a good look. Paxton Dyson trying to close in. He can see the gap shrinking. Last time by, 3.5 tenths locked, taken off again, down to 6 tenths at the line. So a last-ditch effort for Paxton Dyson might put him in podium race-winning contention, get him a spot higher on the podium. Royce Vega's led every lap. He might not even be sure how much the gap is shrinking, but with a minute to go, they will get 3 laps to go this time by because they won't have enough to get another one in before the timer will elapse.
Yeah, you can really see now he's closing in a lot through that infield section. This is about the closest we've seen since the start of the race. Paxton Dyson really charging hard now. Like you said, it was 3.5 tenths last time, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's another 3.5 tenths right here as they come around the second to last turn. Dyson getting a great run coming out of there. See if he can make another one coming into this last turn.
He's continuing to pick up here. Again, Paxton can definitely see the gap shrinking. Royce Vega keeping an eye on the timer here. That time by rips off another 1:10.6. Dyson a 1:10.3. 3 tenths closer. Down to 3.5 tenths the margin between the pair. He's well within the drafting window. He'll close up down the back straightaway. Paxton Dyson trying to make a last-ditch effort. Again, 2.5 laps remaining here at NOLA, and once again, just like in Ka100 Masters, we're looking to have a duel for the lead and the win in the closing stages through the chicane. Royce Vega, a little bit sideways that time out of 8. Dyson pulls into 2, car lengths back out of turn number 9.
Heading down into the stadium section. Paxton Dyson probably thinking right now about where he can make his moves. He knows that there's some spots where he's not making up as much time as others, but man, has he been reeling him in by over a quarter of a second a lap at this point. He's on the bumper now of Royce Vega. He is right there. He's getting ready.
Now again here, he's a lot quicker. Will Royce Vega be able to learn his line if he passes early and stay on him? Dyson looking for the lead into the second to last corner. He'll take it away. Paxton Dyson to the top spot here in New Orleans. Coming to see the double sticks this time. 2 laps to go. He runs wide out of the last turn. Vega looking to the inside. Not the momentum on his side, though. He'll tuck back in. Dyson holds the lead. Vega right on his tail to turn number 1.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the drag race happens down into turn 4. Vega looks like he's already getting a bit of run. Is he trying to pull out? He's pushing him for right now.
Royce Vega had a lead of about 1.5 seconds over Paxton Dyson just probably 5-6 minutes ago. And as the time slowly went out, Paxton Dyson found the afterburners, found some late race pace, got through, got to the lead. He's pulling a kart length on him now through turn number 9, although Vega with a good exit will close back up to the stadium hairpin. A lap and a half to go.
Does Vega want to make a move here? Does he want to wait? I know that sometimes they like being in that second place position more. Ooh, I thought he gave him a little bit too much bumper there. Maybe we ended up side by side coming out, but Paxton Dyson doing a great job of holding that kart together.
Yeah, he holds it nicely through the chicane. Dyson versus Vega going to the second to last corner. The white flag will fly this time. Paxton Dyson going a little bit late to get out to the outside lane, just slightly defensive. Pulls a kart length into the final corner. Goes narrow there as well. He'll wash wide. Vega will pull up with a big head of steam down the front straightaway. White flag in the air. Dyson goes to the bottom. Vega to the top side. Not going to be able to cross over well, but he'll look for it and at least get a big run down the backstretch. Dyson to the bottom. Here comes Vega trying to motor around him on the outside lane. He'll clear him down the back straightaway.
That was impressive there. Dyson has to regain his composure now. He's already lost 5 karts just going through turn 4. He might be able to get a shot going through the second to last turn of the last 180 here. But man, that gap opened up quick as soon as Royce Vega got past him.
Yeah, that gap is big now here. Royce Vega answered the challenge well. Half a lap to go. 5 car lengths now from Vega back to Dyson. Dyson got to the lead. Got tripped up down the backstretch as Vega went around the top side. And now Royce Vega with a big lead, just a handful of corners remaining.
Yeah, it might not quite be close enough for anything to happen here. Royce Vega doing a great job maintaining his composure when he gets past and making sure he puts down good laps. Made a great move down the backstretch. And it looks like Paxton Dyson's just a little bit too far away to make any moves, any kind of challenge going into the last turn, coming down the straightaway for the checkered flag.
Royce Vega, what a way to answer the fight, answer the challenge. He'll win round 1 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series in New Orleans. Dyson comes across in second. Third with an amazing charge through the field here. 17 spots gained for Drew Waltz. Alex Chandler finishes in fourth. Sawyer Chambers will finish fifth. Nico Orbezo will come across the line to finish in the 6th spot. As the black and checkers wave for, I'm sure, a little bit of contact throughout the race. A lot from this group as a couple drivers go wide onto the front stretch. Matthew Cagle in 7th. Alex Procuna rebounds all the way back to 8th. Emerson Lane 9th, and Colton Scheigenberg rounds the top 10. For a race we thought for a while might have been all wrapped up, Aaron, that one got intense in the final few stages.
Yeah, that was really surprisingly close at the end. Yeah, we saw Royce Vega with about a 1.5, 2 second gap there. Alexander Procuna, like you said, he was in 4th after the first lap, dropped down to about the 18th spot, made it back up 10 spots to 8th place. Great recovery drive for him.
Great way to come back after the spin. The last few drivers will come across. There's a little bit of carnage to be cleaned up off the racetrack, which gives us time to take one more commercial break. When we come back, it'll be time for more racing action here. The micros all wrapped and ready to go. As we get set on the grid for more racing action here from New Orleans. So, still plenty of classes coming. Another one lined and ready to go green here when we get going. Stick with us. Texas Sprint Racing Series from New Orleans. We'll be right back.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together. I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professional.
Welcome back to New Orleans, Louisiana, a windy NOLA Motorsports Park. Greeting racers for the final day of action here of the Texas Sprint Racing Series Winter Warm-Up. Main events underway here. The Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swifts on the racetrack. Ka100 Sr originally was midway through the order. They are pushed to the main event with the way that the main events are structured, so they will be the final class to roll onto the racetrack today. With the red flag, it's pushed us into ready racing, so as soon as the class on the racetrack is wrapped, the next one will follow. 206 Jr will go next, then it'll be 206 Sr, followed by Honda Kid Kart, and then Ka100 Jr, and then Ka100 Sr to round off the day. For Mini Swift, presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy, it's Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts, a Parolin duo, making out the front row, with the CRG of Carson Weinberg starting third, and Derek Wargo completing row number 2.
We've got Keelan Harvick and Vivek Canthan on row 3, Alessandro Truchot, Gage Bailey, row 4.
Rounding the top 10 will be Lucas Palacio in the 125, and Kai Johnson, who's had a topsy-turvy week here in the Energy.
Tristan Murphy and Josie Chambers in row 6, Tyrone Kemper Jr., Bobby Klein, row 7.
Beckham Tupakov completes the top 15, and here we go. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn number 1 with another main event. Jack Iliff takes him down the inside. Lots of shoving through the field. Will they make it? More contact. 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers collected in turn number 1, and they're still stuck trying to get help to get out of the grass as the corner marshals do what they can to clear them out. Tyrone Kemper Jr., one of them, a few more trying to identify. One over here just to the way outside as Jack Iliff leads with Carson Weinberg in second. Keelan Harvick up into second. Roberts into third. Harvick from 5th up to P2 here. A great start for the Hunt Brothers Pizza Machine.
Yeah, really strong start there for Harvick, like you said. Weinberg lost one spot, not too bad. Tyler Roberts had to slot into third. This is going to be an interesting race that we had probably a good 3 or 4 car battle for most of the heats, including the 2 Parolins there of Iliff and Roberts.
And now Keelan Harvick with a good pass in the stadium section takes the point. So Harvick leads here through the first lap. A good start for the driver that started P5. Carson Weinberg latching on. 4-driver train headed into the final corner. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll come to put 1 lap in the books. And a minute 10 down here for the Mini Swifts as they rocket towards turn number 1.
Looks like Iliff and Harvick pulling out about a 4/10 lead over Roberts and Weinberg as they go down the backstretch. Further down, Edward Kennedy up 12 spots in a 5th place. He started 17th. That was a phenomenal start for him.
What a great start for the Kart Republic of Edward Kennedy and the 188 machine. Meanwhile, pass for third. Carson Weinberg goes by on Tyler Roberts in turn number 4. Actually, I believe Kennedy, if I'm not mistaken, is that Beckham Tupakov that just went back by him?
Looks like it, yeah. I think Tupakov got back into 5th place.
Either way, they're good battling for the entire field. Kennedy actually might be on the Nash Motorsports branded Kart Republic. That might be the blue machine. Either way, pass for the lead. Jack Iliff takes over the top spot, and Harvick back to second. All the shuffling will keep them closer to that second group. May bring more drivers into the game as Harvick makes a mistake coming out of the chicane. Weinberg trying to go by. Does he do it? Not there. He'll stay behind him. And Jack Iliff gets a 5-car length lead.
Like you said, all this backing them right up in Edward Kennedy and the rest of the field right there. As we see it, Lucas Palacio was just about to come into screen making a pass for 5th. What if Edward Kennedy gets on the podium from 18th place?
That would be phenomenal here. He's down in 6th, like you mentioned, with Palacio back into the top 5, but still 11 spots gained is solid for Edward. Down the backstretch, Harvick and Weinberg hooking up. They're going to try and run back up to Iliff. They'll cut the lead in half to turn number 4 as we work lap number 3. And once again, our 4-driver group up front's united behind the 144 Iron Rock Motorsports Parolin of Jack Iliff as he navigates the chicane and takes them towards the stadium sector.
Yeah, Harvick closed up the gap down there. He's got a good run coming out of that chicane there going to the stadium section. They'll be on his bumper by the time they come out of the stadium section there. Weinberg right pushing Harvick there. Roberts just hanging out, not really trying anything too aggressive just yet. Maybe just saving his tires a little bit, and he knows that he's there and doesn't want to try anything crazy yet.
Yeah, let's see as they go through the chicane. Jack Iliff so strong through that sector. He pulls another kart length back to Harvick and Weinberg. Weinberg giving another little shot to him, helps him out. They get a good run through the second to last hairpin. Here we go to the last corner. Deep on the brakes for Keelan. Weinberg backs up the turn, gets back to the bumper on the straight, goes back to pushing. As Iliff takes him to 1. Harvick late move on the brakes with help from Weinberg. And they'll push Iliff to the wayside. He drops to 4th, way back for Jack Iliff on an aggressive pass by Keelan Harvick, and he had to do it because he saw how quick Jack Iliff was moving. And Iliff now dropping like a rock down the back straightaway. He's already probably 7 or 8 tenths back from the top 3.
Yeah, it'll be a lot of work for him to get back up there, but if these 3 keep fighting like they are, they'll bring more than just Eilif back into this fight. Harvick leading. Weinberg went purple that lap with a 108.5, so you know he's going to stick with them. Roberts looking a bit closer this time around versus last lap.
Yeah, Carson Weinberg working nicely with Keelan Harvick. They were trying to, again, get Jack Eilif out, and that's partially what happens when you have as much pace as Jack Eilif showed in that heat race this morning, where he was really able to flex his muscles, that it puts a target on him. They know how fast he is. They want to get him out of the equation as quick as they can and not let him get away. Already a few minutes in, a lot of time left for Eilif to get back to them, but ultimately a smart time move by Keelan Harvick. He'll come out of the final corner to lead another one. He'll lead lap number 4 as it goes in the books here. 11 minutes to go.
Looks like Tyler Roberts is just barely not quite out there. He might still be giving Eilif a little bit of a tow, let him catch back up. That might be the saving grace for Eilif right now, as his teammate's just a little bit further back and right on the bumper of Weinberg.
Alessandro Truccio has now moved up into the 5th position after a poor start. Got back going in the parallel number 117. He's into the top 5, almost into view as he's pulled away from that second group with help from Edward Kennedy. Last time by, they were a 1/10 of a second better than Harvick. Granted, with Harvick taking that narrow line into 1, that's a little bit unequal to compare. We'll get a better analysis this time as Weinberg remains glued to him, and Jack Eilif takes back the 3rd spot from Tyler Roberts.
Yeah, he's on a charge. He's ready to go. We'll probably see him put down a really fast lap this race. He's made up so much time. He's going to be on the back bumper of Weinberg by the time we get to start-finish line, I guess.
Yeah, Jack knows, again, he's got the pace to win, the car to win. He feels like it as they roll through the back sector into the final corner.
Oh, he's making a move on him going in the last turn. That's Jack Eilif into 2nd over Weinberg.
Nicely done. Very clean. No time lost. 1 kart back from Keelan Harvick, and he'll give it right back to him. Hey, buddy, remember what you did a couple laps ago? I can do that too. Jack Eilif takes back the lead. Harvick to 3rd, Weinberg to 2nd, and they go back to work chasing the 144 once again.
Not only did he take the lead, he also went purple, making 2 passes on that lap. You know he's got a good kart for this final.
Yeah, he was half a second faster than everybody else's best time, if not more so, in that lead pack. A crazy fast lap for Jack Eilif as he commands the train out of turn number 9.
Weinberg's doing a good job of keeping up with him too, though. Weinberg looks like he's just as strong. Maybe he'll be able to push him and make it a 2-kart battle, but I don't know. They've been racing pretty hard already. Weinberg might want to just say, hey, let's keep it in 4 here and not let you pull away from me.
Well, it's hard to tell. Again, all these kids have been racing really smart. Whenever one guy gets away, then they work together, catch back up to him. I got to give a lot of credit to all 4 here in the top group. They know how quick Jack Eilif is. They don't want to let him get away. Carson Weinberg, like you said, was looking pretty good in the stadium section, but he's lost some ground since. And Eilif right now back up to a 3-car length lead as they head to turn number 1.
Oh, Weinberg got a great exit out of the last turn, though. He's going to be back on him going into turn 1. Yeah, look at that, right on the bumper.
Yeah, that'll give him an opportunity to go for the lead, or like you said, if he pushes him down the backstretch, will he work with him? Weinberg to the bumper, looking inside. Again, he doesn't want to get Eilif out in front, so he'll go to the lead. Carson Weinberg to the point for the first time this afternoon.
Man, they keep shuffling over here. They're not losing a ton of time, though. They're making smart passes that don't cost them a lot of time, so they can just keep it the 4 of them and not drag themselves back into the Truccio and Kennedy duo that's really out on their own now. They've got about a full second over Bobby Klein, who's in 7th right now. So they're sitting on their own right now and working to catch up to those top 4.
So here they go through the stadium switchback hairpins. Carson Weinberg for the first time out front. He gets to pull a little bit of a cushion over Eilif. Keelan Harvick lagging back about 3 car lengths. Maybe not as strong early on in the main event as the top 2, but he's still well there. Tyler Roberts there as well as Eilif pushes Weinberg. Stays behind him to the final corner, and coming down this time by, we're at the halfway point on the timer. 8 minutes in, 8 minutes to go, plus 2 laps here in the Mini Swift main event.
Looks like Eilif feels comfortable following Weinberg. I think he knows he's had a little bit better of a package so far, but we're also only 8 minutes into this. We still got an entire half of a race. Lots of things can change in that time, so he's okay with pushing Weinberg and just making a 2-kart fight, even if Weinberg didn't want to let Eilif run away like that.
Here they go through turns 4 and 5. Carson Weinberg over Jack Eilif. Battle for 3rd. Harvick loses the spot to Tyler Roberts. He gets by in turn 6. That'll give them a little bit of a bigger gap here. Does Eilif work with him? He could do that and just make it one driver to fight near the end, because they're on the verge of getting away. Nah, he wants the lead, and he'll take it away into the stadium hairpin. Jack Iliff back to the point.
Weinberg almost tried to get a crossover on him on the exit there. Couldn't quite get it lined up. But they've still got a big gap back to Roberts. They probably got 5-6 kart lengths just between Weinberg and Roberts there. They're going to go in there. Is Weinberg going to answer right away? No, he's going to wait a little bit longer at least. He might set up another pass going into one in this last turn. Not quite in the last turn.
They've been giving each other at least about a lap to kind of prove themselves out front, and also for the driver behind to clean the tires off. Whenever you get past, you go to the outside, you get on the marbles. You got to kind of clean your stuff off where you can hit your marks and have grip again, and then when you feel confident, you go to the lead. But Tyler Roberts and Keelan Harvick, they've got to find a little bit more here because Carson Weinberg, Jack Iliff, last time by, again, between the pair, they were able to put 2/10 on him. That gap is at 0.8 of a second right now, back to Tyler Roberts, 0.7 back from from Weinberg. So it's dancing on the line of where they could lose touch with the leaders, and Weinberg staying behind is exactly what they need to do to keep that margin and build on it. Jack Iliff leads them again here into the stadium section, 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how Iliff and Weinberg are stronger in different parts of this track, too. Weinberg has been getting a really good run coming out of this last turn. You'll see him make up 2, 3, 4 karts just from the exit of the corner to the start-finish line, whereas Iliff is getting really strong in the chicane right before the stadium section. So it's really tricky to judge who's really going to be having the upper hand by the end of this race. They each have their own specialties out here.
Here's a look at third and fourth. Keelan Harvick about 4 car lengths back from Tyler Roberts, so he's not as close to him as Weinberg is to Iliff, and that's not good news for them to make it more drivers in the front of the field. If they can't get hooked up and the leaders can, that gap will build. It built 1/10 of a second extra last time by, so 0.8 now instead of 7 to Weinberg's rear bumper for Tyler Roberts. Harvick will pull up in the toe down to turn number 4, but he can't get to the bumper. Meanwhile, Carson Weinberg glued to the rear end of Jack Iliff as they go through the chicane.
Weinberg doing a great job now of just being a pusher for Iliff and really getting away there. I think he realized that he can keep up with them even if the other two can't. So he doesn't really worry about Iliff getting away at this point as we see Roberts and Harvick, building a little bit of a gap there. Harvick gets a little bit of a toe, but he doesn't seem to be making a lot of ground through the infield. Might be a little interesting to see if he can come in a little bit later. We still have 5 minutes left in the session, plus 2 laps.
Yeah, so still plenty of time left in here. Again, that'll be probably 5 to 7 laps left in this main event for the Mini Swift class. The 206 Juniors are down on the grid. They're ready to go as we fell a little behind the schedule with the red flag for the Micro Swift, so we'll run a little bit later into the day than the original posted schedule. I'd imagine wrapping up around 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time with the Ka100 Sr main event. But we'll get a better idea as we get closer to it. Right now, about 3 p.m. local time, 4 p.m. Eastern. I'd estimate, again, about an hour and a half still of crazy main event racing to come. The 206 Senior class never disappoints. A 3-driver fight at the end of Heat 2, a massive fight in Heat number 1. They'll be a big pack again. The KA Seniors, of course, we've seen them split in half, and they've still had good heat races. We'll put that together, and we talked with Alex Stanfield earlier today. He thought, I think it's really just going to be a big pack race, and you got to navigate it smartly as good as you can to make it through to the final. So with 3.5 minutes to go, these guys managed the pack as well as they could. Tyler Roberts and Keelan Harvick, just unfortunately not enough pace compared to the top two of Jack Iliff and Carson Weinberg. That gap, 1.4 seconds now, and it's probably about 1.6 when they get back to the line.
Yeah, Iliff and Weinberg put 4/10 on Roberts that last lap. We'll see where it comes out this time around. Iliff looks like he's pulling a little bit more of a gap on Weinberg, but Weinberg's going to eat that back up as they come down the straightaway again. He's back on the bumper by the start-finish line once again. They put down 108.5s. Roberts goes to 109.2, so he lost another 7/10 on that lap. That's what's happened. That's what it looks like when you can't have a draft. You don't have somebody to push you and really get you moving back up there.
So as they go down the back here with 3 minutes to go, like you said, they just can't get any help, whereas the leaders are 7/10 better last time by. In fact, Harvick and Roberts were on pace with Alessandro Truccio and Edward Kennedy. They're back in 5th and 6th. They won't get caught by them, though, being the same pace as it's a 3.5-second margin for 5th and 6th back to 3rd and 4th. So pairs of 2 around the racetrack. Jack Iliff and Carson Weinberg. It didn't initially shake out like those two, but once they finally got hooked up, quit the passing, and got the gap they needed, they've built on it nicely, and they are head and shoulders above the field in terms of raw pace right now. We'll see 2.5 minutes, maybe 2 minutes to go at the start-finish line. Already 12 laps coming to be completed here in the main event And
Yeah,
it's been one of these two out for most of them.
Yeah, Weinberg has shown some really good restraint now. They were getting really racy before, starting to pass and making it. He's shown really good restraint, staying back and saying, all right, well, let's work together for right now, and we'll wait till we have about 2 laps to go, and then we can go at it probably. Right now, though, really good patience from him, really good discipline to just keep working with Iliff and build a 3-second gap over Tyler Roberts.
Yeah, massive gap for Carson Weinberg and Jack Iliff. Again, like you said, up to 3 seconds. They are just ripping lap times here and continuing to set personal bests on the racetrack. Weinberg set his best last time by. And part of that, you can kind of manage on the Micron. These drivers do have onboard data gauges, shows them the lap times, allows them to see whether they're going faster or slower than where they've been earlier in the race. And, if you're Carson Weinberg, you're kind of watching that maybe a little bit on the long straightaway, seeing, all right, you know what, this works. I don't feel like he's pulling away from me, but with him out in front, we're a little bit faster than the other way around. I'm content to ride here until we get towards the final 2 laps, and then gloves can come off.
Yeah, and being in Swift as well, with how much the draft plays into effect, you could be at an advantage in a second. He might be happy with where he is right now. Because remember, it doesn't matter how many laps you lead, just remember who's leading the last one.
Yep, that's all that matters. 1 minute to go, so the next time by will be the 3 to go or the 2 to go signal. They will not get another lap in here. At 1 minute 8 laps, I don't think, even on the standard timing monitor, less than a minute to go. So they should be getting the 2 to go signal next time by the start-finish line stripe. Your updates to the field here. Devin Waltz trying not to get outdone by his younger brother Drew. Devin up 12 positions to 9th. And not terribly far back from Bobby Klein and Lucas Palacio in 8th and 7th. They're both up a couple spots. We talked about Edward Kennedy, moved up 11 spots into 6th. Tristan Murphy up 1 into 10th. A few other comers and goers, Vivek Canthan and Derek Wargo. Unfortunately, not the best main event for them. They've dropped back down the order.
Matthew Duquette up 9 spots from 27th to 18th. That's a good run for him.
And a lot of that obviously helped as well by some of the carnage on the opening lap that took out quite a few drivers here in the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy Mini Swift Division. But the timer running out now, so it'll run out just before they get to the line. Will that force the 2 to go? It will. 2 to go this time by, and Jack Iliff has pulled away a little bit from Carson Weinberg. Weinberg's going to need to get a really good exit out of 1 to take advantage of the draft on the backstretch because it's a 2-car length gap between the pair.
Yeah, we can see this wind picking up, though, now. And like you said, it's coming straight at us. It's coming across the track, so maybe Weinberg will get a little bit of a draft. We'll see as he closes up there. Yeah, he's cutting out about a cart length, maybe 2 out of there. He's on the bumper going into the braking zone.
Yeah, he gets about a half cart length away, but then the rest of the racetrack is almost all technical sectors where Jack Iliff has been so quick. And again, apologies about the sound. You guys can hear the wind. It's just picking up and blowing all the way through the paddock here in New Orleans, Louisiana at NOLA Motorsports Park, and it's throwing a wrench into things wherever the way the wind is going. Right now, it's not going in the face in a headwind formation of the drivers from what we can tell on the back straightaway. It's only doing that on the front stretch. So the back stretch not necessarily being any more magnified draft than where it's been previously. Here they come to the final few corners. This time by, the white flag will wave. Weinberg's back there, gives him a little love tap. Little shot, lets him know he's still there, lurking. Forces Iliff to go narrow in the last turn. Weinberg opens up to get the good momentum, uses the extra bit of racetrack, and here we go. Last lap, Iliff to the bottom, Weinberg to the outside into turn number 1.
This will be big. This is where Weinberg's made a couple passes on Iliff over the races, down this front straightaway. See Iliff already all the way down to the bottom of the track. He's not letting Weinberg get any chance to get on the inside of him.
So Weinberg goes to the top side, forces him to try and outbrake him into the corner. Maybe runs a little wide, stays on the bumper through to 6. Here goes the defensive driving from Jack Iliff. Carson Weinberg trying to stay right with him. Pressure at every passing opportunity. Iliff narrow into 9. He covers off that passing zone, but it keeps Weinberg on the bumper into the stadium hairpin.
Yeah, this is one of the big passing opportunities that we've seen as well, going to the stadium hairpin. Oh, they're side by side coming out, but Iliff's still going to hold on to it. Only 2 real opportunities left on this track. Weinberg getting a good run. He's going to be on the bumper of Iliff going into the second to last turn. See, I'm sure Iliff is going to defend.
Weinberg left the door open. He opened up for the kink, and Weinberg got by.
Making an pulling out early. Weinberg, he just had such a good run coming out of there, but Iliff's coming back right now. He's going to try to go down the inside, give him a little bumper. Not quite enough, though.
Sends him wide, but Weinberg keeps the momentum. Carson Weinberg wins the last lap battle. Pushes Iliff the entire way, and he gets by him in one of the weirdest sections to see him pass. The first pass we've seen completed in the kink coming out of the chicane. And And with all the craziness of the wind, everything else that's gone down here this weekend, Carson Weinberg puts out a show-stopping move on the final lap with 3 corners to go to take the race win. Jack Ilett finishes second. He rides almost the entire second half of the race behind him and eventually pulls out the stops to get by. Tyler Roberts third, Harvick fourth, Trueshow fifth, Kennedy sixth, Palacio, Klein, Waltz, and Tristan Murphy your top 10.
That was great racing by all of those drivers. We really didn't get a chance to see anybody outside of the top 4, but at least those top 4 and everybody else by the looks of it as well. Great job keeping it clean and really running smart races all the way through the field.
Awesome stuff all the way through. The 206 Juniors are now queued up here. A little more cleanup on the racetrack, and then as soon as the track's clean, now that we're slightly behind schedule, they'll run straight on and have the motors fired. So 206 Jr. coming up next here live from NOLA Motorsports Park.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com.
Welcome back to TSRS at NOLA Motorsports Park. 206 Jr. presented by Seville Electric out next. This has been some great racing. Good battle for first place between Reagan Seville, Sawyer Roussel, and Preston Pico as they come around the warm-up lap. Getting out there. This was one of the smaller classes in the field, but still some great racing all around by these drivers. Reagan Seville obviously in here earlier announcing the 206 Cadet race. He's going to be lining up on pole. Sawyer Roussel outside on row 2. Preston Pico in third with Alfred Alvarez del Castillo in fourth. Shelby Ramirez in fifth. Austin Higginbottom in sixth. Jensen Harrell in seventh. Michaela Bradley in eighth. Philip Weingart is on here in ninth, but I don't think he's taken a session yet today. Not sure what happened to him, but hopefully he can make it to some of the other events this season. As they're coming around the right-left chicane, heading into the second to last turn, forming up the grid now. This will be interesting. The first heat, Reagan Seville, Sawyer Roussel kind of pushed themselves together, or worked together themselves, broke it out into a 2-car battle. Second heat around, it was Roussel, Seville, and Del Castillo for a little bit. Del Castillo dropped back after the end of it, and Preston Pico, I believe, was the one fighting for the win along with Seville and Roussel. Coming around the last turn, getting the signal to slow down just a little bit. Looks like they're maintaining a good job there. Coming into the tram lines. Nice and slow, and we've got the green flag. We are rolling. Reagan Seville on the inside, holds on to first place. Sawyer Roussel slots into second. Coming down the back straightaway, it looks like Alvarez de Castillo is going to be in third with a bit of a gap back to, can't quite tell, it is back to the fourth place back there. Going into turn 4. Roussel and Seville pulling a little bit of a gap on Del Castillo through turn 4. And they've got about a 2 or 3 cart length gap between the three of them in the top 3. Fourth place about 3 cart lengths back from third as well. And we got a big pack of 5 carts from fourth on back in this race. Coming out of the chicane, Sawyer Roussel making up a little bit of time on Seville. And he's going to get up to the bumper on the exit, it looks like, and he'll be able to maintain that second spot, pull a little bit gap into third. Heading through the right-left chicane. Roussel is on the bumper of Seville now, and they're going to probably push away, try to make this two-car fight like they did in the first heat.
Yeah, we'll see here. Sawyer Roussel and Reagan Seville worked together great in that first heat race. So as they work their way out of the final corner, coming down the front stretch here, we'll put lap number 1 down. 14.5 minutes to go here in the 16 minutes plus 2 laps. 206 Jr. presented by Seville Electric main event. Good little fight further down the order as we see the likes of Higginbottom, Ramirez, and Bradley together there for 5th, 6th, and 7th. And as well just a little bit up there to Pico and Del Castillo.
Yeah, you got a 3-kart train right here. They work together. They've had the pace to stick with the leaders in this event. They might just have to work together. They've got about a full 1.3, 1.4 seconds they got to make up on the leaders in order to catch back up to them. But if they got a shot at doing it with 3 karts and a train here.
Yeah, just a little bit more to go here as they work their way towards the stadium hairpin. 14 minutes to go, 2 minutes down so far in 206 Jr. The 206 Sr is going to be set to go green here. Then it'll be time for the Honda Kid Karts, followed by Ka100 Jr. and then Ka100 Sr of what's left in the day. But Reagan Seville, Sawyer Roussel, they've been dominant through the weekend. They've had good battles between the pair of them, splitting the lead quite a bit. It's not been one-sided by any means. They've had a great fight in almost every single session. And as they come down the start-finish line straight, 2 laps complete. Plenty more to come as they begin to build that gap even more so last time by. They'll add 7/10 to it. Now a 2-second lead back to Preston Pico.
Yeah, Preston Pico and Del Castillo really trying to work together. They're sitting nose to tail, but Seville and Roussel have been the class of the field all weekend long.
Yeah, they definitely have here. They've been impressive altogether. The Texas Sprint Racing Series winter warm-up here live from NOLA Motorsports Park, working through group number 7. Really main event number 6 as we've got 4 to come with the Ka100 Seniors move to the tail end. The final class on the day, the biggest class on the weekend at 40 plus will be our main event and our final show before we sign off the air as they go through the switchback hairpins here and towards the kink once again in the infield on lap number 3. All Seville out front as Roussel seems content right now just to push away and run in the wake of the number 419.
Yeah, running a smart race here. We were talking to him earlier. He said that's pretty much the strategy. If you're sitting in second, you just want to make it a 2-kart fight. You're almost at an advantage sitting in shotgun in the second place. And they're going to come around to the last turn and put down lap number 3 on the event with 12 minutes left to go in this session. A little bit further back, you can see Preston Pico, Alfred Alvarez del Castillo. They've managed to pull a little bit of a gap on Austin Higginbottom, about 7/10 of a second, but they're still 2.8 back on the leader, Reagan Seville, who went purple with a 1:14.1. Sawyer Roussel with a 1:14.2, but he's already caught back up to the bumper down the back straight.
Yeah, he's closed back up there towards the rear end on Seville. We talked with Reagan a lot. He said, you know, he seemed kind of pretty open of anywhere that he could try and win the race from. He felt confident if he could win it from the lead. He felt confident if he could win from second. Just different strategies, of course, when you're in those spots of how to attack and how to win the race. When it's a 2-car battle, really, it comes down to either one of them. We've seen the leader be able to hang on. We've also seen second place, just as last race there with Carson Weinberg, able to make that last-minute surprise move and catch the guy off guard. The one downside you get is, you know, for all the downtime that all the drivers have in between races, they're getting to study how this track races once again, remind themselves of what the last scenarios look like and see whether it's you know, lessons learned in terms of what to do or especially what not to do by drivers in first or second or anywhere in the pack as well. So you can't necessarily surprise a guy, or if you do, you got to be really creative when you get to the final main events on the day, because I mean, they got to study, Aaron. You know, they got to see how Carson Weinberg won. They got to see how the likes of Miguel Mir were able to hold off Robbie Mott and Ka100 Master. All these races coming up before, and a lot of these kids, they're like sponges. They're able to just watch what happens, learn how they were able to get the win or lose the win, and try to add that into their playbook when it comes to their race later on in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's one of the most notable things I've seen, especially from some of these younger drivers that do really well. They go out and they don't just watch the races of the older drivers out there. They're analyzing them. They're learning what to do, what not to do, what works, what doesn't. And seeing them do that really gives them a better idea of how they should approach their races.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier for him. Here's a good shot at third and fourth. Preston Pico and Alfred Alvarez del Castillo, 3.5 seconds back from the leaders. Since they've got going, they're going okay, but they're still about 8/10 off the pace of the top two in the Seville Electric 206 Jr class. This, of course, the entry-level class for a lot of the drivers here. You see some experience, like Reagan Seville, pulling double duty, running in both classes, and then for many, being the economy, the good budget way to get into the sport, to dip your toes in. It's the lowest horsepower. You get to learn the fundamentals of momentum and how to carry speed, and you really pay for it. You only got 9 horses under the hood, so you can't afford to make a lot of mistakes. It's a great training tool, and of course we see a lot of stars that can move from these classes and then go and perform as they move to the higher horsepower divisions, like your Ka100cc classes and your X30 Jr classes and senior classes as well.
Yeah, and that's really a sign of a good driver, too, is the adaptability, being able to hop from a 206 into a KA or an X30 or even a shifter. Not that they should jump from a 206 to a shifter right away, but if the ability to adapt to what the kart needs and what the engine needs from your driving style, because they do drive very differently, but they teach you the fundamentals either way. And so the fundamentals of, rolling the apex, getting on there early on the throttle, stuff like that, easy to learn in a 206, and then you can take those basics that you learn, transfer it to a KA or something along those lines.
So as they come on by through the stadium once again, just single file, everyone taking their time to, again, get to the end of the race at this point. You're just kind of managing your gap. You don't want to bring more drivers in. You don't have to. The same case here in this battle for the podium that we're watching between Preston Pico and Alfred Alvarez de Castillo, as, again, both of them have a nice margin. It always could be a little bit bigger back to Austin Higginbottom in the 5th spot, Jensen Harrell in 6th, Shelby Ramirez 7th. Michaela Bradley, unfortunately, an issue early, has sidelined the 407, so she's pulled on in, and that's dropped us down to 7 in the 206 Jr class here with a 2-driver breakaway up front, a 2-driver grouping here in 3rd and 4th, and another couple back with Harrell and Higginbottom in 5th and 6th, so they've spaced out a little bit as well, as the 411 and the 443 last time by separated by half a second, as we'll pick our leaders back up here through turns 4 and 5, halfway in, halfway home through the main event for the 206 Juniors.
Yeah, and we saw as they got down to the end there, Sawyer Roussel, I don't remember if it was him or if it was Seville in the second heat, but they started to lose that gap on the draft. They hit the rev limiter about halfway down. We're still seeing that, but he's got a lot of pace through the infield still. That gearing changes, the change in gearing, the differences in gearing mean that your strong suits are going to be at different points through this track. Maybe that shorter gearing, well, you might lose the straightaway. If you can make that back up early in this infield section, you might be stronger for actually racing through the infield. And on the last lap, that might be pretty big in terms of when they're defending and you're losing even more speed on the apex.
And that's what makes it, again, just so much more crucial for all these drivers to maximize their test day and to learn the track as soon as they can. It's a big racetrack, a lot of corners, a lot of different technical sectors here that you've got to master, but the quicker you can get up to speed with the track, the more you can kind of experiment with that gearing, with the differences in setup. I mean, even then from a handling perspective, obviously you want to be good in the high-speed corners, but you don't want to sacrifice too much in the low speed as well, and there's just a little bit of differences in that just as much as there is in the gearing. So when you're able to tinker with it, I mean, that's the big benefit. All the X30 guys have been talking about all weekend that we've talked to, saying, hey, this is just another bit of seat time for us at this racetrack to figure out what we think will work for us, what we think will give us the biggest opportunity to go and win on the biggest stage here in North America, the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour coming to town next weekend with the SCUSA Winter Nationals and the kickoff of the National Championship. So for them, again, it's trying to maximize all 3 days here for these kids. They only got Friday before they had to start getting into official sessions. And to tune, again, like you said, to find differences that work for them. Seville seems happy with the longer gear, gives him the straightaway. If he can roll the speed through the infield, and on the flip side, Sawyer Roussel opting for, in comparison, a gear that seems to give him a little more speed in the infield section. But like you said, Aaron, you can see when he hits the limiter, when he starts to lose speed on this long straights, as he finally goes by there into the last corner with 6 minutes to go, that down the backstretch, he'll run out of steam with another couple hundred feet still to go.
Yeah, and like Alex, when we had Alex Stanfield in here, he was saying he thinks he has a little bit gearing, he's geared a little bit more for the straightaways there, and it works as long as you don't make a mistake. So if you want to run that lower gear like Seville has, in order for it to work, you've really got to be able to not make mistakes and have a consistent line lap after lap and hit your marks really well. Reagan Seville obviously really confident in his ability to do that and not, make easy mistakes to make and scrub with a little bit more speed than you have to.
Yeah, and depends too on what you want to go for, because not only are you going for what's going to be good alone, I mean, you may want to do the longer straightaway gear when you're running for qualifying trim, or when you're thinking that you're going to be running most of the race alone. When you get into a pack race here, and then you've got all these passing zones where you can get by in these switchback hairpins, and it just goes one after another, you get bogged down, or you can't roll as much center speed if the guy in front of you is backing up his corner more and leaning on the horsepower of the engine and the gear to get him out. Sometimes that longer gear hurts you, you know, and then again, in the flip side still, it could be better, because when they get down the backstretch and someone hits the limiter or runs out of power with how short they're geared, then they might get freight train 3, 4, 5 carts by turns 4 and 5. So there's almost a different dynamic, not only of what you want to do in general, but also what you want to do based on how you think the race will unfold. Do you think you're going to end up with 5, 6, 7 guys all packed together? Or do you think it could be one, or you by yourself, or just you with one other driver going at it for the race win here? As we see, we've got now just 4.5 minutes to go, and it looks like the latter will be what we will see coming to the checkered flag, as it's a 4-second gap back to Preston Pico. These two have kind of slowed down a little bit with the pass and putting Roussel in the front of the pair. It's not going to damage them much, because they're still 0.2 a lap quicker than anyone else on the racetrack, but they're not having a massive gap where they're half track in the field and they can do whatever they want to do, even halfway spin each other, and still have enough time to win the race. Because those guys 3 to 4 seconds back, I mean, that could get eaten up if they pass a whole lot early on, and that's exactly why they're not doing that right now.
Yeah, well, and you're saying too, depends on how hard they want to race, how hard they want to push each other, and maybe push the limit of what's acceptable for racecraft out here. Not that they have been doing that, but just as a theoretical here. But for them, this is the full championship. This is the big event for them. They're not coming out here to practice for the Pro Tour where they can maybe get away with that. You've got to think long term in this class. 206, it's only TSRS, or in KA where it's a warm-up class, yeah, but you've got a lot of guys that run the season all the way through. So for them, do you want to fight harder and risk DNFing, or do you want to just make sure that you finish the race first and get the good points haul for a long-term, there's a 4 or 5 race event over the whole season?
Yeah, we'll have to see here as they go down the backstretch towards turns 4 and 5. 3 minutes remaining. They'll get a handful of laps more here, probably around 14 or 15 when the race is all said and done for the 16-minute plus 2-lap main event for 206 Jr. as Roussel and Seville go through. He said, when we talked with Reagan as well, that really the only difference they were going to do is drop their tire pressures because they're doubling the distance of the race. But as a whole with the setup, they felt pretty happy with where they're at. It obviously looks like it's working good for them, battling for the lead, first and second, comfortably ahead of the field at the moment in the 419. And he's, of course, got a race coming up in just a few moments. After the 206 Seniors and the Honda Kid Karts, he hops right back in to the Ka100 Juniors when they come out later this afternoon.
Yeah, and we're talking about long-term pace. They've set their fast laps. So Roussel and Seville set their fast laps on lap 4. Pico and Alvarez del Castillo are actually just set their fast laps last time by. They're finally making up about 0.2 on the leaders. So we're seeing a resurgence from them now, whereas the Roussel and Seville have dropped a little bit of time. As I say, they go 13.8s and set some personal bests, or just about. So the lap times that they've had, they dropped off a little bit, and it looks like they're coming back in again.
Yeah, we'll see if that pace can get down closer to even the best overall. Like you said, Seville, his personal best that time with Roussel out in front. It goes to show either way, they've got them lined up. They both have the pace where they can lay down equal level lap times, whether it's with Seville leading the way or Roussel leading the way. They're both equally quick. And that's good for us, obviously, from an entertainment perspective, as we get to watch a head-to-head, equally weighted battle coming down to the final few circuits. 1.5 minutes to go. They should make it into easily to get the 3 to go signal this time, but I don't think they'll get to the line before that they end up getting an extra lap out of it. So it may come down to just being a 14-lapper. We'll see when they come across the line. 1:13 here. And then, of course, one more lap around. It'll be right on the nose if they get a fourth lap. If this becomes the 4 to go signal or the 3 to go signal. Either way, they both know they've been out there for quite a minute. It'll definitely be coming down to the wire in just a few moments here. This time by 1:09. So judging off that, we're going to come a few seconds short, and they'll get the 2 to go signal next time by the start-finish line. So unofficially, I'm going to guess 3 laps to go as they exit turn number 3.
Yeah, and like we said here, you can see now Seville is able to, oh, he's actually making a pass there.
There he goes, down the inside, tired of waiting. Maybe thinking that he was getting towards it. He can't hear us in his helmet. They're not allowed to have any radio communication, so they don't know yet that it's officially 3 to go. But again, we asked him if he was maybe counting the laps. He said, no, doesn't really change much for me. You know, he was pretty to the point. Reagan, when we had him up in the booth, yeah, I'm just going to run. You know, it doesn't really make a difference whether we're on the last lap or the first lap or the midway through. I'm feeling where I need to be and confident where I need to be to win the race. So as he goes by, maybe he thinks he's got a better shot being the leader. He's got a 2-car length cushion, maybe saved a little bit, maybe a couple tricks up his sleeve to pull out a little more pace where he needs it, as that 2-car length gap will shrink down to 1 in the toe. This time by, I do believe, yes, the flagman's ready. Double sticks coming. 2 laps to go here by the start-finish line.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to pull away too much. He's still going to have Roussel on his rear bumper, at least coming out of this turn. As he made the pass, I was saying you can still see that gearing change. He just about cleared Roussel by the time they got to turn 4 there. So we'll see how he wants to defend going in these next two laps.
Which, again, super important for Roussel to note that as well. You'll see him pull up here to the bumper and then kind of stay at this bubble where Seville then pulls back further away down the backstretch into turns 4 and 5. So with Seville opening the gap up at the end of the straightaway, it falls onto Roussel's shoulders to close back into him through the right chicane. Roussel taking a little more curbing and able to do so as he's got the gearing to still pull him out of the corner to the infield and the stadium hairpin. There we go, a lap and a half remaining. Seville still your leader. No charge yet from Roussel. When does Seville go to the bottom to start blocking? We're not quite sure. I can't imagine he'd really have to block down the back straightaway, but he might do that as well as the front stretch. Either way, a 1-car length cushion, takes a look back, sees the margin. White flag coming this time by.
Yeah, he's been getting some really good runs. You can see him there. Roussel, though, just got to his bumper under braking and stayed there as they exited the last turn. He's actually defending a little bit going into the last turn right here. So Roussel might be able to get a little crossover on him, making a drag race down to turn 1.
He does. He has the nose down to the bottom side. Can he keep it there? Looking turn 1. He'll get through. So Sawyer Roussel to the lead. Final lap. Reagan Seville on the bumper. Roussel covers the bottom. Seville knows he's got the gearing and the horsepower to motor around him on the outside. Roussel tries to crowd him up top. Here comes Seville. Does he get clear by turn 4? He does. Reagan Seville around the outside. Gets through on Sawyer Roussel. And so Seville now goes on the defense through turn 6.
This is Roussel's wheelhouse, so this is where he's been strong all week. You see Reagan Seville take some curb for just about the first time this weekend as he's trying to carry more speed through there. This is where Roussel geared the cars for this infield section. So can Seville defend well enough and run a narrow enough line that Roussel can't make a good run on him and can't get that position back?
Through the back and forth stadium hairpin corners, over to the right-left chicane. Final time today in 206 Jr. presented by Seville Electric. Reagan Seville trying to win in this family-sponsored class. Through the kink, Roussel opens up. Seville to the bottom side. He'll narrow the exit, puts Roussel on the outside lane. Roussel trying to get clear by the final corner. Does he send it deep on the outside? He's going to try it, but he'll run out of grip. Seville across the line, hangs on, and wins the opening round.
Great job by the both of them. That was a phenomenal last lap between them. As we see, looks like Alfred Alvarez del Castillo is going to take 3rd, Preston Pico in 4th. They ended up 6.6 seconds back, just didn't quite have the pace there to keep up and bring themselves into that fight. Jensen Harrell crosses the line for 5th place. Looks like we'll have Austin Higginbottom and Shelby Ramirez coming in just right now. Oh, they got a little contact there. A little bit. Drag race down there, and it'll be Austin Higginbottom with 6, Shelby Ramirez in 7th. Like you said, Michaela Bradley, unfortunately, lap 2 had some sort of issue, did not make it out, or did not make it past lap 1.
Well, that'll do it there for the Seville Electric 206 Junior class. 206 Senior coming up next year, and it's been a pack race in all of their heat races. There's a lot of drivers, it seems like, with the pace to win. How many will end up in the lead pack here? I have to imagine more than just 2, because there's a lot of heavy hitters in that one. Shout out to Sally Mott lining up on the grid after her horrendous crash yesterday. Ran midway through the pack there in heat number 2. She'll line up around mid-grid after everything for the final. We'll keep an eye on Sally to see if she can get there. Said she felt like she has a good car underneath her, just kind of got caught out by qualifying, and then, of course, by that nasty crash in heat number 1. There's a lot more in that group. We couldn't name them all because we got to go to commercial break, and then when we come back, they're going to be on the racetrack here, ready racing and getting set to go green for 206 Senior from NOLA.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here live from NOLA Motorsports Park. The 206 Seniors presented by Cruise Racing Development making their way out of the final corner. Jeff Dollian on the point. Ethan Wolf to the outside. Caden Wolf and Braxton Trigg on row number 2. Chuck Jensen, Tyler Stevens, row 3. Landon Melson, Luke Waller making more, and Mikey Bolin, your top 10. Into the tram lines, looking good. Green flag in the air, and they'll break formation to the first corner. A good start for the inside lane. Jeff Dollian leads them down to turn number 1, and they'll all make it through 2. Do they make it through 3? They do as well. Nice run down the backstretch, and they're side by side for the lead. 2 abreast into turn number 4. 4 rows deep. Aaron, what a way to start this main event.
Wow, yeah, that was about 7 carts in the lead pack. Like you said, 2 by 2 all the way through. There's no breakaway pack in this one. You got one of the Wolf brothers, not quite able to tell which one in first.
Looks like Ethan in the number 2 with a great jump.
Braxton Trigg got into second, it looks like, and then Jeff Dollian is in third. It might be flip-flop there. And the other Wolf brother, I believe, is still in fourth. Yeah, the other one's still in fourth right there.
Yeah, easy to tell with the bright fluorescent comp cards that the Wolf brothers are on here this weekend. And so Ethan Wolf leads over Braxton Trigg. Jeff Dollian in third. They were able to break away a little bit in that second heat. Now Trigg looking for the lead. Through the kink there, he saw Carson Weinberg make a pass. That'll be the second one we record coming out of the chicane before they open up for the hairpin and into the final corner. Braxton Trigg will lead the opening lap in 206 Senior, and it's a cavalry behind him. Probably 9 drivers, at least 6 drivers deep here at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, it's going to be Braxton Trigg, Ethan Wolf, Jeff Dollian, Caden Wolf in that front 4, but Tyler Stevens, Chuck Jensen, Landon Nelson not far behind them at all. In fact, Tyler Stevens, Chuck Jensen pulling the draft a little bit. Looks like they're going to make it up to them sooner rather than later this lap.
So through to turn number 4, they'll close up in the toe and make it at least 6. And we got one spun around out of 7th. Landon Melson goes way wide over in turn number 5. Dropped the right rear tire off the edge, and you know these guys are running every bit of the racetrack here to kind of carry momentum. Unfortunately, he just dropped it off the edge of the racetrack, and the dirt sucked him around. And so Landon Melson out of 7th. Spins and falls to the tail end of the group.
Yeah, we got a big 6-cart pack here. This is going to be a lot of real good racing all the way through. I can't imagine anybody's going to really break away from this unless we get some hard racing, hard passing, and maybe a unfortunate incident or two. It slows everyone down a little bit.
So through to the second to last corner as we work the end of lap number 2. 206 Senior all following the 684 of Braxton Trigg on the Comet Eagle. He'll take him out of the final turn. The blacked out number 684 leads them to turn number 1. Single file, and they're all at least playing nice up front. Look at that gaggle behind them. Big pack of cars here battling behind the top 6 as they rocket down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Chuck Jensen went fastest that lap from 6. You can see that entire pack has pace. Nobody's really going to be able to break away, I can't imagine. Moving into turn 4. Looks like nobody's going to make a move. They all want to stay single file. Oh, there's a little bit of pushing right there.
Multiple go off there. Caden Wolf is off, and I believe Chuck Jensen goes for a ride around.
Yeah, I didn't quite see what happened there, but it looked like maybe one person got a little bit loose, maybe scrubbed some speed, and that just had an accordion effect through the rest of that.
Yeah, they all kind of bottlenecked up, and that was something we kind of touched on a little bit earlier on in the show about how when the packs get that big, you end up having to brake a whole lot earlier, and the accordion just kind of backs up the braking zone. And I think the guys at the end kind of underestimated how much they needed to slow down for all the drivers in front slowing down to stay off the driver in front of them, and then it just kind of got back together in the center of the corner. So now it's just 3. Braxton Trigg, as he comes under fire. Ethan Wolf goes to the point. Trigg back to second. Dolian in third. And hanging on by a thread there at the end is one of the Burrell Arts a little ways further back, Tyler Stevens in the 605. So we lose Caden Wolf, we lose Chuck Jensen, who just set the fastest lap of the race the lap before.
Yeah, unfortunate for Chuck Jensen, who was, like you said, going purple. Tyler Stevens is going to be in a rough spot because he's got a pack of about 6 karts working together behind him. I can't imagine he'll be in front of them for too long. If they want to work with him, though, they might be able to have a 6-7 car draft train that can pick up those front 3 if they battle too much.
So through the S's here this time, and on out of it there. Again, Ethan Wolf, Braxton Trigg, Jeff Dolian. 3 drivers just hooked up single file. I think we'll see them kind of start to push and just maybe hang tight here because they've got a healthy gap. 2 seconds back to Tyler Stevens. Stevens might get eaten up by the pack behind him being all by himself now as Ava Elder is up 6 spots into the 5th position and leads a massive group going back to the end of the top 10 for Elder, Mikey Bolin, Kelvin Ching up 9 spots to 7th, Luke Waller 8th, Macon Moore in 9th, and Brant Boada in 10th.
Oh, there's a move going into the last turn. Jeff Dolian on Braxton Trigg.
Oh! Trigg got kind of into the back of Ethan Wolf there, put his hand up, said sorry about that, and now Trigg goes back to the lead into turn number 1. So maybe they don't want to ride in that specific order. Maybe they want a different kind of lineup as Dolian was trying to go by, and now Dolian looks back. I don't know if he was putting his hand up, but even Ethan Wolf took a look back over his shoulder. Nobody there for him, so he doesn't have to worry about how much they pass. I think even still, they'll probably pull away from the likes of Tyler Stevens and Moore.
Those 3 might not have even realized there's just 3 of them anymore because I don't think they've looked back since that incident happened over in turn 4 a couple laps ago. So I think that might have been the very moment where they realized, like, oh, we have a way bigger gap than we thought we did heading into the stadium section over there.
Yeah, quite a big pack initially, now dropping down to these 3 here, and Ethan Wolf not going to have a safety net of a driver behind to push him forward. He's fallen off a little bit from Jeff Dolian, and Dolian linking up to the rear bumper of Braxton Trigg as they go through the chicane and towards the second to last corner. 10 minutes to go here in the 16 minutes plus 2 laps. Main event for the 206 Senior class presented by Cruise Racing Development. The Honda Kid Kart's currently on deck, then Ka100 Jr. and Ka100 Sr. will close out our afternoon here from New Orleans.
You can see in the back, too, Tyler Stevens slowly falling back. Kelvin Ching up a couple more spots. He's in 5th now. Ava Elder fell back to 6th. They're moving now. They're going to catch up to Tyler Stevens pretty quick now, as I think that was that Ava Elder making a pass on Kelvin Ching?
Going right back on him. So just as Ching gets into the top 5, 11 spots picked up for Kelvin. Unfortunately, back to 6th, but he'll hang tight on the back straightaway. So up front, no change up for the top 2. They've left Ethan Wolf now. He's already probably 7 or 8 tenths back and fading. Tyler Stevens in the 4th spot. And there's Elder's group with Kelvin Ching in tow, along with Mikey Bolin in the red speed and Luke Waller in the 691. Burrell Art right behind him as well.
You got to remember, we're not even halfway through this event yet, so there's still a lot that can happen. You get some teamwork out there, you can make a lot of ground in these 206s just with the drafting. So Tyler Stevens, see how he handles this pack of 4 karts coming up on him. Fortunately for Ethan Wolf, yeah, he just I don't know if he made a mistake or got caught out what happened there, but he did lose the front 2, and the front 2 seemed to be like they decided they're going to work together now and just keep this as a 2-kart fight as much as possible.
Here they come through the second to last corner here. They are definitely closing in on Tyler Stevens. Last time by, too, I mean, they were faster than the leaders. So Kelvin Ching and his group, I mean, they're digging. That time the leaders got hooked up, though. Trigg and Dolian, a 112.6 for them. And Elder and Ching battling cost them some time as Ching loses follows Elder and is pushing her into the toe of Tyler Stevens. So he'll fade back. That's for 4th. Down the backstretch, Elder onto the limiter. Can't do anything into turn number 4. Might be able to do something later on in the lap, but at least they've caught up to Tyler Stevens, and they've got their sights set on Ethan Wolf to at least get to the podium here. As you can see, he's not far up the road in the comp cart.
Yeah, this is about to be a real big battle for the last spot of the podium. If they just work together a little bit, they're going to have a big run. Looks like they've kind of broken up into a group of 3, maybe a group of 4 with a straggler behind them. So we'll see how things kind of play out over the course of the entire race. Yeah, there it is. You can see it's 3 and then a couple stragglers right behind there. Sort of keeping up there, and one pass will bring those two right back into it as well.
Yeah, through the chicane this time here. Elder all over the rear bumper of Tyler Stevens. Does she go to the inside in the second to last hairpin? She will not. Stays in line behind him. Ching still right there. At least the two of them working together is pulled away from Mikey Bolin.
There she goes.
Down the inside. Ching wants to follow. Can he? He's going to try. Out of the last turn. Runs Stevens a little bit wide. Stevens ultimately holds on with the momentum. He remains in 5th. Elder up to 4th.
Yep, leaders also going purple once again. Braxton Trigg with a 14.2, along with Jeff Dolian at a 14.2 as well. The leaders, or not the leaders, Elder and Stevens, or Elvin and Ching going about a 12.7 and a 12.8 for the two of them.
Yeah, so not as quick that time by for Ava Elder and Kelvin Ching. Granted, they were passing through the final corner, so that could be part of it, but they're at least catching up to Ethan Wolf. He was over a second off the pace of the leaders that time by, so unfortunate for Ethan Wolf. Without a dancing partner, he's going to get swallowed up by this group as well. Braxton Trigg, Jeff Dolian happily pulling away out in front here, moving into the later stages of this 206 Senior main event presented by Cruise Racing Development. Ching able to get the move done in the stadium hairpin. Move Kelvin Ching into the top 5, and 11 spots gained once again for the 664 TB card.
Yeah, so we're seeing them. They're slowly reeling them in. It might be another lap or so as they come around the second to last turn. Especially with Stevens not having a cart right on her rear bumper. It'll take a little bit more work for her to get up there. Or at least wait until Kelvin Ching gets back up there all the way.
Down the front stretch here this time. There's your look at Braxton Trigg and Jeff Dolian, and the margin built up 4.5 seconds as they continue to push away here. 6 minutes to go, plus 2 laps in the Cruise Racing Development 206 Senior class. And a 2-driver duel looks like what the race is shaping up to be, with a massive group behind, as Ethan Wolf's going to get eaten alive by that pack sooner rather than later. Last time by the stripe was only 3/10 up, and I believe they've already gotten by him. 2 of them at least. Elder and Ching have gone by to 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Ethan Wolf really didn't have anything you could do about that when you have a couple of carts working with the draft there. He's down in 5th now. Maybe if he keeps his head down and just works with them. He's already making a pass, actually, I can see, over back into 4th place now, as they come out of the second hairpin in the stadium section.
Yeah, so battle for 3rd and 4th as the leaders continue to pull away, and that's what we've got on your screen. The top 2 with a 5-second gap. Braxton Trigg, Jeff Dolian, then a big group again behind them, just coming out of the second to last hairpin as the leaders come out of the final corner. Down the front stretch, Trigg and Dolian to turn number 1. Here's that group for 3rd. Kelvin Ching's worked his way up the order now. Ching to P3. Wolf back to 4th. That's 13 spots gained for Kelvin Ching.
Yeah, Kelvin Ching has had a great run, really shown that it doesn't really matter where you start. As we see Ethan Wolf go back on him now, they're fighting now. I guess they realize they probably don't have much of a chance to get back to the other two, Braxton Trigg and Jeff Dolian, with about 4.5 minutes left to go in this race. That's a lot of time they need to make up, about 6 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's just trying to hold on here, trying to convince the drivers behind to follow you until the end, because when the pack gets big, it might get broken up. It's already been broken in half. That's actually Tyler Stevens, sorry. Ava Elder got shuffled back further from that group of 3. She's about a second back, leading the next group with Luke Waller and Mikey Bolin. Brant Broada is about 2 seconds back with Caden Wolf, who's already rebounded back to the 10th position. So good recovery for Caden Wolf in the 622. At least a top 10 currently in the works for him. Maybe an outside shot at the top 5. He'd need a lot of shuffling from this group for that to happen. But Ethan Wolf, his brother at least, hanging on to 3rd with 4 minutes to go here in New Orleans.
Yeah, they're doing a good job now, keeping it a little bit tight here. We'll see if they want to keep it like this, because you got a pack of 3 carts right behind him trying to bear down and get back on them. They're running about 112.8 for Ethan Wolf right now, so they're not quite at the pace of the leaders. Leaders doing a 112.5. No real chance for them to get back up there at now. Still a 6.6 second gap, but they're doing a good job pushing there. They might be trying to break it off into a 2-car battle as well.
Yeah, Tyler Stevens pushing away on Ethan Wolf, able to at least get a little bit of separation back to Kelvin Ching, maybe 2 car lengths if that, as Ching closes back up through the chicane. Little gap back to the next group behind them. And through turn number 9, they'll head towards the stadium sector once again here, just nose to tail, 3rd, 4th, and 5th on your screen, while the leaders 6.6 seconds up the road. Braxton Trigg and Jeff Dolian, who have worked together beautifully all main event long.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting now. It looks like the kart's in is that 6th and 7th?
Yeah, 6th and 7th. Luke
They're
Waller,
making
Mikey
time.
Bolin.
They're making up some decent time now. It looks like they've closed the gap this lap compared to the lap prior.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Avondale. She started so strong. It's unfortunate here. She was going to be in contention, led a lot of that charge up through the order, and she's now struggling, falling back here to the edge of the top 10, back to 8th, and almost losing touch with that group as your leaders head down the back straightaway. There's that next group into view as they come through turns 2 and 3 with Wolf, Stevens, Ching, 1, 2, 3 in order, and they're battling for the final spot on the box with 2 minutes to go. Should be about 4 laps remaining if I'm not mistaken. They'll get by the line to put another one in and then won't have time for another, maybe 5 through the chicane this time.
Yeah, Luke Waller's definitely making time. He made up 4/10 in that last lap alone. He's dropped Mikey Bolin just a little bit, and I think he's sniffing the draft of these 3 ahead of him in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So it's going to be about 4, maybe 5 once it starts battling. Fight for the 3rd spot on the podium.
Yeah, very impressive from Luke Waller. He's on pace with the leaders as of last time by at a 1:12.459, only about 1/100th off the best time of the race set by Braxton Trigg, who is on pace with where they were 1 year ago here in New Orleans, so almost to the T. This is the one class that ended up, or one of many classes that was the exact same format, weight, tire, compound, engine, everything identical to where they were in 2021. Everything else, for the most part, has had some kind of adjustment. A few classes have had the weight dropped a little bit. The X30 classes, obviously, with the new wiring harness, with the new pipe, single pipe all the way through, taking out the flex, it's gone a little bit quicker for them as well, especially as they've developed and learned more about the motor. This class, you've got a great history book to go back on here in New Orleans. Already 1 year of competition. I was talking with Trigg earlier today. He's like, yeah, we were really quick. Then unfortunately had a bent chassis throughout heat number 1. Kind of struggled there. Looked good again this morning in heat number 2. And they've pulled a gap on this group right here that's kind of rebounded back to a group of 5.
Yeah, and like we were saying before, there's probably about 7, 8, maybe 10 karts in a class that can win. And this is what we mean. You know, Mikey Bolin is running the same time as the leaders. It's just the way that the races play out. Sometimes you lose a little bit of time, have something happen there. So you never really know who's in contention up until the last couple laps.
Yeah, you're not really sure until the very, very end. As they go through the second to last hairpin here this time, Braxton Trigg, Jeff Dolian, 7 seconds up the road. This will be probably a pretty big battle here for 3rd. We'll try and keep an eye on it as much as we can, but the leaders are going to start dueling here pretty soon. They did not get the 2 to go that time, so they'll get 1 more on top of that. 3 laps to go here from New Orleans.
Yeah, like we said, it turned into a big 5-kart train right now. Everybody's maintaining their composure for the time being, but when they see 2 to go, I can't imagine the driver in 4th is going to be too happy having 2 laps to go in 4th place.
Yeah, I can't imagine all too much here. Dolian, he's been very patient all race long, just kind of riding in the tire tracks of the 684 with 2.5 laps remaining. When does he go by? Will it be when he sees the 2 to go signal? We'll find out in a few moments. Dolian still there, lurking as Trigg takes him through. They could battle and lose a second a lap, lose 2 seconds a lap, and not be phased at this point here with a 7.5 second lead over the rest of the field as Trigg takes him to the final couple corners, and the double sticks to be coming this time by.
Yeah, we'll see. They've just done a really good job sticking together. Like we've been saying, this is the game plan in 206 almost all the time, is just find a good partner and don't really mess them up too much. This should be 2 to go this time. Yep, we've got the flagman with double sticks in the air for 2 to go, and they're going to go around, see if anybody starts defending yet. Not quite.
Yeah, not quite yet here as they go down to turn number 1 through 2 and 3. Little mistake out of Dolian. He drops a tire. That's not what he needed here in the closing stages. 2 laps to go. He'll pull back up in the toe. Oh, big contact here back behind for 3rd and 4th. Ethan Wolf and the 691. Luke Waller come together.
And that is unfortunate. That's just about taking them out of contention for the podium now. Looks like we'll have, Tyler Stevens and Kelvin Shing. There might be one other with them, but they're going to be on their own now. And yeah, Braxton Trigg has pulled a bit of a gap with the mistake that Jeff Dolian made. We'll see if, I don't know if you can make up time in the draft on 1 lap or not.
So that's blown open the battle back behind them right as we went to the leaders. A little mistake from the leaders, little mistake from the group behind them as well. Here they come into the infield. Trigg and Dolian still separated. Here's the battle for 3rd. We'll pick it up when they come out of the stadium section. It looks to be Tyler Stevens into 3rd, Ching into 4th, and I believe Mikey Bolin in the 626.
right there as well.
Nobody's trying to move quite yet, but we still got 1 lap to go, and they're spaced out a little bit too much for something in the last turn, I think, right now.
So Kelvin Ching runs it a little bit wide there in the final corner. Gets a good run, though, down the front stretch. The leaders headed down the back. Treg, Dolian. Dolian's getting back close again. Treg knows it. When does Braxton Treg have to fight and defend for the lead at turns 4 and 5? Not yet, but it's coming. Dolian's finally back there. Took him a lap and a half to regain composure. And through the infield here, over the curbing, Treg able to pop him. A kart length cushion. Final lap here in 206 Sr. presented by Cruise Racing Development.
Yeah, we've been saying there's only about 3 more spots they can make a pass in, but evidently Weinberg proved us wrong in that mini Swift race, sorry. So we can really see it happen anywhere in this class.
Yeah, lots of opportunities to get by here with the momentum. Braxton Treg just needs to hang on. Few more corners around. Treg, a kart length and a half back to Dolian. Final couple turns here. Doesn't have to defend because Dolian's faded back. In fact, Braxton Treg has got more than enough of a gap. He just needs to go somewhat narrow in the final turn. A quick look over the shoulder. All good. Braxton Treg leads the most laps and wins in 206 Sr. And where's our battle for third? We'll pick them up here in a moment. They're coming to the final corner. Out of the last turn, Tyler Stevens hangs on and wins the fight for the final podium spot. Kelvin Ching comes across in 4th. Still a very impressive run for Kelvin. 12 spots gained up into the top 5. Mikey Bolin, 5 gained to 5th. Caden Wolf, a crazy rebound to 6th. That is impressive here for Caden after the going off so early on to drive back up the grid from back, I believe it was lap number 4. He got knocked outside the top 10 and gets back to P6. Ava Elder finishes 7th. Ethan Wolf, after getting tangled there with Luke Waller, ends 8th. Bryce Boata 9th. Waller in 10th. But Caden Wolf, I mean, if you want to talk about a championship here, that's a good way to get some points back. Very impressive for Caden Wolf.
Yeah, good job maintaining his composure, getting his head down, getting positions back. Unfortunate end for the 2 Wolf brothers is they were really strong all day yesterday and into the second heat today, but unfortunately that's kind of how racing goes, especially pack racing like that. One mistake and you can find yourself backwards looking at 7-10 carts coming right by you.
Well, that does it for Cruise Racing Development 206 Sr. Helix Electric Honda Kid Karts, Ka100 Jr. and Ka100 Sr. all still on deck and coming your way. More action to come for the Texas Sprint Racing Series winter warm-up here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer.
Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and ALML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression.
Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com. Welcome back here to the Texas Sprint Racing Series here at NOLA Motorsports Park as we're getting our Helix Electric Honda Kid Karts set to go green here for their main event. Ka100 Jr. currently on grid, Ka100 Sr. getting set to go green. A couple of the Kid Karts unfortunately stalled coming to the green, so they're going to try and at least get them refired to get everybody together to start the main event. Dutch Westbrook and Andrew Anastasio, Kimo Ahmad, Brody Stoffel, Theodore Mitchell, Brennan Barsh, Victor Gus Wunderl, all 7 of your Honda Kid Karts. They bring them down the front stretch to a halt. And see what they can do here to try and start them. So yellow flags for them down to turn number 1. That'll start the clock, I'd imagine, already 20 seconds in here to their main event. So we'll send them around and try to get them started once again.
Yeah, we'll see. Like you said, a couple of the carts died on them, so they didn't really have an opportunity to form up and have a proper grid. So we're going to send them around one more time. Not sure they really understand that they can speed it up a little bit, get around a little bit quicker than that. So this might be about a 3-minute lap time right here, which is okay. They're making sure they get it right. They might be a little confused on the full course yellow actually as it is, but we'll see what they do.
It at least gives us time here to kind of go through. We're going to see how many of the Ka100 Seniors we can pull aside and chat with here during this Honda Kid Kart race as we get set to go green. So they'll send all the Kid Karts around on the back side of the racetrack, and I think they're going to try and send them at least on a shorter course, moving some of the barriers out of the way on the front stretch by the time they get around to them. So we'll switch over to that. You can see the corner marshals quickly scrambling. They're going to move those barriers out of the way on the racetrack and allow them to at least pass on through before they put them back in place.
Hopefully the kids will realize it's just for this lap and they don't go straight on and on the first green flag lap and just hit the barrier.
Yeah, hopefully. I think they'll be all right. But again, just, herding cattle a little bit with all the kids as they work their way. They're over in the chicane right now in the back corner, getting set to go green. At least they're holding formation, honestly, pretty well.
Yeah.
All things considered, they're staying together pretty nicely, all 7 of them.
I've seen a lot worse formation laps for a kid kart than that. I've seen ones where kids don't understand they need to slow down, just try to gun it, and then they're 5 seconds ahead of the field, or drivers getting mixed up and can't remember who they're supposed to be behind. Whole lot of stuff like that. So they're actually doing pretty good. Props to them for being able to go slowly and keep their positions really well.
Yeah, not bad at all for any of them. So they're going to come straight down the straightaway here as the officials guide them towards the start-finish line. That'll pick up on their pace lap at least, and then the officials will quickly move the barriers back into line behind them. And now it looks pretty good. Dutch Westbrook, Andrew Anastasio, the front row, coming towards us towards turn number 1 for the Helix Electric Honda Kid Karts. And they're green, underway here for their 16-minute main event. The clock already ticking down a little bit with the aborted start. So 13 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock plus 2 laps.
Yeah, I'm imagining we're going to see Westbrook, Ahmad, and Anastasio running all together again like they have been for the last couple races or so. And it looks like right now we're going to see Kimo Ahmad get a really good run going into turn 4. Not going to make a pass, though.
Here we'll bring Braxton Treg on into the booth here with us. Our winner from Lo206 Sr. had a dominating performance here today, but obviously a lot of help from Jeff Dolly, and then he made a little mistake as they got going late in the showing. So we'll get him all hooked up while the Kid Karts make their way over towards turns 3, 4, 5, 6, now out of 9, and into the stadium hairpin here for the first lap. Braxton, you and I were chatting a little bit about the struggles you guys had with the chassis, unfortunately, and bent yesterday, but it looked obviously solid this morning. And then, a good run. Walk us through that one.
Yeah, well, we had the chassis got bent yesterday, sometime between qualifying and heat 1, sometime in the middle of there. So it really messed up heat 1. So we dropped back from 2nd to 4th. And then heat 2, I led every lap. And then on the final lap, Chuck and Jeff got around me on the back straight with draft. So there's nothing I really could do. Hurt my ribs, so I really couldn't defend it too much. But then in the final, I made a good run, got up into the lead early. We were drafting me, Jeff, and Ethan, and then Ethan kind of fell off a little bit. So me and Jeff just pulled away from the field, and then on 2 to go, he dropped the tire and just wasn't able to catch back up. So I just defended the little bit of corners that I needed to, and from there that was that.
Yeah, overall it was good. I mean, it looked initially like it was going to be a pack race. At what point did you realize, or did you hear the screeching tires behind you when they all went off over in turns 4 and 5?
Yeah, we were going down the back straight, and somebody slammed into the back of me. And then I saw Ethan come on the inside a little bit, and I saw Jeff behind me. And then I heard a bunch of tires screeching, so I knew something had happened. And then a few laps later, I was coming around to the front corner, and I'd seen everybody else coming around still on the other side of the track. So at that point, I knew we'd broke away with our lead, and that they weren't able to catch us from that point.
Well, either way, it was a good way to salvage the weekend. Obviously, good points all the way through the heats and then into the final. Start your championship off pretty nice. It's got to feel pretty good, especially on home turf, too.
Yeah, it's first. I've been in senior for 3 years. This was my first senior win so far.
Well, that's a big one right there, Braxton. So big congrats on that, man.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's Braxton Trigg here. He joined us in the booth and had a heck of a performance here today in 206 Senior. We'll enjoy talking to him here. And again, like he said, was just kind of monitoring the race where he could. Got a little bit lucky with Jeff Dalian, but at the same time, the wheel dropped. Dalian got back up to him, and he played it perfectly. Defended where he needed to, managed the pace where he needed to, and ultimately got away with his first career senior victory here in his third 206 Senior season. So things coming together, shaping up good for a 2022 TSRS championship run. Shaping up good as well for this young star. Dutch Westbrook has dominated the weekend, and he likes electric Honda Kid Karts with 10 minutes to go here in their main event. As they work their way down to turn number 1, here comes the rest of your field. Kimo Ahmad into second. Brody Stoffel got up quite a few spots off the start. He's side by side with Victor Gus Wunderl. And then it's Brennan Barth, then Theodore Mitchell, and unfortunately not a great start for Andrew Anastasio as he's fallen down the order.
Yeah, I think we caught it on the cameras. You just got a little bit of contact coming through the second to last turn there, spun off, got in the grass, had to get out of the car. The corner worker pulled the car back onto the track, so he's sitting pretty far back on the rest of the field. Dutch Westbrook pulled out a huge gap. He's been running almost 3 seconds a lap quicker than Kimo Ahmad, which is incredible to see. Very impressive from him.
Yeah, awesome stuff to see there. So Braxton Trigg wrapped for the day. We'll bring a few more of our Ka100 Senior drivers up here to the booth to chat with them before the main events get going for Ka100 Jr. and then Ka100 Sr. to wrap up our afternoon. As the Kid Kart's here, 6.5 minutes in, 9 minutes, 45 seconds left here, and then the 2 laps on the extra for their final here from NOLA Motorsports Park. We're a little bit delayed on the schedule if you were watching the time charts of when to watch your favorite driver, as a red flag came out a little bit earlier on today during the Micro Swift main event. The only red flag we had all weekend, and more so really just to make sure the track was clear. All drivers were cleared, all good, all of them wanting to get back behind the wheel. Not all their machines wanting them to get back behind the wheel, but a good bit were all able to restart that were available. So we'll keep on the cameras on the Kid Karts here with 9 minutes to go, and bringing a few more of the stars from the Ka100 Senior class. Aiden Rudolph here joins us in the booth after, well, unfortunate kind of run here to start your day. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, no, like I had a pretty bad start to the pre-final today, and it was kind of a crap show from the start, and nothing you can really do about it. All I got to do in the final is just fight forward.
And we're trying to figure out where everybody kind of starts with the heat points and everything totaled up. Do you know roughly, are you inside the top 10 at least to roll off?
Yeah, I'm P9. I start P9.
So pretty good. And on the inside lane, which the outside lane's been really treacherous here, can you talk to the viewers how rough it's been going through turns 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, I mean, if you're starting on the outside, you're basically going off track on the exit of turn 1, so, and then that just ruins your whole run onto this long straightaway we have here.
Yeah, and again, one of the longest straightaways we visit on the national scene. Aiden, you've been really active on the national scene to start here in 2022. It's been honestly pretty respectful racing, but the field's been cut in half. When you double the size and you got more guys going for it, what can we expect to watch here from the main event? Will we see some fireworks?
Maybe like the top 6. You'll see some good racing, but I don't think anything too crazy.
Well, hopefully not. Obviously, rolling off P9, that's something you can fight from. Inside lane should be a good start. Wish you best of luck here, bud.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, that's Aiden Rudolph here, rolling off on the inside of row number 5. Good run, fastest in Friday practice, and one of the top contenders coming into this weekend, and one of the championship contenders as he looks for a very impressive senior season. So he's making his way over to the grid. He'll have to get suited up here shortly to get ready for the main event with 7.5 minutes to go here in Helix Electric Honda Kid Karts. Dutch Westbrook and all the drivers actually last time by set their own personal best. I think that's the first time we've seen that this weekend.
Yeah, they're all figuring it out pretty good. They got a lot more time to really try out and learn some new stuff. And after the entire weekend, they've all probably gotten a lot more comfortable in the karts as well. I don't think we've seen anybody get down below 1 minute 30 yet. That'd be cool to see if we can get one of them in the 129s. But they're all doing really well. Dutch Westbrook still running 3 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else in the field. He's got something figured out really well in this race.
Yeah, Dutch Westbrook with a nice run through the field here. 10 seconds up over Kimo Ahmad as he works his way through the S's. Kimo, of course, a good start, up 1 position. As you mentioned, unfortunate issues for Andrew Anastasio. in the number 8, but he's at least been able to get going and should be able to continue to finish all the laps. Quick update here for everyone in the paddock area as you begin to make your way on out. If you can't hang for podiums, please make sure to take all your fuel cans and tires home with you here. We don't have the recycling service at NOLA Motorsports Park for this weekend, so if you use some tires, you don't need them anymore. Please make sure you take them home to recycle with you, and the same for any empty fuel cans. Please make sure to take those with you as well and recycle once you get back safe and sound. It's been a beautiful weekend of racing action. We couldn't ask for anything more besides maybe a little bit less wind. I mean, that'd be pretty nice, Aaron.
Yeah, the little bit less wind would be really appreciated. We had a couple issues with the backdrop behind us. Not quite hanging on as well as we'd like it to, but not too bad overall. I haven't seen a cloud in the sky for the last 2 days. Today we got a little bit of a trail, but nothing too bad, and the weather's just been beautiful, especially for the drivers out in the sun. They're probably loving this and all of the clear weather we got this weekend.
Yeah, clear weather, dry racing, not a cloud, and really just a couple clouds in sight today here. And again, not much more you can ask for. I mean, it's picture-perfect weather, highs of the 70s during the day. A little bit chilly in the morning sometimes with hoodies going around and jackets and stuff like that, but by the time it hits maybe 11 a.m., you're down to your T-shirt, your shorts, and enjoying the beautiful weather here in New Orleans in March. And I don't know if we'll get treated to it as much next week. Looked like it was going to be good earlier this week. Now it looks a little bit nasty. We're hoping to at least keep our fingers crossed for the SCUSA Pro Tour, but you never know if that nasty R word is going to make its way over to the racetrack here in Avondale, Louisiana. 5 minutes remaining now on the Helix Electric Honda Kid Karts. The gap for Dutch Westbrook, 13 seconds. Back to Kimo Ahmad, which is on screen right now, I believe, just trailed by Brody Stoffel. So close little grouping for second and third. Yeah, like I was saying yesterday, Brody Stoffel actually got caught up in a pretty nasty flip in the morning warm-up session right before qualifying. He popped up right away. You know, little kids are made of rubber, so they got him up walking, just double-checked him out, and then he went up for qualifying, did all right, and he's sitting in third place right now. That'd be pretty nice to go from upside down to sitting on the podium. Again, that's been the best part about this weekend so far here. Not only has the weather been so great, but the racing's been relatively safe. Everybody all good. Even Sally Monaghan was able to get out, get after it in the 206 senior class. The other drivers involved as well. We had one that unfortunately got skinned a little bit with the way the karts all flew all around, but you know, no major red flags for any kind of major medical emergency. Some cuts, some bruises, a few burns. But you'll see a little bit of that when you're out at a racetrack with some high-performance racing machines. Yeah, thankfully I think the EMTs have had a pretty uneventful weekend, which is something we always hope for. Yeah, definitely good to see that here, especially for these little guys here who, like you said, sometimes made of rubber, but at the same time are out there piloting machines up to 30 miles an hour as they work their way around the 1.1-mile course. 7 laps in here to the Honda Kid Kart, presented by Helix Electric main event, and Dutch Westbrook's lead. Another second added to it. 13.7 seconds added to the margin as of last time by. Brody Stoffel still close to the rear bumper of Kimo Ahmad for second as they head through turns 4 and 5. Here they come to the infield S's. Close little grouping for both of them, and then I believe further back as well we've got Brennan Barsh right around. And I think maybe
this is them right here.
Victor Gus Wundrell right there on screen. Little bobble by Brennan, and here they go. They'll go side by side for fourth. And
popping the curb a little bit.
Quick little block there to try and hold on to the spot by Brennan Barsh, but he hangs on to fourth.
It's so funny to see these kids because obviously on the cameras it doesn't look super fast relative to the other karts. They're not, blowing crazy speeds. But when I tell my friends, like, oh yeah, we got kid karts for 5 years old, they only go about 40 miles an hour. They still think that's crazy because that's faster than most residential streets are going to go.
Here's another little pass attempt. That was Brody Stoffel just on the inside trying to get by Kimo Ahmad. Unable to complete the pass, but got pretty close as they go towards the final corner here. 3 minutes to go in the Helix Electric Honda Kid Kart class.
Yeah, they'll fight pretty hard in this class. It's pretty fun to see, actually. Like I was saying in the heats and stuff, you got a group of 3 or 4 karts that'll go at it, and they don't really manage to not run into each other pretty well. But they put on some good racing if they keep together.
So here we go, 2.5 minutes remaining as they go down to turn number 1. There's Barsh again with the number 7 of Victor Gus Wundrell right behind him. Theodore Mitchell a little bit further back. Then Andrew Anastasio in 7th. And it'll be tight on the time, but they should be able to get one more lap in from what I can tell of where they're at on the racetrack before the 2 to go signal should be coming. So we should be on 3 to go this time by.
Yeah, I believe so. They'll get one more. About a 1.5 minute lap, so one more about 30 seconds in, and then after that, yeah, they'll be out of time when they come around for the 2 to go. After that one,
yeah, we'll run right up on it here, and then it'll quickly clear out the racetrack for the Ka100 Juniors to run their main event. They've had some great racing action all the way through, and we can't wait to get to the final show on the afternoon. The Ka100 Seniors, 40-plus total drivers in the headline 100cc class still to come here later on today. So should be super excited to watch them all get after it when it comes time. As a minute and a half ticks on down, Dutch Westbrook rounds the final corner here this time by. 3 laps to go from what we can estimate, and the battle for second on your screen, Kimo Ahmad and Brody Stoffel, as here comes Dutch Westbrook to turn number 1.
Yeah, Stoffel's putting some good pressure on Ahmad right now. We'll see if he can keep it up over the last couple laps. I'm surprised these kids have actually lasted 15 minutes right now. That's a long time to ask a kid to drive a go-kart for.
Yeah, quite a long main event here for the Kid Karts as they go down to turn number 1. And on through, Kimo Ahmad, Brody Stoffel, 1 to 2 car lengths apart right there. Here comes the next group. Almost side by side, Brennan Barsh, Victor Gus Wunderl, and Victor takes over the 4th spot as he gets by Brennan through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, that was a pretty good pass right there. Got a good run coming out of the last turn, and that's something that's really good about some of these classes too. Is I think we have a spin over in 4 I just caught, but
oh yeah, that's out of the top 3, I believe.
That's Ahmad. I think that's Kimo Ahmad over there.
Oh no, out of second, Kimo Ahmad facing the tire wall over here at turn number 4.
Oh man.
Was it in contention for a podium? So now that pass Victor Gus Wunderl just made puts him from 5th up into 3rd. And Ahmad will get back going behind them, move into the 5th position. I think he'll still be a little bit ahead of Theodore Mitchell, who's just coming around behind him over at turns 4 and 5 and through the infield. Meanwhile, again, now that gives a big gap here for Brody Stoffel in the number 9, and he moves up and inherits the 2nd spot.
Yeah, like I was saying though, these kids, the Kid Kart program even still is really good at teaching them, just some of the general basics of making a pass and how to work on your exits to set up a pass properly, which is really fun to see. The kids kind of learn to figure that out. I've seen it suddenly click, and they're like, oh, this is what I do, and then I'm a little bit faster than them, and I get inside of them. Really interesting to see how everything works for them as a 5-year-old.
Definitely, it's cool to see, and it's fun to see the learning curve. I had a funny story about Alessandro Truscio, who is now moved up into the mini class at 8 years old here. Back when I was down at Homestead, Miami, that we had just put in some of the extra sleeping policemen kind of concrete curbs on the outside of the runoff area to try and make sure that drivers weren't going up and over the curbs and were just going up to them or riding on them. Well, Alessandro in his Kid Kart was determined to go and do the runoff. So when he was told that, he said, no, Xander, I'm still going to go and do it. And then he noticed during his session that I was out on the platform on the building looking at the final corner. And so rather than making sure he hit his marks, he made sure he went and hit the runoff bumps anyway and turned his helmet sideways and side-eyed me the whole way through the corner, all the way halfway down the straightaway. Then took another look back to make sure I was still watching him as he did exactly what we were mentioning to try and not to do. So there's a lot of, the development for each kid's obviously different, but seeing some of them get so into it and obviously so, developed on their own, they'll have a whole lot of fun when it comes to the Honda Kid Karts.
Yeah, there was one time we were up in Wisconsin, my home track, out at Badger Kart Club. I had a friend that was one of my dad's friends was getting his kid into karting, and this I think it was Mason. It was either Mason or Luca were the 2 kids' names. And I think it was Mason was going out there, and there's you get a horseshoe or a hairpin, and then you get a little boot style corner, and you can kind of. Mason figured out you can just cut the grass between the horseshoe and the hairpin and the horseshoe, because you got to go back up and then you make another hairpin back down. So he just cut the track every single lap. He's like, Dad, I figured out how to go faster. I passed like 6 cars that way. He's like, yeah, you also got like 3 penalties because of it. He didn't care. He was just out there to have fun. So we eventually figured out how to tell him, like, you got to keep it on the paved stuff and then you'll do okay. But sometimes the problem-solving capabilities of these kids is
well, I'm not sure exactly what happened to Brody Stoffel all in the incident, but this 3-kart group kind of became one really quickly while we were talking and storytelling. He's fallen back into 3rd. Victor Gus Wunderl is now up into 2nd, and Brennan Barsh is back to 4th.
Yeah, I think Brody kind of lost his pace when Ahmad spun out. I think he kind of didn't have a reference of where to go, so he started slowing down a bit. But now that they've caught back up to him, yeah, Gus Wunderl picked up 3 spots in 1 lap over there because he made a pass, and then Ahmad went off, and then he got past Brody Stoffel at the same time. So Victor Gus Wunderl, I think, is still in 2nd, and then Brody Stoffel's in 3rd. And this is the last lap now, so this is pretty important as we're getting there.
So here they come through the S's as your leader is working his way around the final few circuits here. Dutch Westbrook, great run all weekend long, and he'll meander his way towards the final corner. come out of the final turn, and after sweeping every session to this point, Dutch Westbrook wins the opening round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series in Kid Kart. The Helix Electric Honda Kid Karts then still a good fight for second. We'll pick it up as they come through. It's Victor Gus Wonderl out front. Right behind him is little Brody Stoffel. He's got a big run on him. Brennan Barsh has kind of faded backwards. And Stoffel, like you said, once he found a new marker here to follow, he started to pick the pace back up, but I think he's going to be a little bit too far back. So to the final corner, Victor Gus Wonderl at one point was outside the top 5, up quite a few spots from dead last into second, and gets onto the podium. Brody Stoffel ends in third. Brennan Barsh in fourth. Kimo Ahmad able to rebound and at least continue to finish. Will come across the line inside the top 5 in fifth. And that it looks like we'll have the entire field able to at least complete the main event as Theodore Mitchell comes out of the final turn as well. And Andrew Anastasio not too far behind, although I'm sure a little bit bummed after his spin early on and how much help he needed to get back going. He completes in 7th in the number 8 machine. So that does it for the Helix Electric Honda Kid Karts. The Ka100 Jr is already beginning to fire up. We'll take a quick commercial break and come back with 2 more main events. And it's 2 of the bigger ones that should be exciting here from NOLA.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
So Ka100 Jr. presented by 4T Concrete Pumping back here and getting set to go green from New Orleans. Max Taylor gets to line up on the pole for the first time this weekend. Alongside him will be Ernesto Rivera in the RPG Cosmic. Then we go back, row 2 will be Elio Meza, who had that incredible drive in heat number 2 to the win. He lines up third to the inside of Caleb Gaffera.
Row 3 is going to be Cooper Shipman and Oscar Iliff. Ivana Richards and Diego Giat are going to be row 4.
Row 5 rounding your top 10, Valentino Garbarino and the RPM Tony Kart and Landon Skinner, the red speed. Then we go back to Graham Tremmel and Santiago Duran, Cameron Reed, Ashlyn Speed, some girl power on row 7, and Jensen Harrell rounds the top 15. They're going to come on the front straight away. Looking for the green flag here. First attempt. It will be good enough to get it. Green flag and a good run for Rivera around the outside as he tries to hang tough, but he loses grip under braking. That'll let Taylor get through to the lead, and I believe as well allow Elio Meza to get to second. Down the backstretch here. Good start as well. Cooper Shipman to third. They're side by side for fourth to turn number 4. Can everybody make it through? They're going to get pushed wide, and a big crossover from the back of that group. That might have been Caleb Gaffera, and it was. What a move by Gaffera to go 3 spots up as they all washed out wide, and the top 3 will get away into the stadium hairpin here, Aaron.
Yeah, going into 4, looked like Ivana Richards was fighting for 4th place, just overcooked the brakes a little bit, and Gaffera making a great opportunity work for him, making up 3 spots. It looks like he had a pretty rough start from 2nd place out there. He's up into 4th now after falling back to probably about 6th or 7th place. Max Taylor and Elio Meza, though, pulling away already. They got about a 4 or 5 car gap. They were super quick in that second heat, and it looks like they're going to keep that rolling for the final right now.
Yeah, nice pass there for third at the edge of the frame there. Caleb Gaffera getting by on Cooper Shipman, so he takes over third. Good recovery Max Taylor will lead lap number 1. Before the Ka100 Seniors get on track, we brought us up another one here to the booth. Nick Bruckner had a great start to the weekend yesterday. Solid kind of start today. Talk to me about your Saturday or Sunday morning.
Sunday's been great, man. Finished P3 in the second heat, so good starting position. I start third for the final, so it's not too bad. We made some major changes, so hopefully they'll be good.
Yeah, we saw the pace looked pretty good overall. Obviously, it felt like you maybe needed a little bit more, but feeling that those changes will be good. What can we expect here for this main event from the viewer's side?
It's going to be a crazy show. That's all I can tell you. There's going to be like 44 of us out there or something like that, and it's just going to be, I feel like a lot of carnage, a lot of back and forth passing. I feel like no one's going to want to be, in the train sixth. They're going to try to make their way up, and then that might break up some groups, and I think it might group out after that.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's kind of how the races always play out, right? You try to get forward early before the groups break because you don't know when they could break. Someone could make a bad pass for fourth, could be back at eighth, and that's when they break up. So like you said, this is, races we've seen 3 and 4 car packs in the heats with you guys divided half. Are you feeling like there's going to be about 8 to 10 guys you think that could easily take this thing?
Yeah, I think that the battle will probably be about 6 to 8 guys for sure. I think the front 5 are definitely going to be there, and then kids that kind of didn't have as great of a heat race or kind of got pushed back or didn't even finish, they're going to have to make their way up through the field really, really quick before we do get away, because that without a draft, it's going to be pretty much impossible unless there's a crazy fight up front.
Yeah, you're right. You could be out to lunch. We've seen that a good bit here today in a lot of the classes already. Nick, we're going to let you go. You got to get suited up here. Good luck, bud.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Nick Bruckner rolls off P3 here. He's feeling pretty good about his piece, that he made some good changes. Pretty confident going into the main event after a solid start today with third in the second heat race and a win yesterday. Rolls off P3. Pass for the lead here in Ka100 Jr. Caleb Gaffera back to the point here on Sunday. Elio Meza going to lose second as Max Taylor works his way on by.
Yeah, while we were doing that interview, we had about 4 changes for the lead. Ivana Richards also looking really strong. She put herself in the 4th position, and she's already caught up to them. Caleb Gaffera in about 1 lap went from 6/10 back on second place to fighting for the lead, and he's already pulling out about a 5-6 cart gap over Max Taylor after the fighting that happened there. We've got 5 carts as Ernesto Rivera looks like is making a move for 4th place now.
Tried it. Oh, man. Sorry, Aaron. Yeah, that was that got wild there. Ivana Richards nearly got shafted in the left rear and knocked off the racetrack. I don't know how they both kept it on, but they did, and that was a big kudos to both of them, but they lost a little time for sure.
Yeah, I think with the pace that they've had, though, they should be able to catch back up there. Max Taylor and Elio Mesa, they'll really got to dig down and make up that gap that they lost over Caleb Gaffera over a couple laps. Looks like they're cutting it down to about half now, but we'll see how they can come out when coming out on the front straight.
Here we go through the chicane down towards the final couple corners as they go through. Gaffera, Taylor, Meza, Rivera, Richards, as you mentioned here, currently leading the group, heading out of the final turn this time. Gaffera will put another lap in. 11 minutes, 30 seconds to go.
Looks like Shipman's making some decent time. He's slotted himself into the 6th place spot, and I think that's Oscar Eilif in 7th. I can't really tell. Our scoring has gotten a little bit missing here, so we're trying to kind of just guess out here, see if everything gets figured out again. But yeah, right now the top 3, Gaffera, Taylor, and Mesa, with Ernesto Rivera and Ivana Richards right behind him.
So there we go here. Caleb Gaffera leading the way over Max Taylor and Elio Meza with 11 minutes to go. 5 minutes already elapsed in the main event as they head into the stadium hairpin here. Single file following the 800 of Caleb Gaffera through the corner that time. They're still tightly packed for the top 4. As you mentioned, Richards looks strong early. She's faded a little bit. Cooper Shipman last time by lost 2/10 to the leaders. He needs them to fight some more. They aren't doing it yet, but Taylor is back closer than he's been in a moment. Big run to the last turn. Doesn't pull the trigger to go by. He waits.
Yeah, Rivera's looking really strong too. He was 3/10 quicker than all the top 3 last time by. Taylor going to the inside in turn 1. He's got that done. Mesa can't quite follow him through there.
Big move there for Max Taylor to go to the lead. Can he hold it down the back straightaway, or will they freight train him? Here they come. Gaffera to the bumper. He'll stay there. Meza still 3rd. Rivera 4th. No change overall. As you mentioned, Rivera going purple at the end of the group. You mentioned Cooper Shipman. Indeed, Oscar Eilif sits in the 7th spot behind him. then Landon Skinner, then Valentino Garbarino and Diego Guillo. And just like Nick Bruckner mentioned on the broadcast, once the packs break up and get away, it is almost impossible to get back there. We got problems for another one of the Iron Rock Tony karts on the front straightaway. Not sure who we lost early on. It looks like the 858 machine, and I believe that might be, I'm not 100%, that might be Braden Domey.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. I didn't even realize he was off over there, but we're seeing a little bit of a breakup in the front pack now. Gafera and Taylor are slowly breaking away. Oh, it looks like Rivera made a pass for third while we were looking at Domingue. And so Mesa dropped down to fourth. It's bringing Ivana Richards right back. She's hanging her own right there. She's not really losing a lot of time.
So there we go, down through turns 1 and 2. The top 5 all roll on through the corner. Cooper Shipman getting help from Oscar Eilif. Last time by, a 105.7 for Shipman, a 105.6 for Taylor, but Taylor made the pass, so the gap didn't really change too much. They need more passing in the top 5 to get there, or a little more pace on their own. They're 1.5 seconds back from the closest driver, being Ivana Richards, as she closes back up to Max Taylor's group here with Caleb Gafera in tow.
Well, like Nick was saying, though, if you start battling too much in this front pack, you can bring the other drivers in there. How far back are they? Only 1.4 seconds, it looks like. So if there's a lot of passing out here, and with 5 drivers, I can see that being a very real possibility. You could bring the next 3 drivers of Shipman, Eilif, and Skinner into this fight.
They could get there if they got going through the chicane towards the second to last hairpin here. They'll hit the halfway marker this time by on the time clock. A little bit of contact. Rivera got in too deep into Gafera, and that opens up the gap here for Max Taylor. Brings Ivana Richards a little bit closer.
Yeah, just missed the braking zone by a little bit, it looks like. Rivera's really good about following there. And with Gafera at the second heat, he was trying to push him and break away into that 2-kart pack, but it just couldn't work. Mesa and Taylor just had too much speed for him. Mesa losing a bit of time, though, right now. I wonder if his tires are set to come in. We're only just now getting halfway through. I wonder if his tires are about to come in a minute or two, 1 or 2 laps later.
Oh, man.
Oh, man, yeah.
Max Taylor hung it tough on the outside of Caleb Gafera the entire way through turns 4 and 5. A lot of trust, a lot of give there for both of those guys early. Don't know if you'll see as much of that as the race goes on, but he hung in there to second. Didn't lose any more time and keeps the RPG Cosmics split apart, as now Elio Meza tries to move on Ernesto Rivera. He'll get clear. Headed through the hairpins here. Rivera drops back to 4th.
Yeah, they're spreading out a little bit. I'm sure that'll group right back up in these next couple corners. Richards is just sitting there. She's kind of biding her time. What if she's trying to save her tires, keep herself from cooking her tires too early on in the session? She might come in late and we might see her make a good charge to the front.
Well, what's important for Ivana Richards here is just to kind of hang on, because she's going to get through. Yeah, there you go. So finally just getting through and picking them off one at a time. Moves up another spot. That's 3 gain from her starting spot of 7th.
Yeah, she's been strong. Max Taylor looks like he's going to get a run down the back straight. He might try to push him now. He's got a gap over Mesa and make it a 2-kart battle, but with 3 karts there, Rivera gave Richards a good push. They're going to catch up to Mesa pretty quickly there. I don't think they're going to separate each other out too much.
Now they need a little more of a hiccup there out of 3rd than just a couple kart lengths at the gap, because Mesa really strong there through the back left chicane. He'll make his way out of that towards the stadium hairpin with the gap cut in half. Max Taylor closes up to Gafera, who continues to lead with 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go here from New Orleans.
Yeah, Gafera got a really good run out of that chicane heading into the stadium section. Pulled about 3 karts there, but Max is still keeping with him by the end of the lap. He's making up his time, I think, in these last 2 corners right here. Ooh, who's that off over in, what turn is that?
That is going to be over out of the bus stop chicane, and it looks like it might have been the 823. Hard to tell who we lost here. He was outside the top 10 for sure. We'll identify him when they drop down the order here this time by.
We really can't see. Back to the racing, though. Going into the chicane, yeah, everything's tightened right back up again. Got a little bit of a gap back to Richards from Mesa, but Mesa is caught right up to the back of Taylor. Again, Gafera getting a really good run. He actually had a little bit of a bobble there. He's getting a really good run through the chicane, though. See if Taylor maybe wants to throw a move in there. He does, going into the stadium hairpin. Mesa going to follow him. Ooh, a little bit of a side pod. And that puts Mesa in a second and Taylor back in a first. Gafera falling back right in front of Ivana Richards in 3rd.
Yeah, so nice move there by Max Taylor, and a bit of a hip check, as you called it there. Elio Meza forcing his way by, wanting to make sure he got through as well. There's Ernesto Rivera getting by on Ivana Richards, the driver involved in the incident. Alfred Alvarez del Castillo collecting the 822. Now with 11 minutes elapsed, 5 minutes plus 2 laps to go in Ka100 Jr. presented by 14 Concrete Pumping.
Yeah, looks like Mesa and Taylor are really coming into their own now, finally getting some good pace. Like I said, I think Mesa looked a little bit skatey out there at the start, but his tires looked like they finally came in. He's got a lot of pace, just like in the heat race. Took him a little bit longer than the other drivers, but once he got going, he was an absolute rocket ship out there.
Through the S's once again, Taylor, the Pied Piper of the group of 5, with 2.5 seconds back from the end of Ivana Richards to Oscar Iliff, and not really changing too much. They put 2/10 more on him last time by. They'll see 4 minutes and maybe less than that when they get back around to the stripe as the laps begin to wind down. 10 complete, working lap number 11 now, probably a 16-lap final for the Ka100 Juniors, presented by 4T Concrete Pumping, and into the final few corners. Max Taylor, Elio Meza, a couple kart lengths back to Caleb Gaffera, a couple karts as well back from Ernesto Rivera to Ivana Richards, but as a whole, a 5-car group up front, headed down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Taylor and Mesa worked really well together in the heat race. I think they're trying to do that again, but Gaffera is sticking right with him. He's not letting him get away this time.
Yeah, here they go down the backstretch. Gaffera in the tow. He'll close up. Mesa closes up. Oh, we got a couple around on the front straightaway. 2 drivers collected. One is the 866 of Graham Tremmel. The other one, the 805. And that was just inside the top 15.
Davin Roberts.
Oh, man, Davin Roberts in the 805 going around as well. Meanwhile, back to the lead. Max Taylor, Elio Meza, Caleb Gaffera, no change up front. Ernesto Rivera trying to close back up once again. Gaffera's definitely gotten back there here with 3 minutes to go in the final. And Taylor leads them through the chicane over towards the back few hairpins once again. Max Taylor has been leading for a couple of laps now. How long are they willing to wait behind him? Meza got in hot into that second to last corner. Made a mistake. Does Gaffera go? He won't, because Mesa's going to cover it off.
Yeah, it looked like Mesa tried to go for a little bit of a peak going in the second to last turn, compromised things, and yeah, had to defend coming in that last turn there.
Nicely done by Elio Meza. That'll pack them all up, though. 4 drivers, single file nose to tail. Here comes the push from Gaffera. Does Meza go? Looking inside to the lead. Elio Meza will freight train Max Taylor. Gaffera gets by. Rivera tries to go, and he can't fully get clear. Taylor hangs on for 3rd.
Yeah, I was wondering how that was going to play out there. I was wondering if Taylor was about to get potted into the grass, but he managed to hold it and keep it there. Good job by Ernesto Rivera not to run him too hard in the corner or anything like that.
No, nothing too dirty there. Just some hard racing on both of them. So kudos to both drivers again. They've kept it pretty clean throughout this final. Lots of respect being shown. How long will that stay up? We talked with Bruckner. He said, I think it's going to get pretty wild in the Ka Senior class. Hopefully no carnage. At least that's what Aiden Rudolph was hoping for. Bruckner full on predicting that we're going to see some carnage. And there's a few less drivers that really have shown themselves as having the pace to win in Ka100 Jr. in a slightly smaller class. And they're at least keeping somewhat clean racing. But we've seen some contact already. And they have annoyed a few guys as they go through 2 and 3. Meza, your leader down the backstretch.
Yeah, Gaffera giving him a good push. Max Taylor getting a good run as well. They're slowly half-dropping Rivera, and then they make a pass, and he kind of gets back into it. Ivana Richards is just about all lost that train there, but that passing almost brought her back into it. If they keep that up, she'll probably be in a position to capitalize on something in the last couple laps here.
She might be able to play spoiler through the infield chicane towards the back stadium sector. Elio Meza, Caleb Gaffera, Max Taylor, 1, 2, 3, 1 kart length apart. Then it closes up in the corner. Taylor gets into the back of Gaffera a little bit. All good, all clean. Headed on out here, and now through this time, they'll get 3 laps to go at the line. 3 more laps around as the clock begins to tick downward. Elio Meza still holding on.
Looks like Gaffera got a really good run out of there. Is he going to make a move now, or does he want to wait even later?
Pretty narrow through the corner. Meza hangs on down the front straightaway.
Yeah, Richards has really lost time now. She's running about half a second slower than the leaders, 4/10 to half a second slower than these front 4. Ernesto Rivera is starting to pick up a little bit. He went a little bit, about a tenth quicker, so he's staying there. They're pushing really well, though, going into turn 4. There they go. Gaffera going inside for a pass, but Taylor following right behind. They're both going to get it. Rivera.
Oh, and he's off! Elio Meza was just caught off guard a little bit, and he ends up in the dirt. And so now he's got dirty tires here for the next half lap or so. He'll lose touch with the top 3, coming to see the 2 to go signal.
Yeah, He's still close enough. He can capitalize just like Ivana Richards is there. They might be able to draft up and not lose a ton of time now, but we got Max Taylor against 2 RPGs, 2-on-1. That's going to be a tough battle to fight. He's doing a really good job of holding his own, though, out there. Not really letting Gafera get away.
So here they come to the 2-to-go signal, this time by. One more race is still coming here. This one's going to be a barn burner. The next one should be as well. Ka Sr on deck. 4T Concrete pumping. Ka Jr coming out of the final turn. The Exertec Ka Seniors are ready, and they're watching to see what this will look like when they get out there. Gafera, Taylor, Rivera, then Meza, about a second back across the line, a second and a quarter. So he needs a lot of fireworks up front to get back into the mix as Taylor pushes away on Caleb Gafera to turn 4.
Yeah, he's holding his line right now. I think you might want to get going on that pretty soon, though. Otherwise, Rivera's going to pass him. Rivera looks really good, going deep under the brakes, and he's really opportunistic on some of these passes. He might be able to throw some as Taylor makes a little bit of a bobble. Doesn't quite get the exit out of the chicane that he wants.
Well, the other thing to keep in mind here is we've seen the teammates work together on the back straightaway quite a bit. If Taylor goes by now, before the backstretch, does Rivera just push Gafera back on by him, and then he falls back to third. So he's got to be smart with how he plays his cards here. A lap and a quarter to go. Headed to the second to last hairpin once again. Gafera gets closed in by Taylor, who gets a decent exit. Not enough to dive bomb him in the last corner, but close enough to apply pressure. And here they come across the line. White flag. Gafera not gonna block the inside into one. He'll leave it open. 1.4 back to Elio Meza. He still needs a lot to get there. A lot to go wrong, really. Taylor down the backstretch. Where does he go? To the outside. Rivera goes to the bottom with his teammate. He'll push Gafera through and take over second. And he forces his way through on Taylor, so Caleb Gafera holds the lead.
Yeah, Gafera he turned in just about 10 feet earlier going into turn 1, and that compromised his run down the straightaway just a little bit. I'm a little surprised Taylor tried to take the outside there knowing that Rivera was right there, and that'd be an easy decision for me to make in Rivera's position. Yeah, I'm going to push my teammate and take second instead of try to force around the outside.
Well, Taylor he's on top of him! Taylor tried to force it down the inside, goes over the top of Ernesto Rivera, and that'll hand a lot of this one here to Caleb Gafera with a big lead. The top two out of the top 3, and Taylor is out in the grass as well. Gafera with a big lead. Meza gets promoted to second. Ivana Richards to third, and Caleb Gafera avoids the chaos on the final lap and the drama. He'll pick up the victory here at the opening round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
That's what we were saying, though, with Ivana Richards. She's just holding her own in 5th place. Something big happens. She's right there at capitalize. Oh, we got some contact coming down the front straight 4. Looks like 6th and 7th there between Iliff and, was that Landon Skinner, maybe?
Yeah, a little bit of battling there coming across the line. Iliff hanging on by just a mere thread. And Ernesto Rivera ending up 5th. After it all, unfortunate for Max Taylor, he ends up with a DNF all the way down the order. So it's Gafera over Elio Meza, Ivana Richards, Cooper Shipman, Ernesto Rivera. Oscar Iliff finishes 6th, Landon Skinner 7th, Valentino Garbarino 8th, Diego Guillo 9th, Cameron Reed 10th, and Davis Cunningham up 13 spots on the back of the grid to 11th. We'll take one more short commercial break. When we come back, Paulie Massimino will join us in the booth here for a quick soundbite after his solid performance through the day here in X30 Senior. to NOLA Motorsports Park for the final session on the weekend. It's got the fences lined. Ka100 Sr, presented by Exertech. They've been split apart for the heat races. 43 drivers on the grid as they make their way onto the racetrack. Paulie Massimino joins us in the booth after winning today. Paulie, what was the secret sauce today?
I didn't really have any. We just did some tuning and just drove, I guess.
Well, I mean, you said yesterday you were putting the tire, switching the pedals back and forth and the wheels and everything. Did you do that again today, or what'd you do?
No, today we put the seat in upside down, and then we ran it with no fuel.
That seems a little uncomfortable.
It was, but it wasn't bad. I mean, it was fast, so.
That was pretty good. I got a text from my dad. He said, we have to make sure we have you and Ryan on happy hour after you blocking him off and beating him this week. Is that the case?
I watched his blocking video so I could pick up on some skills.
In all seriousness, obviously, it's been a good test weekend for you. How are you feeling for next week? You feel pretty good?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. I wish we could have tried a few more things, but I definitely think we went the right way this weekend, and it was beneficial to be here this weekend.
And a lot of guys have been saying the track didn't seem like it ever really got to a certain point and then fell over and became greasy. Did you ever see that at all, or did it just kind of stay steady grip throughout the day?
No, I feel like it felt pretty steady. I could definitely feel a little bit more grip coming into the track with the heat, and we should have probably went a little different way for the final, just because of I think it gained 8 degrees out, but it's all good.
Well, either way here, we're going to see what these guys can pick up. It's still pretty windy, but it's definitely got the sun shining on it all the way through. Peyton Phillips and Alex Stanfield make up row number 1. Nick Bruckner, Cedric Lupi in row 2. Josh Campbell, Drew Chappell, row 3. Ka100 Sr, 43 drivers strong. The final class on the weekend for the Texas Sprint Racing Series, 16 minutes plus 2 laps. We're green down to turn number 1, and Stanfield with the jump from the outside lane gets to the lead in the first corner.
Looks like everything's clean so far going through one. Oh, not quite. We got a couple carts that got collected in the chicane over there.
Yeah, a couple together over there as they make their way down the backstretch. Stanfield the leader over Phillips. Right behind him into third is Cedric Lupian with a great jump. And the rest of the field will cycle their way on through. Fourth on the racetrack with a great start, I believe, is Drew Chappell. Then it's Nick Bruckner around in the top 5 as they all make their way into the stadium hairpin for the first time. The long line of carts here, 40 plus, making their way through halfway in to lap number 1 of the Ka100 Sr main event.
Yeah, Alex got a great jump out there, managed to jump down and cut off Peyton Phillips from the pole position there. Nick Bruckner, unfortunately, starting in third. That outside row getting the jump cost him a couple spots as well. Cedric Lupian managed to get in a third, like you said, really well. But Alex Stanfield pulling a 2-3, maybe even 4-cart gap over Peyton Phillips coming into the last turn here.
Adrian Cruz trying to fight for 6th there, battling back with Gia Cicero. He gets put on the wayside. Cicero down on the bottom side to turn number 1. That'll let the top 5 break away. Right behind him is Josh Campbell. And Cruz kind of playing blocker a little bit early on here in this main event, and that pack is split up already. The top 5 with a big margin as Cicero goes to the bottom side to block into the back turn 4 section.
Yeah, Cicero had a great start. She started off in 9th, and she started off in 10th, and she's already up into 5th place right now. It looks like 6th place. Right now. Yeah. Don't know if there's any other real big movers out there.
Not a lot off the start there. Unfortunately, just off camera, Josh Campbell got knocked into the wayside over in turns 4 and 5. A few more wrecks further back, but Campbell went to the high side when Cicero blocked, Cruz blocked, and then he got stuffed on the inside lane. So the fastest driver, your top qualifier, Josh Campbell, knocked out of contention already, as it looks like Xander Rogers, one of the drivers involved there in that one, a little bit further down the order.
Looks like Lupian made a move into 2nd, and that's giving Stanfield a huge lead. There's Bruckner going in for 3rd there on Peyton Phillips. Peyton Phillips lost 2 spots in that lap. And Alex Stanfield now with a 7/10 lead. Nick Bruckner, though, going purple to 105.5, making a pass for 3rd.
Yeah, good lap for Nick Bruckner. We'll see if he can continue that pace here to help Cedric Lupian, or actually he's going to go by him. So Bruckner wants to go into 2nd. He'll go by into turn number 4 and see if he can lead the group back up to Alex Stanfield up front. Gia Cicero's held on to 6th here. Cruz in 7th. Aiden Rudolph's up into 8th. Nick Stouffer 9th. Josiah Tracy is 10th here as we work our way through the lap, and you'll see that leaderboard flicker through the entire 43 driver grouping.
Yeah, Cicero's running about the same pace as the leaders, so depending on how this race plays out, her and Adrian Cruz will be right there I'm sure by the halfway point in this race, Nick Bruckner's got a lot of time he's got to make up, though, to catch up to Alex Stanfield. Stanfield looking really strong, even running on his own right now. As much as we were saying, it's going to be hard to break away with how much of an effect this draft has, even in a 4-car train. They're not really making a ton of time on Alex Stanfield right now.
I mean, a lot of top contenders here. Alex Stanfield was a contender in the X30 Pro class almost every single weekend at the beginning of 2021, and outside of some rookie lulls and here and there issues, he was super quick. Got on to the top 3 in the SCUSA Pro Tour and X30 Jr. We got problems on the front straightaway. Nick Stouffer has been stuffed into the outside tire wall coming out of the final corner, and the Bennett driver is out after crossing the line the previous lap inside the top 10.
Ooh, that looks rough for him. I don't even see him from where we are. Hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, he was able to get up and out of the go-kart all right. But pounded the tire wall pretty good, and obviously his day is done. Now, Nick Bruckner last time by was even on pace to Alex Stanfield, trying to find a little bit more to catch the GWR Tony Kart. Stanfield said he felt really confident, especially for Stanfield's case. He mentioned how he was able to run kind of a shorter gear, a longer gear ratio that'll be more geared towards the straightaways because of how good he felt like he was handling on the infield section. Now, unfortunately, Bruckner going to get passed after making a mistake by Cedric Lupien, and Lupien goes back to work trying to hunt Stanfield down.
Stanfield going purple with a 105.4, full 10th and a half faster than Lupien, Phillips, and Chappell. Nick Bruckner fell back to a 105.8. Gia Cicero running a 105.7, and Adrian Cruz running a 105.5. They're matching the pace, but they're just too far back right now, as it looks like Bruckner has to defend a little bit off of Drew Chappell.
Yeah, just a smidgen here as Bruckner was trying to clean the tires back off after dropping one in the dirt. So Cedric Lupien.
Oh, we got another wreck over here in the chicane that they're going to come up to in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, just a little bit off these guys here. Actually, that's over out in turn 5 again, it looks like, as now Peyton Phillips wants to go by on Cedric Lupien. He'll go through. So Phillips back into second, Lupien back to third. That's just adding to the margin here for Alex Stanfield early on. And already the 906 with a big gap as Lupien fights off a charge here from Bruckner, who looks for a way by. Will go inside. Bruckner for third. Drew Chappell gets through for fourth as well.
Yeah, Phillips has built a bit of a gap. He's looking really strong now, too. We'll see where they go. They're both running on their own. Maybe they have some pace now that he's got some cleaner air out there. Peyton Phillips, yeah, he goes purple. He's a 105.2. He's matching Stanfield's time. Picked up about quarter of a tenth of a second there. This lap should be really good for him.
These guys can do it. Every time they get going, it seems like something happens. A little bobble here or there, or they just don't hook up as good as they should, and they end up losing time altogether. So Bruckner now getting help from Drew Chappell. Peyton Phillips, the lone driver, to try and make this one interesting and catch Alex Stanfield as he works his way through the infield chicane.
They're looking good, but Adrian Cruz has managed to get past Gia Cicero in the back there, and they look like they're catching up to this pack of 3 fighting for third place right now. This is going to be an interesting lead pack as we still have over half the race left to go.
What a start for Kino Cadena. Up 20 spots here in the first few laps. Just 5 laps in, 20 positions gained for Kino up into 8th. Braden Robertson's up a ton. He's up 11 spots from 20th to 9th. So big drive forward for both of those drivers here on the regional level to get through. Brooke Berry's up 7. Jake Faulkner up 5. And closing in on the top 10 as Chappell goes by on Nick Bruckner for third.
Stanfield still putting down purple lap times, though. He's extending his lead on his own. Everybody else decided they were wanting to fight a little bit more, and that's giving Alex Stanfield a 1.3 second gap. Peyton Phillips is 1.2 ahead of Chappell now as Bruckner goes back in on Drew Chappell for the third position into turn 4, and it looks like Lupien's going to get there too, and he's going to go by, drop Drew Chappell back down to 5th now.
Yeah, Drew Chappell back to the outside edge of the top 5, but a very impressive run for Drew here. One of the younger senior drivers, I think on his second full season, if I'm not mistaken, up in the senior class, but I could be wrong on that one as he is running around national champions and national race winners in the likes of Cedric Lupien and Nick Bruckner, 2 veterans of the sport. Then ahead of him, you know, the sophomore standout from last year, Peyton Phillips, who has been so strong in the 901, and of course the reigning champ, rookie standout, sophomore standout now, and then Alex Stanfield as well, another senior sophomore, second full season. And the 906 leads by 1.4 seconds. We'll see what the gap looks like this time as the battle for third rages on. Nick Bruckner leading them down the start-finish line straight. Yeah, Phillips chipped off a 10th. Very consistent for Peyton Phillips. 1/10 of a second quicker than Alex Stanfield, so he's gaining a little bit might be able to get there. He needs a lot of help, though, because we're already halfway in on the time clock. They're only going to get a handful more laps as we see Lupien get pushed by Chappell on Bruckner.
Yeah, I don't know if they're really going to have any time to catch back up there. Peyton Phillips, though, if he keeps this up and can find just a tenth more per lap, he might be able to catch up to Alex by the end of this race. Like you said, we just crossed the halfway point right now. A lot of racing left to go.
Yeah, quite a bit of racing still to come for the field. Nick Bruckner falling back to 5th behind Chappell, and Lupien will have to soon worry about the 2 behind him. Adrian Cruz and Gia Cicero are starting to roll, and with all the passing they keep doing for 3rd, it's allowing 6th and 7th to get there. There goes Stanfield by the screen. There is, as well, the 2nd place driver, Peyton Phillips. Here's that fight for 3rd, led now by Lupien, with Chappell in 4th and Bruckner in 5th.
Yeah, they're only about 5 kart lengths back right now as Cruz and Cicero. We'll see what the time actually is as they go around there. Yeah, they're only about 8 tenths off of them, so they're coming. They're coming, and they're coming fast.
Yeah, here they go down the back straightaway towards turn number 4. 7 minutes remaining on the clock. That time by, give the advantage back in the way of Alex Stanfield. Peyton Phillips is on pace with him back in 4th, but he was unable to beat him that time by, so the gap remains at 1.4 seconds.
Looks like Lupien got a really good run out of that chicane right there, heading into the stadium section. They're calming down a little bit now. It's a little bit too late to be calming down if they want to get to the lead. And they've already let Cruz and Cicero reel them in just a little bit, but they've got a bit of space now if they want to try to put their heads down and work together.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here as they go through the infield now towards the final few corners. The middle sector, middle position of the racetrack in the final sector. Lupien, Chappell, Bruckner. They're only about a second up the road from Cruz and Cicero who could get there. Here comes Bruckner on Chappell. He saw the gap starting to form from Chappell up to Lupien. He goes by, says, all right, you push me. Let me get up to Lupien now for 3rd.
Yeah, Alex Stanfield still going purple and extending that lead over Peyton Phillips by about a tenth of a second. Looking back, though, that is Cicero on Cruz now. She's decided she's done waiting, and she's going to make the move to put herself into the 6th spot, while the 3 ahead of her still battle for that 3rd position.
So there they go on through as, like you said, Cicero now ahead of Cruz, still about a second back or so.
And Bruckner's gotten by Lupien.
Yeah, big change on the backstretch. He brought Chappell with him, so Bruckner back to 3rd, knowing that that may be as high as they can get now. 3.5 seconds back from the lead, maybe 4. Stanfield that time put another half tenth on Peyton Phillips. Phillips not chipping away enough, but he lost a little bit in total. So Alex Stanfield making it look easy here in the main event.
Here comes Gia Cicero. She's catching up pretty fast now with all that. Look at the time she makes on her braking there. She's going to get a toe and keep that time that she's gained now. Yeah, she just went purple. She's went a 105.1. Gia Cicero coming into the race now.
Yeah, closing in. Great toe on Gia Cicero there behind the group to make it 4 drivers fighting for the final spot on the podium. That's what we're locked in on here. Problems more so on the racetrack. The 969 has come to a halt here. Was running about midway through the order. And that was Ka100 Summers. Unfortunately out over in the infield. Coming out of turn at number 9. So Ka100 Summers is done as the leaders go on by here with 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, it looks like not much has changed in this group that we're following right now, but Cicero is on the bumper of Drew Chappell at this point. Looks like Lupien got by Chappell. And we're going to see, Lupien's in front. Lupien managed to get by them both, and Cicero is on the back of Chappell now as Chappell goes for a move on Bruckner going into the second to last turn. Cicero's going to follow him. Cruz is going to follow him too. Bruckner just lost 3 spots right there. Drop him down into 7th place.
4 minutes to go here as they come across the line, and a little shot from Gia Cicero, who gets in a little bit too hot. Gets into Drew Chappell, allows Cedric Lupien to get a little bit further down the road, but they're still within drafting distance of him. They should be able to get a good run down the backstretch here as we're underneath 4 minutes to go. Fighting for 3rd and 4th on the racetrack. Cicero not going to help Chappell. She'll go to the inside, give her teammates some more leeway there in 4th.
Yeah, she's probably looking to run him down too. She knows she's got a fast kart right now. If that kart came in, maybe 2 laps sooner, she'd have probably already worked through this group and pulled away with 3rd.
Well, either way, Alex Stanfield's lead got eaten up a little bit last time by 0.2 of a second. Peyton Phillips down to 1.3 back, setting the fastest lap time of the race by himself, trying hard to close in on Stanfield as they fight back further. Lupien now third. Again, Cicero fourth, Chappell fifth, Cruz sixth, Bruckner seventh. 3 minutes to go here, plus 2 laps in the main event.
Yeah, it does look like, I think Phillips came through on the bottom of the screen just quickly. It looks like he is eating more and more of that gap that Stanfield has made up. Yeah, he just picked up another, oh no, he didn't, sorry, he's about equal that time.
Yeah, he stayed stationed back at 1.4 seconds, so while Stanfield built the gap up, then Phillips could rip that one quick lap, then faded about a tenth off the pace at a 105.20. Down the backstretch here, Cicero trying to close in on Lupien. It'll be an RPG team driver fight for the final spot on the box. About 5 seconds back from the leaders here. Lupien third, Cicero fourth.
Yeah, as they come through the chicane, it does look like she's making up time. Cruz is really hounding Chappell for this fifth place spot too. He's getting all over her bumper. He might pull a trigger on a move pretty soon as well. As Nick Bruckner is sitting there, and I'm sure he's not too happy about getting moved back. He's going to want to make up his positions too.
Either way, coming to see 2 minutes remaining here, plus 2 laps in the final for Ka100 Sr. presented by Exertech. Last time by, Lupien hit his best lap of the race. Gave up only half a tenth to Cicero, then Chappell, then Cruz, then Bruckner. Minute and a half now, or a minute and 3/4, which should give Alex Stanfield 4 more laps around the circuit.
Lupien losing about 0.03 of a second to Cicero that time. They're running pretty equal all the way down. They're all putting down about the same lap times from Lupien all the way down to Bruckner, all about 105.3. Braden Robertson hitting a 105, just under 105.2. He's a little bit too far back to really make ground on him, though.
Yeah, Braden Robertson's just behind this group over here, headed through turns 4 and 5. And unfortunate run for him, obviously, getting knocked out of that second heat race really hurt him. He's had 2 rough starts from the outside lane, but a rookie moving up into the senior class here this year. 12 spots gained. We talked to him today. He said, yeah, just a little bit of nerves kind of starting up front to have that kind of pace right off the bat. Sometimes you get muscled out of the way, and that kind of is what happened to him here this weekend. But he's made up a lot of ground here in the final. Up to 8th, 12 spots gained. Again, a big run forward. Josh Campbell's rebounded from getting knocked out the racetrack. He's in 9th, and around goes Bruckner. A half slide there as Adrian Cruz tried to hang it tough on the outside lane, and Nick Bruckner lost control for a moment. Cruz hangs on. Robertson gets by. Bruckner with a good rebound here as he comes down the start-finish line straight away.
Yeah, it looked like Cruz just shut the door on him and put Bruckner into a half spin. He managed to keep it going pointed forwards, but that gives Braden Robertson 1 more spot. He's up into 7th right now from starting 20th. Great run for him in this final.
So there we go. Braden Robertson, 13 spots gained. We're coming to the end here. This time by will be the 2-to-go signal for sure. Gia Cicero closing in on Cedric Lupien. Drew Chappell with a great run here in 5th, trying to get closer.
Peyton Phillips still hanging around that 1.3 seconds back mark. They seem to be trading fastest laps at this point. Not enough that they can really do either way to bring those two closer together. Cicero's making time on Lupien now this lap. She's pretty close to us, but we're probably only about 2-3 carts back.
Yeah, that'll be the fight for 3rd on the final lap. Peyton Phillips, as you mentioned, he's been able to put a couple 105 flats together. Fastest driver overall is the kid in 2nd. As the 2-to-go signal will fly this time. There it is, double sticks on the front stretch. Stanfield not too worried. A 1.4 second gap. He put back a 10th on it again. He'd lose a 10th and gain a 10th. Back and forth with Phillips, who is trying everything he can to get there. And he's just coming up a little bit short right now. And it's unfortunate. We got robbed of what could have been a really good fight between 2 rising stars here. 2 rising Texas stars that'll be probably up front battling for a national win next week with the SCUSA Pro Tour as well. As Stanfield takes them here with a lap and a half to go towards the stadium hairpin.
Yeah, these 2 kids, I can't see any reason why they won't be running up front in the Pro Tour next weekend. Alex Stanfield showing why he was, showing why he moved up last year and really showing Peyton Phillips the way around here. This is Peyton's debut national year, is it not?
Peyton had a couple good runs nationally last season, especially at the SCUSA Summer Nationals. He's been a strong guy through the SCUSA Winter Series as well, making his name more and more well-known in the 100cc ranks. Of course, Alex Stanfield, multiple X30 Pro Division podiums last season, and then this year dropping over to the 100cc power plant, showing how much of an elite driver he really is, and especially taking the winter off. Very impressive for Alex Stanfield. The GWR Tony Kart rolling good over Peyton Phillips in the Super D Racing. Number 901, the reigning series champ, at least starts with a good run in the title defense, but he'll have some pressure from Alex Stanfield, who came up just a little bit short. as they work their way through. Final time on by. Alex Stanfield. What? Oh no, Lupien's off. Cedric Lupien off in turns 3, 4, and 5. Problems for Lupien at the end of the straightaway. He was battling with Gia Cicero, and I don't know if any contact happened between the pair, but Alex Stanfield now with a big-time lead. Or a big-time lead over Phillips and Cicero, sorry, with a nice cushion back to Drew Chappell. We'll update the final spots on the podium in the moment, but right now he had a big grin on his face when he said, yeah, I feel really good about my package today earlier when we talked to him. Alex Stanfield kicks off his TSRS with a win in a 40-driver field here in NOLA. Peyton Phillips crosses the line second. Cicero will unofficially cross the line in third. I don't know if anything happened between herself and Lupien. Drew Chappell fourth. Adrian Cruz snags the top 5, and 14 positions gained for Braden Robertson to finish in 6th. A great run and the highest running rookie here in the field. Nick Bruckner 7th, Josh Campbell 8th, Vinny Miskelis 9th. Another great rookie run in the 948, and Peyton McDonough rounds the top 10 for Exertech Ka100 Sr. That wraps us from NOLA Motorsports Park here with the Texas Sprint Racing Series. We're back in just 5 days with more action from the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour and the Winter Nationals to kick off the National Championship. The KC Fantasy League will be back. We've got the Kart Chaser NOLA design hoodies and t-shirts available online, as well as here at the racetrack in New Orleans. For those of you tuning in, thank you so much for watching. For Aaron Hackmeister, myself, Xander Clements, and the entire KC and Texas Sprint Racing Series crew, we'll see you guys next time when we come back with round number 2 in May.